It being 8:30, I'd like to call to order the Housing Grant Commission. Could I get a roll call, please?
Tom Porta.
Here.
Smith. Shu. Reining.
Here.
Paskey.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Hausman.
Here.
Kramer.
Here.
Draftcorn.
Here.
Adamson.
Here.
Von Bergen.
Here. Thank you. Has everybody had a chance to review the minutes? February 10th?
Yes.
Okay. If there are no changes, can I get a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
All right, Mr. Moore,
Second.
Mr. Reining. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, do we have any public comments?
We don't.
Okay. Move forward, I don't see any old business, new business. We've got staff introductions. I will let Sarah lead that.
Morning, everyone. Sarah Ponitz, the Community Development Administrator. We do have some new team members, so I just thought everyone could just take a brief moment to introduce themselves so you can meet them. So start with Sarah.
I'm another Sarah. So Sarah McGowan, nice to meet you. Happy to be here with all of you today. And I will be taking over the CDBG and the home grants for McHenry County.
Welcome. Thank you.
Maria Avila, I think some of you have seen me around already. I manage the senior service grant.
My name is Eric Sycon. My main role is reviewing reimbursement requests and paying pension invoices.
And my name is Janet Sanchez, and I oversee the COC.
Welcome.
Okay, then I guess we will move right into presentations. So first off, we have Fort Core. If you could join us at the end of the tables right over there.
But if you have any issues with it, we don't know what the answer slides for you, okay?
So we have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for any commissioner questions.
Thank you.
And our lovely timekeeper over here. Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning. Good morning. We ready?
I think we
It's kind
are.
of early for us, but we're privileged to be here with you guys. I'm Rob Mueller, founder and executive director of WarpCore. Some of you may know who we are. For those that do not, we are a 501c3 non-for-profit right here in Woodstock, but we serve all of McHenry County. WARP stands for We Are Real People. And a core, in my opinion, is a group of people that share a belief system. And we have done a lot of great stuff in the 7 years we've been on the Woodstock Square. And I find it kind of interesting as I was getting up this morning to remember 7 years ago, you guys gave us our very first grant as a economic development small business grant. We bought a print shop. We had intended on creating a revenue generation stream for our nonprofit, and it's awesome that we're here many years later talking with you guys about a further investment in our organization and what we do and how we can do it for the community and help economic development here in Woodstock and McHenry County. You know, keeping it real, guys, our mission is heavy. What we do is hard. We have 13 employees on our payroll now, 7 years in. We've had numbers somewhere around $16,800 in sales tax revenue that we've generated for this county, which I believe is important and part of the plan I had from the get-go. We do not want to be an agency that is completely dependent on grant funding to survive. I come from a family business in a world of manufacturers. We know how to work, we know how to get things done, we know how to build a business. My brothers and I did that, also with my son Clay for many years as well before we jumped onto this adventure we're on. But we're just excited to be here and really, you know, hopefully garner some support from you guys for this last little growth expansion WarpCore has as we move forward to serve the people in McHenry County. But as I said, the heavy is heavy. This is real. The drugs, mental health. I'm a believer that physical health and mental health are one and the same. I don't hear enough of this personally, but this project we're working on is called our Phase 2 project. And I believe that data supports that, you know, this is one body, and a healthy body makes a healthy person. And we have some unique ways of trying to do that. We got.
So, you know, just kind of touching on our current state, you know, the current programming that we have, we're kind of two-pronged for those who aren't familiar. We have our youth prevention-based programming. That's our prevention through engagement program. It's engaging young people in positive activities, providing safe space hours at our HQ on the square. You can see some of the events and things that we do with the kids and some of that data, over 600 unique youth clients served last year alone. And then our street outreach program is working with the unhoused and low-income population here in McHenry County. We do everything from providing transportation to peer support, and, you know, we have an ID program for folks who are currently unhoused so that, you know, they can get essential services. So, you know, kind of we're the before and after of, you know, some of these mental health issues and things in the county. So we kind of see things from both sides, and that's why we believe that this Phase 2 project is so important from the prevention standpoint. So that is why today we are pitching you our Phase 2 concept, which is expansion into a new community center here in Woodstock. This has kind of been, you know, Rob's vision from the get-go, you know, from the inception of WarpCore, where we would like to have a community center here in town that would, you know, be focused on skateboarding, having a little indoor skate park, but we want it to be as inclusive as possible. So we have plans to, you know, include like a little rock climbing, some parkour, Ninja Warrior, and really just assess, you know, what other interests are out there from young people or anyone in the community. So a little more background is that, you know, at current state, all of our programming is free. You know, kids can come hang out and, you know, access our services. They, you know, go on field trips. We do not charge for any of that. This would be a predominantly paid program. We would have opportunities for scholarships and other things to ensure accessibility for those who, you know, are in some of those lower income brackets. But, you know, this is definitely a business venture in our opinion. You know, we have a model that we think that we can have this be a sustainable project with just a little bit of help, you know, to get going. So, how we know we can be successful with this project, I'll let Rob speak to that.
You know, for over a decade, I owned and operated the Warp Skate Park here in Woodstock. We averaged, we had 13,000 waivers in our database at the point of closing the business. We averaged about 50,000, you know, people coming through the doors every year, which I believe is a pretty sustainable number. But, you know, through what we did then, that kind of gave me the foundation to create and craft, kind of mold the clay, so to speak, to what prevention through these types of programming would look like. And, you know, positive messaging and positive activities. It's as simple as that. But, you know, there's a lot of data surrounding sports as a positive for youth and their mental health and physical health. We could go down that rabbit hole, but we won't. But there's just a lot of data that supports it. And you know, we believe with what you see up here, we've accomplished a lot of things where it was very organic. We were just doing what we do and good things happen. But taking that experience and really kind of fostering a real more program-oriented project moving forward is the agenda here.
And yeah, I think a cool thing to point out is, you know, these bottom 4 pictures are all, you know, about probably 20 years old at this point from the original skate park. The top photo is from about 10 years ago now.
The very first.
When, you know, before WarpCore was even truly an organization. And, you know, I think that really points to the multi-generational impact that we've already had, and that, you know, we do have a strong group of supporters in the community who have felt that impact and believe in what we're doing and would support this project as well. And so we are, you know, actively looking at a building right now, 1375 South Eastwood. We have, you know, been in talks with both, you know, the city of Woodstock about zoning. the building owners and have been, working with an architect to get some renderings and things. We believe this is a great opportunity, great space, perfect for what we'd want to do. And we'd actually expand our print shop into the front space. That would allow us to expand what we're doing in the print shop, and then the back half, which is currently a warehouse space, would be what we convert into the community center. You can see some kind of, hypothetical mock-ups of ramps and things that would be in there. Plenty of storage space for other activities. And so, we do believe that this building would truly be perfect for us. And we are, open to different financing options to just be able to get into the building and to get started on this project. So just a little bit on the financials and sustainability of the project. We would kind of just structure it to be based on, open hours to access the activities, just free time basically, would be paid sessions. And really a big revenue generator would be for lessons and skate camps, again with Rob's background and connection still to skateboarding. We have some very talented people that we could bring onto the roster that would help us, really create some high quality programming in that area. And you can just see some of the costs here. We have some conservative and not so conservative estimates, but minimum, startup costs and build out would be about $100,000 off the jump. And, on here, we said we'd only have additional staff for 2 part-timers. That's again a conservative estimate. If we could get the funding, full funding that we're asking for, we would definitely plan to expand till we could, have up to 6 people working there. And then, so, our ask is simply for financial assistance for startup costs. We have projections where we think we can get started and get in there and get operational just based off the current cash flow and some other, grant opportunities we have cooking as well. But, we obviously need funding to get this going, and, the more security we can have and stability and surety we can have, it makes this very much more feasible for us. And, we had some optimistic plans initially that we would be even in the building by now, but there was some, red tape and things from the city and even some potential buyers for the building. So that kind of threw our timeline off a little bit. But, I think that lends to, time is of the essence for this project. And, we feel like this building is a unique opportunity, and we want to do everything we can to make sure we're able to get in there and, do everything we can to make this project a reality for the people in this community. And just to wrap things up quickly.
Yeah, this is, young people in our community continue to struggle today. The opioid epidemic has not gone away. The mental health crisis has not gone away, guys. This is real. And we're seeing real changes and impact on young people's lives with what we're doing in our current state. We believe this will be like a turbocharge for the kids and young people in this community to really have a shot to get off the streets and away from the noise for a little while and just be in a safe space, be kids, be creative, and to find out who they are. What an opportunity that could be lost if somebody doesn't get a chance to truly find out who they are and to find their people and their place in the community. We're motivated. This is 10 years in the makings, guys. I've had this vision for a long time, and we're gonna push through to make this happen. And we just really respect and respect your consideration in helping us make this happen. This is a good win. It's good use of the tax dollars, and it's a great thing for McHenry County and Woodstock.
All we need is your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any commissioners that have some questions? Anyone to start off with? Mr. Moore?
You mentioned a couple of times zoning with the city of Woodstock. What status and issues are?
So we actually just met with the city this past Friday, and they are willing to work with us, well, not work with us, but give us, assembly zoning for the back space, mercantile in the front, and the only changes, we'd need to add a couple bathrooms.
Right.
But from the initial projections we got from the first time we met with the city, they actually were able to decrease that bathroom requirement, which was great news for us. So yeah, that's really the only big updates we have to do in terms of infrastructure is a few additional bathrooms.
So the zoning issue is based on use, not,
Correct.
okay.
And it's been hashed out with the city, and we're good to go.
Are you on planning and zoning agenda yet, or city council's agenda?
We have not been,
Last step.
yeah, we've submitted the architectural renderings and ran into those kind of, there's a disagreement between the use of the space and the bathroom needs with the architect and the city, but again, we met Friday and hashed all those details out, so we just need to submit some updated architectural drawings, and the city's verbally told us we'd essentially be good to go at that time, so.
Okay. That's not the way planning works in Marengo, but perhaps it does in Woodstock.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm oversimplifying
Yeah,
to a
yeah.
certain degree, but yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You mentioned some other potential buyers of the property, or have you guys moved forward with?
We know that there was offers on the building. As of end of last week, the last potential fell through. I don't know why, but the building is once again available. And we do know the owners of the building, so we've been working very closely.
I have a question. Your current location, what happens to that?
We keep it. We stay.
Okay, so you're keeping that location in addition to
Yes.
Yeah, we with our current HQ on the Woodstock Square and the accessibility there with the youth in particular, we would not want to give up that space because it allowed us to, become so visible to the community and again have a very accessible space for all young people, so.
How are you gonna be impacted by the construction, the road construction there?
That's a concern, but, the last question I asked Roscoe and the folks at the city on Friday was, you've said it repeatedly, can I hear it again, that businesses will have accessibility, and they said, for the most part, yes, there could be days where a truck's sitting there or whatever, a trench got dug, but nothing that I feel is too much of a hindrance.
Well, once it gets done, I mean, are you losing parking space in front or?
Yeah, we will lose some parking in front, but it's nominal, and, we don't ever, the intention isn't to have, 500 people in this facility. It's a smaller number, type of scenario, and it looks like the city's saying the parking's good, for the number of people and.
Yeah, there's a sizable parking lot in the back.
I was wondering.
Yeah, it's very large back.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, so what you're at, the amount that you're requesting from us, is that covering, the sales price of the building?
It is not, so, at the time of application, like I said, we had these optimistic plans that, we could potentially even be in, before the end of February. Obviously, that didn't happen, so at the time of application, this was kind of like a, reimbursements for some of the initial costs of startup, and also then to just do some additional build out, make it a little bit more robust in terms of what we have available in there. And, as we would love to buy the building, but we also, again, we have a relationship with the building owners where, they would be open to rent and even potentially a rent to buy situation. So, this is a project we've been pitching for and done many grant pitches trying to get, money to cover the purchase of a building and have not had much luck, to be honest, to this point. So, we kind of decided to switch approaches and say, we'll just try to get into a building, and once we're there and have that proof of concept, hopefully we can get some additional funding to help, cover, reimburse some of the initial costs and help us just build it out to be the best version of itself, so.
So we do have donors, we're just trying to make sure that everyone's staying on board and everything's getting done. Okay, and then my other question was, in regards to operations, when you are starting to receive profit income, I just want to be sure that the mission and the agenda stays the same in regards to the youth that we're helping in the community, that they're not going to be having those fees, because I think of like a friend bringing a friend, and that friend doesn't have that ability to pay that day rate that you may have to go and skate. So I just want to make sure that we're still, like, I know we want profit, that helps the city with taxes too, but I guess I'm just wondering how you would reach those challenges. is.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly always been top of the list, again, because, we're predicated on, providing services for kids regardless of economic situation. So we absolutely, always have talks about creating scholarship programs, even, working with donors to cover a membership for a kid for a year, things like that. So, we don't have like a formal structure in place yet for that, but that's absolutely, top of the priority list is to ensure that no one's turned away, essentially. They might have to go through a few more steps, but, we would never say, you can't pay, you can't access this space. It'd be, let's figure out how we can make that happen.
Yeah, that's an important part, and thank you for that question, because it's important. Denying anybody access, I got no dough, I can't go, we will work around that. Again, and I did that in my skate park years prior. Skate for Grades programs, me being me, okay, you're here and your buddy's got no money, okay, both you guys give me 25 push-ups and you're in, whatever. Incentivize it. But Skate for Grades was the single biggest incentive for kids. And it's not straight A's you get in, it's show me improvement. Show me you went from D's to C's. That's 5 free skate sessions or 2 free lessons or whatever it might be. But we would never fall away from that, ever.
Love that, okay.
Yeah, and I think just, for one point of clarification as well, for the number that we, put in our ask, obviously that is best case scenario. We, always say we swing for the fences around here. But, we think any infusion of additional grant revenue would be huge for this. So we would love that full ask, but we all know that funds are limited and there's a lot of great organizations competing for the same pool of money. So, we certainly understand that and, think that we can make this project successful with a little bit less than that full ask. So
You read my mind.
Yes,
That
thank
was
you.
going to be
Yeah.
the next question, if partial funding would still help you.
Yeah, partial funding would
the
still be
goal
huge.
And you'd be able to kind of fill the gap.
Yeah.
Okay, because at the moment, we sit at about 5.2 million in asks versus the 1.3 million that we have available to allocate. So it's extremely challenging in that regard. So are there any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you guys very much. We appreciate the opportunity.
That's what I was looking up. Wanted to make sure that it was for a corporate. Yeah.
I prepared kind
Do we have somebody from the city of Harvard here? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm sure you heard me mention, we have our timekeeper here. We've got about 10 minutes if you need it for the presentation and a few minutes after for questions.
About that.
That's okay. It's okay.
I'm trying to find it.
Sent it last Wednesday.
Sarah, do you by chance have that? Sorry for the technical difficulties here, folks.
Did you send it to me, Joe? What did you send?
It would have been on the 8th.
Find a copy of that.
When our building needs new lines.
Don't have it.
Well, we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so.
I'd like to keep that going.
Still on track,
We're
still on
still
track. Breathe.
I don't know how to find sent files on my phone. I'm old.
Okay, you're going to.
Up here.
Mhm.
Really, really needing that building as an elevator. It's one hike up the stairs.
Can I take a picture of this form?
The spreadsheet thing
Yeah.
with my notes.
Here, I have a blank one.
I mean, you can have my notes, I don't care.
Your cheat sheet, right? Thanks.
I don't have it. It's scribbled all over.
Oh, look, I took all of these. Anyone else need these?
That's going.
Sorry about that, I don't have it.
No, I was just saying to them, I was like, my son has a baby. I don't have anything back.
I don't have it.
Okay, for a moment, I'm just gonna look just to see if it's in your outbox, so.
Here it is. I'm gonna try forwarding it again too.
It was sent on April 8th.
So, no, someone's gonna have to help me. So, try forwarding. Do you want me to try to send it from Deb's phone?
Your junk mail?
Oh.
Is it going to your junk mail? That's not my.
I just wanted to double check with you.
Does your presentation like completely rely on?
No,
No.
we can
Totally
we can
do
wing
it.
it. We're good. It's not.
It was
really-
pretty.
It started and.
Jill just
if
worked
they-
really hard on it.
It was like, oh my gosh. I can just hold up my copy.
Did it go through it?
There we go.
Not receiving it yet, so as soon as it comes in.
Okay.
We got this.
Well, we'll
No
start with
problem.
introductions, if we're ready, if we good to go? Yeah,
sure.
we're good? Okay. I'm Debbie Bijot. I'm the city administrator with the city of Harvard. Thank you for giving us some time today. I was appointed city administrator back in October. I'm long in the tooth. I've been with the city for many years in many different roles. We recently reorganized some things at the city and created a new position, community engagement director. Joe Atkinson was appointed our community engagement director in October. And part of her role is to reach out to the community and engage, as her title suggests. One of the things that we've struggled with over the years is development in our downtown district. The downtown has had many vacancies over the years, and back in 2009, we enacted a TIF district that was not real successful. That TIF closed in 2022 and saw very little success. During the time of the TIF, we created a complete streetscape rehabilitation. It was beautiful. We redid 4 blocks of streets. I don't know if anyone has been to Harvard. The mayor at the time did a fantastic job of designing and redoing the streetscape, the area was phenomenal. However, it didn't, the economy didn't cooperate with us at the time, and it didn't generate the businesses and the development that we expected. Since that time, we have done several revolving loan programs that have been successful in businesses taking advantage of those programs. We offer $50,000 in loans at 0% interest to do facade and other types of business improvements. We've done over 25 loans in the past 25 years. However, that money has run out. We have about $25,000 left. Since that time, we've been now charging 3% interest, so the loans are still being loaned out, but the money is slowly coming back in. And we would like to continue with these improvements. Our downtown district is slowly coming back, but we'd like to continue to provide some incentives, which is why we're asking for this money to start with some type of a grant program that Joe would like to use to reach out as she's engaging the community and try to make a more vibrant downtown district for Harvard. So that's just a little bit of a background on the district, and I'm going to turn this over to her so that she can take it from here.
Yes, thank you. So as Deb mentioned, some of the community drivers that are influencing why we're thinking about this grant program, we have an 18% downtown vacancy rate in our buildings, which is about 16 buildings. The facades are aging and people aren't taking care of them because if there's no businesses in them right now, they're not improving them. We're also thinking about anything that is legal non-conforming. So we might want to bring some HVAC systems or some plumbing systems up to code in order for even some of these building owners to sell their buildings so that we can get new owners in. We've had decreasing foot traffic in downtown Harvard, even though we have this great train station. And I like to say we're the first stop on the train station, even though we might consider we're the last stop. But we're also increasing code enforcement. And so I want to make sure that there's an opportunity for building owners to bring their buildings up to code. Some of them, we don't just want to keep giving them violations and not really having an avenue for them to improve this. So this would provide us with tangible, accessible capital because it is a grant program. We're not asking them to loan it out and bring it back with interest. I call it a gateway incentive. It would be a small grant program that hopefully would influence additional personal or private investment. It would be an accelerant for vitality in the district and also create manageable timelines. So what we're asking for is $75,000 from CDBG, which would give us the chance to offer up to $15,000 for 5 building owners. We would do it based on application, so if they didn't need that much, we would have a little bit more to play with. So again, that's $15,000 for up to 5 building owners. And then the City of Harvard has budgeted for this upcoming year a 10% match, meaning that we would have the $15,000 grant funding, and then the City of Harvard would offer an additional $1,500, so each grant could be $16,500. We also would waive permitting fees. So that doesn't have a specific amount because it depends on the project, but while we wouldn't waive the permitting process, we would waive the fees. So there's a little bit additional incentive in that program funding model. We'd work in partnership with the building owners. So again, for this proactive abatement of code violations or ordinance violations if they need to get into code. I, as Deb mentioned, would be working as a community engagement person, for program marketing to make sure that everyone's aware of the program and kind of using all of our channels, certainly social media, email, mailing, but also I'm downtown all the time talking to business owners and trying to get in touch with people we haven't heard from in a while. Like I mentioned, we would still ask that everyone goes through the permitting process depending on their project. That gives us also the ability to track where people are, if they are coming in, if they're using the funding appropriately, and would be our progress tracker essentially for the grant program. We'd also require inspections, and then we'd ask for completion reports so we could get photos of what they've done and make sure that everyone is kind of complying with the program. Eligible projects that we're thinking of, certainly exterior building renovations, but also, as I mentioned, some permanent interior improvements. So if there's an HVAC or a plumbing issue, electrical issue, this could help support those bigger projects. We'd also support ADA accessibility upgrades, and facade improvements, as we mentioned, and then activation of outdoor spaces. So if there's some buildings that have a little bit of outdoor space next to them or in front of them, building owners could apply for projects that would improve, again, that accessibility, people coming in and out of town, and improving the vitality of the downtown district. Overall, our intended impact would be economic growth. Certainly, we have the grants and the city match to support startups. Many of these buildings have housing on top that maybe aren't utilized yet, and reduce blight. Similar programs we've seen in other communities have also amplified private investment, as I briefly mentioned. Stabilizing the property values or potentially even increasing them, but I'm not gonna get, too excited about that, but definitely having tangible, visible improvements to stabilize the downtown district. Aesthetic, social well-being, get people to stay downtown, come downtown. We have milk days, so people are downtown already for events. We have a downtown vendor market, basically boosting that community pride.
Can I add to that too? I just wanted to add to that. We're also in the process of doing an equitable transit orientation development plan through CMAP. We received a technical assistance grant. It's really important to us. We're going to be kicking that off in about 2 to 3 months to involve the community in all of that planning. And we just finished a bike pedestrian study that we also involved the community with, and that incorporates part of the downtown too. So we're hoping with this, and we're really trying to engage the community in all of this, hoping that we can kind of spark some of that growth and interest in their own buildings as well as bringing all of that together. So that's part of that that social well-being and all of that, trying to incorporate that together and taking some ownership of that as well. Sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you. And certainly enhanced business environments for job retention and kind of that workforce piece. I think, as Deb mentioned, this is part of a greater accelerant for the downtown district. This is kind of a way to get people to start thinking, to start investing, to get excited. And then hopefully, as I say, gateway incentive, we have an enterprise zone there. We're hopefully, maybe, we're at least nominating another opportunity zone for 2.0. So there are other greater investment opportunities and incentives that these building owners can take advantage of. But we just want to make sure we can get that started. We've also done a feasibility study for another TIF district. We're thinking about our next downtown master plan. So this is kind of the spark that lights this larger flame. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Any commissioners with questions?
Yes.
Lou?
Is the existing loan facade program going to continue, or is this taking the place of that?
No, it's going to continue. We're hoping now, we just recently, about a year ago, started with the percentage rate, charging the percentage rate. So we're hoping to build that back up again. Okay. So we do plan to continue that.
So they could run in parallel, is what?
Yes, we'll run in parallel. We're going to continue to charge an interest rate on that as well. That the 0% for originally started obviously back when the economy was really bad, and it gained momentum and it's become very popular. And I think 3% is a great interest rate, and the program's written to fluctuate. So as interest rates change, it's 1 to 3. So we can accommodate business owners for that as well. It used to also be only facade improvements, and we've changed that program to include interior and exterior, as well as extending it past the downtown district. So it's for business owners throughout the community. So this would be specifically to the downtown district.
And the only thing I'll add is we would also keep in mind if someone already has a loan from the city, we would be targeting different business owners. So new people to get in and receive the incentive.
Thank you.
Okay, so you said that there's 16 vacant buildings. So how many are active? How many business owners are active in downtown Harvard right now?
So Well, you know more than I do, I would.
The active meaning at full buildings?
How many business owners are actively engaging in the community right now or have operations in downtown in their building?
I don't have an exact number.
Yeah, some building owners own multiple buildings, some are active in
Right.
other parts of the city. There are almost 100 building fronts from 173 to
Start to
14.
finish, but
Okay.
yeah.
And then out of that, like how many have loans right now, like percent?
How many revolving loans are out? There's 3.
There's 3?
Yes.
Okay.
There's
And-
3 for a total of about $200,000 right now. Plus 1 application pending.
Okay, that's all I have right now.
Sorry, I don't have a more
No,
exact
it's
number.
okay.
And I'll just, the only thing, I don't know if we said, the economic development loan program, the revolving loan program is up to $50,000. So those are for like replacing a roof, a much larger projects. And usually building owners are asking for the full amount.
Oh, and then, I had a question, but code violations, like, are we increasing in that or, because you said you, couldn't get a hold of some of the building owners, so I mean, are we having any issues in that way or like an over influx of that happening? So we're trying to give them an incentive to them to communicate with us and to start working on their buildings?
Exactly.
Yes.
I think that sometimes they don't want to answer the phone call because they're like, I don't want to answer the question
Yeah.
of what am I doing with my building?
Mhm.
And so I think even if they're, even just as an outreach of like, we wanted to let you know this program exists and this is just one piece of this, all these greater incentives that exist here in Harvard throughout the county, you know, so kind of accelerating that. The code enforcement is kind of this separate avenue that's restarting. So our community development, I guess, department, our building and planning department has been fully staffed now. And so we're ramping up code enforcement because we can. And we just haven't been able to do it at full capacity. And so this is also to say like, hey, we're here to help you get your buildings up to code and make sure that everything's in compliance. We're not just here to like ticket you.
Right.
So kind of in tandem with that.
And then new business owners coming in can take advantage of these programs as well if they're interested in buying a building,
Yes.
but they know that it's gonna need improvement.
Exactly, yeah.
The revolving loan program's more strict in that there's, strict credit checks and, you need a little bit more money to pay back the loan and that type of thing. Where this is kind of more of an incentive that, you have the grant, it's a little bit more financially feasible to get started if you're interested in buying a building or, putting some money into something you already have and maybe you don't have the money for a loan payment, that type of thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just one quick question, I think I know the answer, but you mentioned that the city is doing the 10% matching. Are you requesting that building owners also put in some additional money, or is this just say,
No.
here's some money?
Yep.
Do your stuff.
I anticipate for projects they probably have to do, they will probably need to put in more funding, but the program is set up just as a grant. Here you go.
They'll have to go through the plan review and the permitting process. We'll waive those fees, but they'll obviously have to be code compliant. But we'll work with them on that.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming
you.
in.
Thank you so much.
Did it ever come through?
Great program.
Did not.
Good to see.
Concerning.
That's very concerning.
I checked
I will
both our
alter
Outlook
480
and
and
our
check for
online version. It might be something to write.
Yeah, I
Okay. We can check.
Okay.
Yeah, we certainly will.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right. Thank you.
Oh.
It was mostly just bullet points of facts. And a couple really nice pictures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, McHenry Habitat for Humanity, if you'd like to come up to the table. Tell us a little bit about your project, and we'll have about 10 minutes for the presentation if you need it, and about 5 minutes for questions.
They're a little bit longer because they have.
Okay, yep.
Excellent. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Joel Williams. I'm the president and CEO of Lake McHenry Habitat for Humanity. This is our second year coming as Lake McHenry Habitat for Humanity. For years, we were just Habitat for Humanity of McHenry County and had a great relationship with community development and did a lot of projects with that. We merged with the Lake County affiliate last year, and this has allowed us to do many great things, achieve some terrific efficiencies and economies of scale, but we remain committed to the communities that we've historically served and are very excited about some of the very neat things that are going to be coming up in McHenry County. I'm going to highlight a couple of things that we're going to be doing over this coming year, and then I'll talk specifically about the two CDBG applications that we have in front of you. But first I'll get into a little bit more about what is Habitat for Humanity. So I hope that most people have at least heard of it before, but just in case, we are basically a housing developer. We work with volunteers and the community to be able to come together and build houses, and then we work with the people who are going to get into those houses and help them achieve home ownership. There's a number of different things that we do for that, and we'll talk about some of those things, but in essence, we are a housing developer. We, as those bullets outline there, we build new housing, which is what a lot of people are familiar with. That's the thing where you see volunteers come together. That's the thing Jimmy Carter was most famous for, was going out and building new housing. But we also repair existing housing. I'll be talking about that a little bit more as well, but we think it is just as important to preserve existing housing. If housing falls into disrepair or worse, gets condemned and is uninhabitable, then that just adds to the need and demand for new housing. So preservation of existing affordable housing is something that we are prioritizing and trying to do everything we can to make sure that people have the opportunity to stay in their house long term. So this is not necessarily germane to the CDBG conversation, but we are my favorite HUD acronym, CHODO, Community Housing Development Organization for McHenry County. And so be talking about that tomorrow with Home, but just as a reference point for you all. I'm just going to touch a little bit on the exciting project that we've got going on because the other things are tied to it, but we are going to be building a subdivision. We're going to be requesting home funds for this. I'm not going to talk about the specifics on this slide, but we're building a 10-unit subdivision just outside of the city of Woodstock, between Woodstock and Crystal Lake in an unincorporated Door Township. There it is right there. It's called Trinity Trail or Ridgefield Estates, and it's got 10 units. That are available. We had a ceremonial groundbreaking with our gold shovels, and work is going to begin this spring. If it stops raining anytime soon, we're going to be able to break some ground in it, but a lot of things that we're doing are all kind of revolving around this subdivision. So when I talk about the other things, think about this subdivision that we have here, and here are just a couple of renderings of what the houses could look like in that area and the floor plans there. So I'll be talking more about that tomorrow when asking for home funds for it, but the request today is twofold. So one is for what we call homeowner support services. Homeowner support services is basically the staff support to be able to assist the people that are going to be moving into these houses, that are going to be getting the assistance they need for the repairs on their existing housing, and finding different paths to home ownership. There may be other ways that are outside of us. They work with them to be able to get in and ultimately sustain that housing. All the support that we offer is individualized. We do not have a one-size-fits-all program. It's not that you have to go through and you have to take these courses and these things. It's about finding out what the barriers are that the individual is facing to home ownership or maintaining their current housing and work with them to overcome them. Some examples are just, general budgeting, some financial education that comes with it. Understanding your mortgage statement, understanding escrow. There's a lot of things that can be very confusing even as somebody who's in it all the time. We want to make sure that everybody's understanding of that and how to make sure that they are prepared for it. And then just all the responsibilities of being a homeowner, including home maintenance. There's no landlord to call anymore. There is, all of the things that go wrong are now your responsibility. And so we want to make sure that people, once they get into housing, that they're able to stay in housing. So our homeowner support services team is really vital to making sure that that happens. In addition to that, they also, for the new homes that we build or existing houses that we may rehab and sell to a homeowner, they work with our lending partners to help the individual get a mortgage that is limited to 30% of their income. So this is something where, I'm gonna use round numbers just for the sake of argument. If a house appraises for $300,000 and the person can afford at 30% of their income, $250,000, we're going to help them get that $250,000 mortgage, and then we're gonna layer other type of financing on top of that so that they're not overburdened with their housing costs, but they are still able to do it. And we're not selling the house at less because all of the neighbors would not appreciate if we were selling houses for less than the appraised value. So we don't wanna affect values in any way that we do that. But our homeowner support services team works with the individual and then works with the lender to make sure that those mortgages can be obtained. All right, so when it comes to purchasing a Habitat home, these are the three basic qualifications that we look at for people that are buying it. So first of all, there is need. They currently need to be in either inadequate housing or pay rent that is too high. We are seeing some people that are paying almost $3,000 a month in rent, which is way more than 30% of their income, but that's where the rental market is right now. And so finding them not only a more affordable opportunity, but a home ownership opportunity is great. But we want to make sure that they have need. If they are in housing that they can afford or is decent, then that's not something that is necessarily indicating need. They also need to be, as would be the case for anything that is CDBG funded, below 80% of the area median income. So they have to be income qualified, so it works very nicely when it comes to compliance with this program. In addition to need, they also have to have an ability to pay. This is not, we say that this is a hand up, not a handout. This is not a giveaway program. But we need to make sure that the individual has sustainable income and that they are continuing to have that. They are having a regular source, that it is not seasonal, that they're going to be able to continue to pay for their housing after they get into it. And so we use a basic baseline of about 50% of the area median income. It is not universal, it kind of depends on family size, and a 640 credit score. Now, if somebody comes in with a little less than 640 credit score, that's one of the individualized services that our team can provide to help them get over that and be able to obtain that. And then finally, it's the willingness to partner. This is not something where somebody's just going to be able to come in and send us an email and then they're going to be able to get a house. This is something they really need to work with us and they need to demonstrate their willingness to do that. And one of the very cool things about Habitat that some of you may know, they do volunteer to help build their house and the houses of others. And so it's, I think, first of all, a fantastic opportunity. I wish I would have known some of the things that go into constructing a house when I bought mine. So they get a lot of education as well while volunteering, but it is their willingness to partner there. All right, so that is basically the homeowner support services request for CDBG. We'd be seeking CDBG funds to support the staff that are providing those homeowner support services to continue to offer the assistance to the individuals that are coming through the program, whether it is through repairs or new homes. Now, repairs is the other piece of the program. So this is actually connected somewhat with a home request as well. But the beauty of CDBG and why it is one of my favorite grant programs is its flexibility. It allows you to do many different things, and we are requesting CDBG funds for our repair program. Now, one way or the other, if CDBG funds are awarded, we are going to use them to help with repairs. And getting a little bit ahead, but if home funds are granted too, we are going to use them complementary to one another. That CDBG funds are going to help us to use the home funds in the best way possible. But if home funds are not awarded, then CDBG funds are going to be used for general repairs. So the way that I describe it is that home would automatically definitely be bricks and sticks. You know, if home is awarded, it's going to go to the hard cost of construction. CDBG can be used for bricks and sticks and will likely be used for bricks and sticks no matter what happens with any other program, but it can also be used for some of the project delivery costs, as we call it. So we have a critical home repair project coordinator that focuses on all of that, is going out, engaging with the homeowners, engaging with the subcontractors, engaging with that, and that's just it's not really an administrative cost, but it is kind of the cost of doing business for that, and so we want to make sure that we can continue to have that position focused on the repairs. So I did talk a little bit about some of the, just the importance of preserving existing affordable housing, but I don't think that I can emphasize it enough. There's been studies out that have shown that for every unit of affordable housing that is lost, you have to build 3 more just to replace it, because you're not only replacing, you know, the unit that is lost, you're replacing, you need to build another unit for that person who previously had an affordable home. There's so much that goes into the actual cost of losing a unit of affordable housing. So while that does have that huge impact, as I said, on the overall housing system, one of the things that I like, and it's not trying to necessarily tug on heartstrings here, but this is home to these people. This is the place that they raise their kids. This is the place where they have, had all of their life experiences, and that's where they want to stay. This is not something where they are looking for a different place to be able to go, even if it could potentially be more affordable, quote unquote. This is something where they want to stay in that house, but they can't afford it. It could be something that happened with their roof. It could be something that the furnace has gone bad. All of these expenses that, we talk about the education that we try and provide on the front end. We want to make sure that we don't run into this situation 25 years from now with folks. But we are in that situation now where we've got a lot of people who have had deferred maintenance, repairs that went undone, all sorts of different things that are happening with that. And so we want to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to keep them in their house. And so the opportunity to be able to do that, we have a lot of we've got a bunch of different funding sources for that, but there's still not enough. There's way more demand than there is our ability to be able to meet it. So for every funding source that we get that goes to that, we have no doubt that there is sufficient demand to be able to meet that. This is something where we are actively seeking support from many different sources. We do have a lot of good support from the state of Illinois that provides some good resources to be able to do that. But then we've also, the senior services grant through McHenry County, which we are grateful for. But we've also been really proactive and have had some good success at reaching out to some private foundations on this. This could be philanthropic foundations, family foundations. Corporations are also interested in this as well. They're seeing a significant return on their investment when looking at it that way. So while I say that we are, always looking at that more opportunities, this is something that a lot of people are looking to invest in. But even with all of their support and with the support from McHenry County, we know that there's way more that we can do. So we're hopeful that we're able to get the CDBG and the home funds to be able to do that. But the CDBG certainly provides a lot of flexibility and allows us to do all the good things that CDBG does. And so in the past, we have requested just CDBG funds for repairs, but now that we're growing and seeing more of an opportunity to have an impact, we're requesting the CDBG and home funds for it. So again, I think that this last slide just kind of goes over the same sort of thing, that it is project delivery versus bricks and sticks, but really is just an attempt to maximize the impact of each program, which is why we're requesting both. I realize, of course, that discussion today is about CDBG, but I just wanted to make sure that you understood what we were doing with requesting the home fund. So again, really appreciate all of the past support from McHenry County. I think that it has been a fantastic partnership. We are eager to continue to work with you to be able to further affordable housing and help those in need in our community. So again, thank you all.
Thank you so much. Questions?
I'll start.
Okay, Mr. Moore will let you start.
Do these funds, if we allocate any, stay in McHenry County, or do they go across the footprint?
No, absolutely, they stay in McHenry County. That is something that we've long had this as a thing in both communities, that funding sources tend to be dedicated to a particular project or particular area. So our accounting system is set up in such a way that, and our program is set up in such a way that wherever the house is, it's very easy to be able to tell where the impact's going to be. So it does not cross any borders or anything that wouldn't be able to.
If I was out in the Lake County board and asked the same question, I'd get the same answer?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. Thank you. We don't care, you can spend the Lake County money.
Vanessa, did you have a question?
Oh, okay, that was my question. And, okay, the homeowner support team for the staff funding, is this staffs that are on the phone or in person? And are they, again, staff directly in the Habitat in McHenry County?
Yeah, so there are 3 staff members that are a part of that department. And what we do is we allocate their time based off of who they're working with. So they actually have timesheets that, depending on who they are talking to, whether it's an in-person meeting, Zoom meeting, phone call, whatever it is, And so they have timesheets that show, you know, okay, I spent an hour on this person, but they live in Waukegan. So, you know, my salary then is going to be broken out. We then do that in our accounting system, so that way there's no opportunity to be able to cross that. So we've Lake County, different, of course. We don't get funding from Lake County specifically. They have, the cities within them get their own CDBG funds. And so we get funds from Waukegan for this, and it's that same thing. So we only spend the Waukegan money when they are talking to Waukegan residents. So our system's already in place to be able to do that.
Got it. So is the $150,000 for the staff expenses?
For the repairs, no. So there would be a portion of that could be used, if we get the home funds, basically, for some staff expenses. So that would be, so if our critical home repair program coordinator comes out, works on a project, their timesheet would show the amount of time that they're spending on that.
So the $150,000 is for actual repairs on the homes?
The vast majority,
Not the
yes.
counseling, not the coordinating with the lenders, because that doesn't have a hard cost.
Right,
Okay.
right. So the portion, so the separate request, which falls under the public service cap, is the one that we are looking for, which is solely staff costs. That's all that would be.
Okay. And what portion is that? How much is that portion?
It's a separate 50.
Yeah, so it is,
separate.
yeah, so there's two requests, both for CDBG.
That's where I got confused,
Yeah.
sorry.
It's very, I confuse myself sometimes too, so.
Okay, one more question. That new build in Woodstock,
Yes.
Is it, with all of the qualifications, do you have to be a McHenry County resident? Like, or are we having people moving in because our McHenry County residents can't afford it or can't qualify? Are there people moving in from other counties, or are we making sure that that new build McHenry County residents are going to be able to?
Yeah, so there are certain things, we cannot say that people can't apply for it. However, with those different criteria that we were talking about with the need and the willingness to partner, somebody who is here is much more able to accomplish that. And so while we can't say categorically that it has to be a McHenry County resident, the vast majority of people who have moved into any of the houses that we have built over our 30-year history have been people who have lived in the community. They've got roots in that community. They want to be homeowners in that community. So while I can't say that it can be a rule, that's how it's worked out.
I just want to make sure that our medium incomes for qualifications and all of that match what we have in McHenry County, that build makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we, with all of the housing studies that have been going on, and I'm excited to see much more of that, you know, that missing middle housing that we are seeing. So it's getting close to that 80% cap that CDBG provides, but that's really where we're seeing it. That's where people are going to have the most success, but that's also where they're not going to have other options to be able to get market rate housing, or as I was talking about, some of the rent costs there. But these are people who have a connection to McHenry County. They may have grown up here. They may have, you know, their family here. They may, you know, have their job here. They may have all of those. And we want to make sure that they've got a home ownership opportunity there. Right.
Do you have a stipulation that you're not allowing like outside investors to come in and swoop up these properties?
Oh, absolutely. That's what that, so when we sell it to the homeowner, there is a restriction on it that they can't sell it for a period of time.
Recapture.
Correct, yeah. So depending on how much support, it can be up to 15 years. And so, yeah, our purpose is to get people into housing, so.
Thank you.
So I have a question. So you said for a $300,000 house, if somebody can only afford $250,000, you'll get layered financing. Will that bring them above the 30% threshold that?
No, so the layered financing then is usually forgivable. And so it's a period of time that, you know, we get some from the state, we get some as our own funding. We will provide that as a down payment from our own funding, and then that's going to be something we're talking about tomorrow as well, to be able to request that assistance. But we're looking to be able to do whatever we can to make it so that their payment, whatever they are actually paying, is limited to 30% of their income.
Isn't 30% a little bit on the high end of?
That's the standard that HUD has.
HUD?
Yeah, so they say that 30%, and that's principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. So it's not just 30% towards the mortgage payment, it's all of the things that are included within it.
I have a couple questions. Do you guys coordinate with consumer credit services at all?
Yes, a lot. So in order to obtain a mortgage, people need to go to that official pre-purchase counseling. We're not HUD certified housing counselors, we're more navigators and stuff like that. So we partner with Consumer Credit Counseling Services to be able to get that certificate that they would need. And we partner with some other places as well, banks, credit unions, to be able to do that.
And my other question is, do you monitor the default rate or the foreclosure rate of these properties, basically?
Yes, so
Of course, my question is, how does that compare to the market in general?
Yeah, so there was an old way that Habitat would often talk about it, that it said if your default rate is below 10%, you're not serving the right people. We didn't necessarily always agree with that. This was setting up people to not only then potentially have a foreclosure on their record and have some other issues. This was more of the pre-housing crisis mentality to be able to do that. So over 20 years ago, that was definitely, we were in that 10 to 15% range for people that were defaulting. Now we are, I'm going to split up the two counties again because Lake County did things a little differently for a number of years. But McHenry County has has had one foreclosure in the past 5 years. The active number of homes that were in that were probably 120 or so at that time. So I think we've done a really good job of being able to do that. And then what our other path now is too is that because we've got that partnership with the lender, if somebody's facing foreclosure, it's a lot easier for us to go and help provide assistance and guidance and direction than it would be if we were the ones that were actually collecting the mortgage payment.
Go ahead.
Do you have like an average cost per repair project, or maybe a feel for how many projects could be done with $150,000?
So with the CDBG, we like to target around $15,000 per repair.
15 per repair.
Some funding sources require you to do, if you see one thing, you have to do it all. And so some of those can get up to like $60,000, $70,000 per repair. So as for overall programmatically, that gets skewed because of that, but we're looking at about $15,000 per repair.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
coming in.
You all have a long day ahead of you, so thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Of the Sparrow.
Morning,
Welcome.
everybody. I'm so excited that I'm wearing my Birkenstocks. It's finally warm. Yeah. Oh, seriously, what a great feeling.
I know you guys know the drill, so.
Yes. So I'm Kristen Miller. I'm the grants manager at Home of the Sparrow. Nice to see you all again.
And I'm Jayana Sayachek. I'm the housing manager at Home of the Sparrow.
We are here today, kind of nicely leading in. Similarly, we are requesting CDBG. We are also requesting homes, so you'll see us again tomorrow. But we are here to talk about affordable housing for low-income and homeless families. I think by now most of you know who we are, but in case there are a couple of new members on our board today, our mission is to reduce the prevalence of homelessness in this county through creative strategies and community partnerships that result in lasting self-sufficiency. And we're here to provide hope, opportunity, and support that empowers individuals experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity as they journey towards self-sufficiency. Just really briefly, some of the other programs and services that we run and how long we've been running them. We're looking forward to next year celebrating our 40th, if I'm doing my math right, anniversary here in McHenry County, exclusively serving McHenry County. We are very proud of all of these programs. Today we will be focusing on our affordable housing program, which is the third bullet point here. But just to give you a sense of where some of our other programs currently are, and we'll talk about why some of that might change in the coming years. Just wanted to talk to you guys. Obviously, you just heard from our colleagues at Habitat that affordable housing is imperative for this county. Housing is scarce in this county, particularly for individuals in that demographic of being under 80% area median income. Just some stats, just to give some numbers to it, that our rental housing in this county only comprises about 17% of our occupied housing stock in the county. Our state is at a deficit of 226,000 units of affordable housing for individuals at or below 50% AMI. And McHenry County ties for the second lowest percentage of vacant housing of any type, so whether that's ownership or rental, amongst the Chicago metropolitan area. So it is rough out there for anybody looking for a home, particularly individuals that we are serving who are in that 80% and under AMI bracket, who have experienced homelessness, are experiencing housing insecurity. It makes it all the more difficult. On top of it, housing here is unaffordable. This is not news to any of you, but just to give you again some statistics behind it, McHenry County ranks second highest in that Chicago metro area for renters who are cost burdened or severely cost burdened, which means they are paying over 30% for cost burdened and over 50% of their income on just their housing costs. Over half of our renters in this county are doing that. We also have about 3/4 of our renters are making less than $75,000 annually for their entire household. These could be renters that are single people for sure. They could also be families of 6, and we've seen all of them. And our fair market rent here in McHenry County, if you were to try to rent a unit at rent for the market, is about 15% higher than the state average for almost every housing type. So whether it's a deficiency up to a 4 to 5 bedroom, we're always higher every single time. So who needs affordable housing? For the most part, it's families. They make up the majority of McHenry County households. We have about 30% of our households in this county include children under 18. So they certainly make up the majority of people who need affordable housing. We also have a pretty high percentage, 10% of households, according to the census, include a non-relative. So what this means is someone who's not a member of that household by birth, marriage, or adoption. So this could be a foster child, a roommate, unmarried partner, friend, somebody who's in dire straits. What this says from a data perspective is that we have a pretty high percentage of households that are likely doubled up, are overcrowded, are house sharing, maybe couch surfing, which is a term that you'll hear in homeless services sometimes. And what's important about that statistic is that those households do not qualify for other homeless services, including services that Home of the Sparrow offers. By HUD's definition of homelessness, you need to be in a shelter, you need to be outside, or you need to be escaping domestic violence and likely in a shelter like our partners at Turning Point. If you don't meet any of those, but yet you are still in a precarious housing situation or you're living on your family member's couch, HUD does not think you are homeless enough to receive some of our other services. That's why our affordable housing program is so important. Our affordable housing program and what we're here to ask for today to add to it serves that demographic of individuals who otherwise fall through the gap. And that HUD won't allow us, unfortunately, with the current regulations, to serve in our shelter or our rapid rehousing programs. Just to give you a sense, at HOS, who we're serving, it's about 82% family with children. So again, kind of mirroring our county-wide statistics here. The vast majority of people enter with a disabling condition. Pretty high percentage are escaping domestic violence. 45% of them, which is the largest of all the previous spots where people were staying before they came into our program, were staying with family and friends. Again, that whole number are all families that would not otherwise qualify for our services if not for this program. And the vast majority of them, almost 2/3, enter with earned income. So they are employed, they are working, they are contributing to our community here in McHenry County and are still being forced out of our housing market. So that is, again, imperative why our program is so important. For our request today, we are requesting $450,000 to acquire and rehabilitate units of affordable housing that are going to be here in McHenry County for McHenry County residents. This request, similar to what you just heard from our partners at Habitat, is in combination with our request tomorrow for home. But we anticipate that between the two funding sources, we require a minimum of $450,000. So I understand that the CDBG request we put in was for $450,000. However, depending on how the funding shakes out, we can combine that with home, so receive less than that in CDBG and some of it from home. The minimum, though, that we believe we need to make an impact and make this a worthwhile project for our county is $450,000. The goal is to acquire a minimum of, I would say, 2 units of housing, depending on the stock and availability during the grant term. $450,000 in our experience, we've done this many times. I think we can easily achieve that. Any award that exceeds $450,000, should you choose to go that direction, we wouldn't be mad. It'll only make it so that we can increase the number of units that we're able to acquire and rehabilitate. We are certainly focusing on multifamily property, though. That is our priority. If the housing stock available during the grant term is not meeting that, we will split that into 2 units of single-family housing, whether that's an apartment, a condo, a townhome, a single-family home. Whatever we can do, we will maximize the money we get to get as many units as possible. And that we'll see tomorrow, so just a little preview. In summary, why this project? We need more affordable housing in this county. You just heard that from our partners at Habitat. We could not agree more. We have a strong history of using home and CDBG for this purpose. We have not come to you in about 3 years to do this type of project, so this is bringing this back. We are not requesting public services this time around. This is going to be solely for the acquisition and the rehabilitation of those units. We have the organizational capacity to maintain these units and their tenants. Jayana can speak to any questions you have about the services that we offer in combination with putting people in housing. But similar to our partners at Habitat, we're here to put people in housing and have them succeed. We're certainly not in the business of having anybody fail. And this is a quick and efficient use of the county's funds, and also it's a quick and efficient way to increase our county's stock of affordable housing. Any housing that we purchase with CDBG and Home has to be kept in this affordable range, has to be maintained by us for at least 15 years. So this is a long-term benefit to the county. It's meeting our county's consolidated plan. And this is truly the only, Home and CDBG are really the easiest and one of the only sources of funding we have to do this type of project. Just based on the scale of it, this isn't something that we can easily go out and find other sources for, so that's why we are here today to speak with you guys. So at this time, we'll take any questions, and yeah.
I'm start as well.
Anybody, go ahead, go for it.
You mentioned purchase of units of housing.
Yes.
How many current units do you have right now?
That's a great question. We have 30 units scattered site all throughout McHenry County. So it includes Woodstock, Crystal Lake, Richmond, Algonquin, Fox River Grove, McHenry. I think that's all of them. Yeah. I think I got them all. And Marengo, sorry, and Marengo.
And are you looking at the same areas for the purchase?
Certainly. So we will look anywhere in the county. We tend to, I would say, history has taught us that we have more success finding housing where it's available, which Woodstock has a pretty good availability of, especially multifamily, if we're focusing on multifamily housing. We would certainly, though, we're open to any location. Our biggest concern when we look at a unit and evaluate whether it's a good purchase with these funds for CDBG and Home are things like access to grocery stores, access to any public transportation that might be available. So for example, the last time we came here and received funding, the unit we purchased was in downtown Crystal Lake. It was walkable to the train station, walkable to a grocery store, walkable to everything that's downtown. Just recognizing that a lot of our families at that 80% and under AMI may also have other economic concerns, and transportation is usually one of the top ones, or childcare, things like that. So we try to keep those things in mind when we're looking for a location, but we're certainly open to purchasing anywhere in the county.
One more question.
Go ahead.
Sure. The average length of stay in these, or is this long-term stays or?
That's a great question.
Short
Do you want to take that, Jen?
Yeah, so they are long-term stays. I'll say the average is about 5 years right now for our affordable housing program.
Okay, so jumping onto that, because we have low transitional housing, and we have 30 units in McHenry County, is there a plan to maybe change that longevity of rentals so we can try to transition them to home ownership so that we have availability in these 30 units?
That's a great question. I would certainly say that we'd be open to that. With the way that the HUD regulations work on this program, they have to be kept as rentals for that period of affordability, for that 15 year.
Well, I mean, like the tenants.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yes, and so,
Yes.
everyone in this program, they receive a case manager, and so that we work on treatment plans, to work on goals like being able to repair credit, budget, maybe pursue a career that would be able to afford market rate rent, or potentially buy a home. So that is a goal for most of the people in homeless, or affordable housing.
And we've certainly had clients who do go on to purchase their own homes after staying in this program. Yeah, great question.
You've listed that the state doesn't consider them homeless unless they're currently in a shelter, living outside, or escaping domestic abuse. Does that apply for people that you're offering housing, or do you branch out? Like, let's say there's a family living in a hotel and they just can't get out of a hotel because they can't afford. I mean, do you follow Illinois' rules because of what's considered homeless to help them?
That's a great question. So those categories of homelessness are actually set by HUD. So that's at the federal level. Right. So for any of our programs that receive HUD continuum of care funding, so like our rapid rehousing and our shelter, we have to go by their categories of homelessness, which, without getting too into the weeds of it, it's category 1, 2, and 4 for us.
But this grant would be
this grant
different.
Correct. This grant is income-based. Correct.
Okay.
It's really an income-based, so as long as they're meeting that income eligibility of at or under 80% AMI, I will say most of the clients we tend to prioritize fall closer to 50% AMI, just because of the need for those individuals. But because it's an income-based program, we are able to expand for this program the definition, quote unquote, of homelessness to include those people who are in a hotel, are doubled up.
Do you help them with counseling, because clearly they don't manage money?
Yes.
You know, so is there like a piece that they have to go for counseling and you help them financially?
Yes, so Jayana is our housing manager. So again, everyone in this program is assigned a case manager who works with them on counseling, like financial counseling. We also partner with consumer credit counseling. We partner with Prairie State Legal. We'll partner, anybody who's in the continuum of care, our support network here in McHenry County, we work with all of them. Thresholds, Turning Point.
Even Habitat.
Habitat, yes, absolutely. So partnership is a big part of this program as well for us on the service side.
Okay, and so then the 450 though is to acquire.
Correct.
Purchase, and are we looking at, because 451, are we trying to get 2 and we're having additional funding to?
I anticipate that with 450, we could at least get 2 units, or 1 multi-family building. So if we had a duplex, for example, you could purchase the entire duplex. That's what I would estimate it would require to purchase and do any necessary rehabilitations that might be needed to get the unit into up to where it needs to be for HUD standards. Again, that's something that we'll consider on the front end as we're looking at units. We're trying to maximize what we can do with whatever funding we get to get as many units as possible and not have to do a ton of lengthy repair work or anything like that, because that unfortunately would delay the time that we can put somebody in housing. And Jayana can attest to our wait list for this program is very long. There are a lot of McHenry County families in need. They are currently waiting at an average of, I believe it's 3 years, which is very similar to if you talk to the Housing Authority for things like Section 8 or any other type of housing that's, that's gonna get you in there quickly. That's kind of where our housing system is at, unfortunately.
And then just to confirm, you were only looking in McHenry County to purchase?
Absolutely. Yep, and the tenants that we would be serving or placing in those units would be McHenry County residents. So this is truly a McHenry County focused program.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
One more question. How much money has Homeless Bureau of their own money designated for these acquisitions or acquisitions?
That's a great question. We do have some funds in our reserves from a donor for the purpose of affordable housing that we can pull from. Holly, I'll jump to you if you know the answer of how much is in there.
I want to say it's under 100,000.
We have used it in the past, and that is something that we could use to supplement if we found, let's just say we found the perfect duplex at 500 and we got 450 from this grant, we could certainly pull from that particular restricted fund to make up that difference. Or again, if there are any repairs that are going to exceed what we have here, we can certainly pull from that. The other piece of this program is that all of the tenants, once they're in the unit, they're paying, similar to what you heard from Habitat, except for us, it's on a rent basis. So it's 30% of their income on rent. So the average rents are somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on the unit size, $600 to maybe $900 is what they're paying per month in rent. That rent comes to HOS and we invest that into the unit. That rent is there to cover things like maintenance that comes up later on as things break. We put it into, each house has its own accounting system. There's a little account in our accounting system where we track funds that are available to pull from in the future if, let's say, the water heater breaks or the dishwasher goes out or the driveway needs to be resurfaced. We pull from the rents that the clients have paid into that reserve to fund those repairs. So this isn't something that we need to keep going back to any funder for to maintain the unit and keep it up to habitability for that 15-year period.
Go ahead, Sue. So, you said you could split this 450 between home and CDBG?
I can, yes.
So do home funds have different restrictions?
They do not.
So it's pretty much the same as a CDBG?
It's very similar, yes. Yes, it's the affordability period is the same. Home has a little bit of different just paperwork that has to go into it and different reports that we have to file once we acquire the unit and do all of that. But we've successfully combined home and CDBG to do acquisition and rehab many times.
Oh, so it's not a big headache on your side?
No, we've done it
Separate or
before.
whatever.
No, we've done it before. We can do it again. And the nice thing with acquisition from the county's perspective is it's kind of a quick in and out the door with the money. So it's not money that's lingering. Once we find the unit, we can spend it, get it off the books pretty quickly, get the report out to HUD, and then we're able to just go ahead and run the program.
Thanks for clarifying that you're purchasing and rehab, that you weren't using the funds to rehab existing.
Correct.
And it's nice to know that is, you're putting that money back in, so each has their own accounting.
Exactly, yep. Thank you, though. If there's anything else that comes up, we'll be back tomorrow for home. You can throw more questions at us tomorrow.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, break time.
Well, my favorite.
Europe against the Oneida Bank.
All right, and we have the city of McHenry all ready to go.
We're ready.
Okay. We usually allot 10 minutes for your presentation if you need it, and 5 minutes for questions from the commissioners. So please.
I don't think
feel
we'll
free
take the full 10 minutes, but we'll do our best. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name's Russ Adams. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of McHenry. I also have Greg Gruen with me. He's our Senior Project Engineer. Hello. So the project and the request that we're talking about today is a portion of our Riverside Drive streetscape project. The request itself is only for a portion of the water main and 3 lead services that fall within one of the eligible block groups for the low to moderate income criteria. That would be the section, this is south of Illinois Route 120 in McHenry, so from 120 down to Miller Point. And there is some commercial property on that would be the northeast end of the project here. But then there's 3 residential units and 3 lead services, and we're looking at approximately 300 feet of water main total from that intersection south to kind of like the end of our rendering here. So again, this is part of a larger project that the city is undertaking to revitalize Riverside Drive from Miller Point farther north up to Weber Park. It's going to include full reconstruction of the roadway, sidewalks, ADA enhancements, street lighting, public seating areas. None of that is incorporated into our request today. Our request is just specific to the utility improvements. There is an old cast iron water main that is in the ground there that's been prone to a number of breaks and failures over the years, so we're replacing that. And obviously the lead water services that are attached to it are also being replaced. The project has been designed, plans and specifications by Christopher Burke. And this is just, again, sort of showing the census eligibility for the low to moderate income. And a little bit of the financial background on the project. We're estimating the total project to be $3.4 million. $785,000 approximately is what we're estimating for total utility, and then this portion that is within that census tract 870606 is about $128,000, and that's what our request is for. That area, it is approximately 58% low to moderate income. So again, there are 3 homes that are within this area that will all get get their lead water service replaced, as well as the new water main and the benefits from that. And then associated around all that is the ADA accessibility enhancements, the sidewalks, lighting, things of that nature. And again, that's separate from our request. This is strictly for the water main utility. I don't even believe we requested any pavement patching assistance in this. This is purely underground utility construction. So this project is shovel ready. We plan on being out to bid July of this year with a bid opening in August and a contract award in September. We're hoping to begin utility construction October, November of this year, have that completed probably by March or April of 2027, and then in May we'll begin the actual streetscape reconstruction project, and we're estimating final completion at November 2027. And with that, we are happy to answer any questions you have.
Are those 3 residential units owner occupied?
I believe two of the 3 are. One is a rental, I believe.
We have submitted for our IAPA permits. We've gotten through our consultant, they had a few questions for him, but we expect to get that IAPA permit shortly. And then, like Russ said, we consider this thing shovel ready, sure.
You mentioned the current piping is lead, there's concern.
The three residential units that are there, they have lead water services currently. Mhm.
The water main itself is cast iron, and on our GIS, there's a significant break history, so we need to do the entire water line, the main line 8-inch with PVC, and then while we're there, we're gonna do the lead service lines.
The lines that are going to those 3 residential units, would you be repairing those as well?
Yeah, so it will be full water service replacement from the water main all the way into, up to the meter inside the unit.
And if you weren't to receive this grant, if your project is still on its way and ready?
We're doing it anyway.
Well, even partial funding.
I'm sorry?
Partial funding, you would go forward anyway.
This project is going to move forward no matter what. Anything we get helps, it helps offset the cost, but yeah, at this point, the project is going to be completed regardless of any additional funding that we're able to secure.
On a larger scale, we have 200 and how many lead services in town?
280 after we finish this year's
280 lead service lines that we're gonna have to do over the next 15 years, basically. So any little bit of funding that we get offsets an eventual, what we consider an eventual price increase for water later on.
Do you increase water every year by COLA, or how, I don't know if you know that because you're not in that department, but I know a lot of the water companies in the county are.
It's not an automatic increase, so we evaluate every year, we do an analysis and we evaluate what our actual operating costs are, and then we adjust our rates to match those costs. So we're not just saying, oh, inflation was 3.5%, we're gonna increase rates by 3.5%. It matches what our actual operating costs are, which can sometimes be higher or lower than the rate of inflation, but we try to make those two numbers match so that we're not raising rates for no reason.
I'd like to hear
that. Okay, so if you did receive, and you said it would go into the pot for future work, in accounting, is that this grant will be staying in that?
All of this grant money would be utilized for this project. If we don't get the funding for this project, we would be pulling that money from our water sewer capital fund. So this just leaves that balance in that capital fund to fund future projects. But no, any funding received would be dedicated specifically to these services in this project.
Is this basically a one block street? From Elm Street down to Miller?
So it's actually about 2.5 blocks total that we're doing. Route 120 is sort of the cutoff line for this eligible tract. So that's why we narrowed the scope to just that 1 block south of 120. But the total project, water main, there are more lead services that are getting done with this project. That's all going just north of Pearl Street in McHenry up to Weber Park.
The businesses that are benefiting from this on that stretch, are they contributing anything, or is there any type of, I wouldn't say hookup fees because they're already existing?
So no, they're not contributing to any of the utility costs. We're required by law to replace these lead services if we disturb them. And as Greg alluded to, we've had a number of issues with this old cast iron water main. So we're replacing the water main so that we don't have to tear up our brand new streetscape in a year when there's another failure. Because we're replacing the water main, we have to do all the services, lead services that are attached to it, and that's required full replacement so it's a statutory requirement on us, so we didn't feel that we should be hammering everyone else and saying you have to pay us for something we're required to do anyway.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Deliberations are tomorrow, so you're more than welcome to come back and listen to us argue.
Watch us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on it. This is all.
Is that live stream? Is it live?
It is live.
It is live streamed as well, so you can watch us argue if you want.
It's live stream right now.
Okay.
I know, that's, I didn't know. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up we have the City of Woodstock. Water, what? Okay, yeah, Lou is recusing himself. He
Oh, is he?
helped
In
engineer.
your 1 minute.
Okay.
Alrighty.
And he just.
Yeah,
In the past, he just. Not voted.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, welcome.
Welcome. All right.
We've got about, 10 minutes about for your presentation if you need it, 5 minutes for questions.
Perfect. All right. Good morning, everybody, and members of the commission. City of Woodstock, we're grateful for your consideration of our project. Our project is to fund, or we're requesting money to fund a rehabilitation of our leaky water softener at our First Street Water Treatment Plant. Before I get into everything, I'd like to quick introduce Will Smith. He's our Woodstock Water and Super Utilities Superintendent. He can ask any technical questions on that you might have. And then also in the audience, we have Barb Sewell, our grant writer. I'm Chris Teat. I am the Director of Engineering for the City of Woodstock. So why does Woodstock need water softeners? Everybody has them. For those of you that may not know, most of Illinois is really hard to extremely hard water when it's pulled from the ground in wells. Most of this water hardness is caused by high levels of calcium and magnesium in the groundwater itself. So, and oddly enough, water hardness is not regulated by EPA standards, and therefore cities aren't required to soften the water. However, the City of Woodstock does this for our residents. So we choose to do that. Not every community does. Even though Woodstock's water is softened by us, it still is somewhat hard compared to other standards, as you can see on this table of where we fall. But even though our water is still a little hard, what would life in Woodstock be if we didn't soften water at all and we just pulled it straight from the ground? The hard water would cause mineral scale buildup in pipes inside the homes and in the city system, which would cause lower water pressure. Water heaters would not work as efficiently as they do with softened water because mineral scale builds up in those softeners, and that increases energy bills and ultimately leads to quicker replacements of water softeners. Internal components of your washers and dishwashers at home would become clogged, and that of course shortens the life of those as well. Detergents in washing machines and dishwashers are also less effective with very hard water, causing laundered clothes to feel stiff and scratchy and appear dull and dingy. So, and oddly enough, something I didn't quite know, even though I have well water where I live, hard water can cause dry skin, dandruff, and also brittle hair. So, without municipal softening, our residents would face significant inconvenience and added expenses to their quality of life. It would decline. So therefore, that's kind of one of the reasons why Woodstock provides that vital service to our community. So we submitted our original proposal, as you can see, our original request, and after that, things were evaluated and we were asked to reduce our initial grant request, so we did. Originally, we requested $1.1 million with a total project cost of $1.2 million, and this was to repair and rehab 3 water softeners at our plant. But we've reduced our request based on your request just to cover the cost of repairing and rehabbing only one of these softeners. That softener that we're looking to rehab and repair is currently leaking, which is why we focused just on that one and lowered our cost. Our total project cost for that one softener is $500,000 now, which means our grant request to you is $450,000 with the city's match of being $50,000. So as Barb mentioned in our grant application, we have to rehab this one water softener at this time. And when we rehab any water softeners, we had the 3, we were going to do them one at a time, but as one larger project. And by doing it one at a time, that ensures that there's a continuous water supply to our residents. We just can't shut the plant down, do the work, let them deal with the hard water, and then bring the plant back up. So it's kind of a strategic operation. So that being said, reducing our request to you, it won't affect our water distribution. But our current aim is to rehab the other 2 softeners at some point when our city budgets would allow. Unless something fails before then we would be forced to do that. I would like to add, though, that initially we looked at rehabbing all 3 softeners at the same time because there's an economies of scale to doing them all at once. You have the company there, they do the work, they can go through all 3, but by doing one at a time, there is some increased cost to the city and to the project by doing it one at a time or on a one at a time basis. So I guess one thing, by rehabbing just one of the softeners, and something that we noticed is that there's probably a high probability that an internal component will fail in some of the other softeners, which would cause it to leak like we're having now with our one softener. And based on our past experience with Redmond Treatment Facility, we kind of are seeing somewhat of a parallel thing going on here. So the city has 2 treatment plants. We have a North Treatment Plant and the First Street Treatment Plant, which is what our request is for to you. In spring of 2013, one of the 4 water softeners at our North Seminary Treatment Plant had a single media retaining nozzle fail. And this internal component caused the softening media to be discharged and ultimately washed away into our wastewater treatment plant. So when we repaired that malfunctioning water softener and we drained it and made the repairs and rehab to it, new retaining nozzles were inspected and installed, and the old media was replaced. It was brought back up online, and we only focused on that one softener at the time. But after that repair was made, we really noticed a dramatic change in how effective that one rehab softener was compared to the other softeners that we had. And we found it was working much better. So also in examining that, we felt that some of the internal components were failing, so ultimately that's why at that other plant they replaced and rehabbed all of those. So based on our experience at the North Treatment Plant, our water operators believe that the other two softeners at our First Treatment Plant that aren't going to be rehabbed with this project will develop leaks at some point. So it's just not really a matter of when it'll happen or if it'll happen, it's more a matter of when it'll happen. So Woodstock's water softeners work the same as a home softener. The difference is that Woodstock water softeners are on a much larger scale. Our water treatment plants are designed to pump 6.9 million gallons per day, or about 4,900 gallons per minute. Our current plant pumps 1.77 million gallons per day in 2025. So Woodstock purchases, just as a quick anecdote, we purchase about 2,800 tons of salt for our softeners annually, and it's delivered in by our truckload. That's, for anybody who has a softener at your home, that's about 140,000 small bags of salt for you for 1 year. That's what we use. So the volume of water pumped and treated directly affects the quality of salt used annually. So the better the softener works and is in a rehab condition, the less salt we use. So it's a savings for us. And then really that's about $340,000 that the city allocates every year for water softener salt. So a couple historical facts, just on how Woodstock has treated our water over the years. In the late 19th century, Woodstock was known for fresh artesian springs. That's on the square, where you can still find a drinking fountain that's located under the gazebo. Eventually, the city, we started treating our water and softening it for everybody, and we still continue today to take pride in that, in our good water. So here's a quick picture and slide on our First Street plant. The water basically comes from the well into the softening treatment process. We add chemicals as needed, and then we continue to inject chlorine and other things, soften it, and then we send it out onto our system to our residents for their enjoyment. So currently the city, we maintain about 125 to 130 miles of water main. We have 3 water storage tanks, and we have 2 treatment plants that provide drinking water to our residents. So with that, and the fact that I'm almost out of time, I would like to open it to any questions.
Does this alleviate any homeowner from having to have a water softener in their house, or?
It does not alleviate residents from having water softeners. Our water still is somewhat hard. When it leaves the plant, I think having like when we rehab all the softeners, it will make our water a little softer, which would have our residents probably use less salt. I don't know if Will's nodding his head. I don't know if you have anything you
That's basically the case of it. It would not alleviate a resident having a softener unless they particularly don't like them. I don't have one in my house. I prefer slightly hard water. But no, for somebody who wanted ultra soft water, this will not alleviate it, because we still put out between about 9 and 11 grains per gallon, even with all the softeners operating as designed.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that too, there's, like Will said, I think everybody has a difference of how they like it. When your water's really soft and you're washing your hands, you feel like you can't get the soap off, and not everybody likes that. So you kind of try to find that happy medium for our residents.
I have a question. What's the lifespan of these industrial water softeners?
The media in there, basically they say it can go 15 to 25 years depending on how hard the water is going in there and how many times it has to be remediated. We did change these all out in 2010. So the media's, we're looking at 16 years old right now. But the one that's leaking, 2 years ago, we took it all down, ripped everything out of it, did a coating on the inside to try to stop the leaking, thinking, okay, that's how it's getting through. Well, it's how they're built is in the bottom of them, there's concrete that's poured there, and there's plastic lattices that go in there with the nozzles. It's broken underneath in the plastic, and it's leaking through the concrete, which is 8 holes in the bottom of the softener. So to do this, which we didn't do the last time, all the concrete would have to come back in. It's on the second story of an old building. So when they do the concrete, it'll have to be mixed on site, put in there and everything. And it's one of the reasons there's a lot of cost to it. I believe we paid around $180,000 to have the coating done, and it didn't work. We're still leaking out the bottom.
So my other question then, knowing that these things have a lifespan, is there a line item in the Woodstock budget for repairs, maintenance, replacement?
The CIP does have line items for not specifically for that, but for large repairs. But when I say their lifespan, the piping, the vessel itself, if it's treated and coated, it should last for 50, 60, 80 years is what runs out as the media efficiency. So, the 15 to 20 years, that's when your media has pretty much ended its life, and it's time to replace the media. Now, replacing the media back in 2010 was about $40,000. It's over $90,000 now just to replace the media, and that's the simplest way to do it. But we actually have physical problems with the vessels, and that's the additional cost to that. But
so realistically, we do plan and budget for these processes now. And projects. This project, as far as we knew, things were good because we had lined it and everything, and then this happened, and so we plan progressively. We plan, hey, it's a 20-year lifespan, so in years 15 through 20 of our 10-year CIP, when we get there, we start looking at that and evaluating the equipment, much like anything. It has a lifespan, and when it gets near its useful life, you start to budget for it. This kind of snuck up on us, and so we're trying to just, it wasn't necessarily budgeted for this, which is kind of why we're looking to get some additional funds to help cover that cost.
The goal right now is to get this one repaired, and then probably either next year or the year after, go in, replace the media, and coat the insides. If it ends up leaking into the concrete again, we'll be right back to square one, but it's half the price to do that. Once you have to start tearing into the bottom of it, that's what doubles the price on it.
So my last question is, you say it's leaking. Is that like a slow trickle, or is it a...
It's probably leaking, we'll fill up 2 5-gallon buckets a day. So it's not heavy
right now, but it's been getting worse.
But it's water, on steel. So with salt in there, so it's gonna start expanding out.
Kind of like a leak in your roof, you get a couple drips, you might ignore it, and then a couple years later, your ceiling's falling down, you're like, I should have fixed the drip, so we're trying to be proactive in that manner, so.
Any other questions?
Just, I guess the standard question, what happens if we can only partially or not fund this project? Does it move forward?
It's gonna have to. I mean, we probably won't do it this year because of, unless they found some money I don't know about. We're just gonna have to monitor it and watch it, and if it doesn't, we'll maybe even have to take out bonds or something, but it'll have to get done.
Yeah.
We can't take it out of service for very long because we lose a third of the capacity of the plant, and that's nothing we want to go into the future doing, so it will have to be done.
It would have to be done, and I think what would happen is, as we evaluate budgets, you know, if we get the grant funds, that would be great on anybody's budget, but to get this project done, because it kind of crept up on us, we're gonna have to not do some other projects. So, you know, it's a matter of balancing priorities, and this unfortunately has shot its way up to the top, so we're gonna have to maybe, you know, rob from Peter to pay Paul. So hopefully if we can get some grant funds, we can not rob Peter, we can get Peter a little of what he needs, and we can get Paul what he needs, and they can go home happy.
And so some is better than none.
Some would be better than none, and none would be, unfortunately for us, but that means we just have to cut some other projects. So, you know, like everybody, money's tight, and we're balancing priorities with what we have and the unfunded mandates, and, you know, it's a struggle, so. Without increasing water rates at, you know, 50, 60% like Springfield and St. Charles is looking at doing, nobody likes that, so we're trying to do with what we can, so.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming in.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Chris. Next up, we have Clearbrook.
Oh, yeah. Good. Yeah, I'm sorry not to that. I hear done the great things. He's doing I see him. Yep.
Yep.
We're good?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi there.
How are you?
If we could put that presentation between me to keep me going.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Should we go?
Yep, I
All
think we
good?
are good to go. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Don Frick with Clearbrook, and this is,
I'm Olivia Steuben. I'm the Government Grants and Outreach Manager.
so you get the new and the old of the business. Olivia's been here just under a year, and I've been at Clearbrook for almost 35 years. So just to open it up, we really appreciate all the support that Clearbrook has received in the past in our attempts to continue to provide services to individuals with intellectual disabilities. And your support has been critical in us opening more sites in McHenry County. And so we'll get started.
Yes, so thank you so much for having us. So I would like to give an overview of our numbers and presence in McHenry County to start off. So we are the largest provider of home-based services in the state of Illinois. We serve over 1,700 individuals a year through that program as a whole. And then in McHenry County, we serve about 104 individuals annually with that program. We also offer our community integrated living arrangements, essentially group homes in the community. You would pass it like any other house. And they house between 4 to 6 residents each. And in McHenry County, 29 residents live in Sillas. Clearbrook as a whole, we have 258 and 60 Sillas throughout Illinois. The active wait list has about 93 clients waiting on it currently, and there's potential for those individuals to move into McHenry County. And then I'll pass it back to you.
From a standpoint of where we're at, you know, Clearbrook operating funds, you know, cover the facility daily operations, transportation, and program staff. And so what we're looking at today is specifically for grant level funding for us for a specific SILA that we have in the Crystal Lake area that is for individuals with disabilities. So that includes repaving the driveway, finishing the basement. We had another project in our day program in Crystal Lake that we have since withdrawn based on recommendations for us to look at scaling back.
So a little bit more about Clearbrook. So our SILAs, we have nursing available, dietitians available to help with meal planning, to keep our residents healthy and happy. We have several different therapies, so occupational, physical, and speech, behavioral and counseling support. And then our residents are also involved in the community and they give back. One recent example is volunteering at Feed My Starving Children. So not only does Clearbrook support them, but they give back to their communities as well. Every year we host a Fall Fest, and then they have activity opportunities in the community. So local shopping, restaurants, so they're very involved with their communities. So each SILA home has its own vehicle, so the staff will transport the residents either to their day programs, to their employment, or even like doctor's appointments. So every home has a vehicle, and each house has landscaping, snow removal. That is all organized by Clearbrook. And then maintenance is on call 24/7 if there are any issues with the home. And the residents have an activity manager, so to help organize those client outings in the community. This is just a recent news article that Clearbrook was involved with. So we have been advocating for services for individuals with disabilities. And part of that includes raising the wages for the staff who are out doing the work with those individuals. So we have been advocating for those increased wages. So hopefully we can continue providing services to more individuals.
So specific to the project we have, it is a group home on Autumn Lane in Crystal Lake. The driveway is in terrible condition. There's lips coming up to the garage and down by the sidewalk, which creates tripping hazards for the individuals, and we're trying to eliminate that. I think the more important project that we have is finishing the basement. That we have individuals that live there that have very unique situation of behavioral and sensory issues. And so what we're trying to accomplish by finishing the basement is that we only have one real communal living area in the home. And some of our individuals really require some additional space in order to have quiet time, be able to function kind of independently from some of their other housemates. And I think it really gets to the crux of what we're trying to accomplish, and that is to create an environment where individuals can live independent and in the community. We always talk about, the concept of aging in place. Well, there's also changes in the individuals who, from a standpoint of behavioral, they just need different supports. They need different opportunities for them to be able to stay as part of an overall family unit. Thank you. We'll move faster here. So we'll move on to the next page, or is that part?
The slide isn't in the slide
Okay.
for some reason, but it's over here.
So we've got a unique story with what we've been able to open another home. To give you an idea, in Woodstock, we actually purchased the home that was built by the Builders Trades Program. That is by Woodstock High School. It is completely accessible. We're moving individuals from the community in there, and it's just a great opportunity for individuals. One individual lived all the way over in Northfield. He is getting moved back into his community, and for him to be able to live closer to his parents that are in Crystal Lake. So, that's it.
So our SILAs greatly increase the quality of life for these individuals. Without the SILA, they would struggle even more finding supportive housing. And one of our goals is to have that stable housing through their life. Many clients live in the same SILA for 20, 30 plus years, while also receiving other support from Clearbrook. And emergency services are always available. And the clients often make friends with the other individuals in the home. And you can see some of the pictures there are residents of the Scylla we're looking to improve specifically. So the ladies are very close and love going out together. And overall, it just greatly improves their mental health.
Just, you did? Or you done?
I did not.
Okay, just on the budget side of standpoint, we've got a line item for the driveway of $4,700 and the basement build out is $5,300. It's completely unfinished right now. We need to put studs up drywall, be able to put HVAC in there, make sure there's egress aspects to that. And so, you know, it is scalable from the standpoint of I hear you asking the other people, what would they do? This is a project that's necessary for us. You know, any support that we can get for us to be able to move this project forward would be greatly appreciated. The priority for us from a standpoint of getting funds in order to be able to do it would be the basement. But again, we'll go back to the beginning. Community development and McHenry County has been very supportive of Clearbrook. You know, we've kind of moved from the standpoint of looking at new acquisitions, which will allow us to serve more individuals in the past, which you've greatly funded, to the concept of supporting them to live in place and getting them all the support that they need. So, sorry. Any more from you?
No,
sorry. Questions you guys might have?
I have a quick question. Does that involve putting a bathroom in the basement also?
We would love to. It does include that in that price. There is already a sanitary pit for us to be able to put in a pump for us to get it up to the level. So, yes. Did I see somebody else there?
I know, I'm trying to remember. Okay, so you said it's unfinished currently. Oh, okay, did you allocate costs for testing such as radon, and were we thinking about putting like mitigation systems in there too?
When we originally purchased the home, it was probably 7 years ago. We did radon testing at that point in time. It caught me a little off guard because we may already have a radon system in that building for that. I would need to verify that, but yes, that is an ongoing test that we do, and a great question overall.
Questions? Anyone?
And you said the basement's 53,000, correct?
53,381. Thank you so much for all your support. And
the driveway, that's a complete tear out and replacement.
Yeah.
Okay.
The driveway's about 30 feet long.
Okay.
And so we just, that's the quote we got from a local contractor for us to be able to do that. I think we do a good job. Just as a side note, you know, from a standpoint of hiring local contractors, getting the money back into the community is our goal as well. As we need them to respond to emergencies and things like that. So all local contractors for all of our facilities in the McHenry area. Yes.
Is the driveway currently like a trip hazard for your residents? I
It
did
is.
hear that in the beginning.
Yeah. We've got, I don't know what's caused it, but just the asphalt has fallen almost about 3 inches below the garage floor. And so that creates a tripping hazard for them when they, and the vehicles, well, as much as we would love to park them all the time inside the garage, sometimes when we have a spare vehicle, they're the larger transit vans, which may not fit completely into the garage, and therefore in the wintertime, it creates a trip hazard. So going forward, that's critical as well. Just as, you know, individuals, we try to make them as accessible as possible, I think, getting to your point.
When you stated you were unsure why that was happening, when you got your quote though, that was all included, lifting it, making sure everything was even?
Yeah, it's a complete tear out, so we'll make sure that the base is all compacted and will be sufficient to get us up to eliminate that lip going into the garage. And also there's some little offset as it comes across the sidewalk closer to the street. I don't have any concerns that the contractor can address those issues.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming in.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Village of Lake Hills. Who's excusing himself again?
So won't be bad, I only have one time.
Just to pass this place no, pardon.
You got it.
Yeah, I was just looking.
Thank you for joining us today. We give about 10 minutes for the presentation if you need it, and about 5 minutes for commissioners to ask questions. Feel free to start and give us a duo for your project. Sorry. What am I doing?
We're going live, huh? All right, thank you very much for having us. I'm Randy Splittum, the Director of Parks and Recreation for the Village of Lake Hills Parks and Recreation Department.
Joyce Griggle, I've been with the village for 26 years now. I'm the Administrative Services Manager. I've been coordinating grants for us for about 4 years now.
Thanks, Joyce. And I've been with the village for 2.5 years now, so I had to bring the expert with me. Today we're going to talk about a little bit of a story we came upon of a great opportunity. Lake in the Hills Parks and Recreation is a department of the village. So funding is always not up front due to public safety in the village, but we have an opportunity here that we would like to discuss with you, and a great opportunity for the roots community of this section of Lake in the Hills. So Lake in the Hills Parks and Recreation is your trusted resource for recreational opportunities, facilities, parks, and open spaces for safe and affordable fun. Today we have identified a park in our Parks Master Plan. It does need some safety improvements in there, and we'll illustrate that. The park is Ryder Park, just east of Randall Road and Miller Road off of Crystal Lake Avenue. It's in our roots section of the community where Lake in the Hills was formed. It's right down the street from the former police department of Village of Lake in the Hills. So now that property is vacant because the police department did move into their new facilities. If you look at Ryder Park, we'll talk more in detail. In the corner building is a property owners association that the village actually leases parking spaces, so then the kids and families can park during the baseball games. And we have a parking lot that you come right off of Crystal Lake Avenue, and you have to back out of it on the Crystal Lake Avenue on the west side of the property. On the north side of the property, we have a very small parking lot that is underutilized due to the fact that it's further away from the premier field, and it's very difficult to go from the parking lot to the other fields. Identified in our Parks Master Plan, Ryder Park does have some safety concerns on how the parking lot is aligned with the ball field. If you can see in this illustration, we literally have cars that park right behind home plate, and they have open gap systems into our park system, into our field systems. That is something that was identified by staff as well as in the Parks Master Plan by our community, that they help create the Parks Master Plan. You'll see we have handicap parking, which is needed at the park, but it's right behind home plate. And that is an open access to the dugout area as well as the seating area. On the other parking lot that is underutilized, you'll see where it goes right into a park, and it's very difficult for people with mobility issues to get to all three of the fields. This slide highlights the main things coming out of our Parks Master Plan for Ryder Park. Increase safety measures at the west ball field to reduce potential vehicular and player conflict. Add bollards between parking and pedestrian areas at North Ballpark Field and playground to prevent vehicles from pulling through. Those are the two areas that we are addressing with today's presentation. Outlined here, you'll see the west side is that parking all along the west ball field. This field, I believe, were built in the 70s. The village acquired them in the late 80s. Parks and Recreation was formed in 96, so there's more been a focus probably since the 2000s, since the village inherited the park then. So these safety issues have increased with the increased traffic along Crystal Lake Avenue. Our police department did not identify any specific incidents regarding right by the park, but Crystal Lake Avenue, as you get further southbound, they have a lot of traffic stops because the speed limit's at 25 miles an hour. So the police department is definitely supporting another opportunity for us to create safer parking for the area. Operational concerns, the last two pictures were, unfortunately, if someone hit the accelerator by accident, they're sitting into the dugout. I know Woodstock had something not too long ago that a car went into a dugout just because it was left running. Then late last year, the village got a golden opportunity with a family that lost a loved one, but they wanted to give the property to the village, and the village jumped on it, and they did purchase the property right next to the POA and right next to the smaller parking lot, which backs up to our park, which came to the idea of what else can we do now with this Parks Master Plan that we weren't prepared for, and this golden opportunity to apply for this grant has led us to creating a very nice design that would meet the needs of the park, the needs of the residents, and the needs of everyone visiting from out of the area. So on the west side of the property, we have eliminated all the parking along the ball fields and the dugouts and put a nice garden, so to say, up there to blend it in with the fen, that the fen sits out in the outfield of all the fields. And then we created a parking lot just east of the POA, added on to the existing parking lot and made more of it a traditional parking lot that meets the needs of the park, where we have a drop-off area, and then we have a lot more vehicular parking there to accommodate the needs needed for the park itself. And then adding a trail system that leads from the parking lot to all the ball fields to allow for people with mobility issues better access to the fields. And then we did add a batting cage down there just due to the fen is growing, and took the traditional ball field for a 13 and 14-year-old team and shrunk it, and now it's very difficult for older kids to play baseball there, so the batting cage would help with batting practice for the older kids to be able to fully use the park there. We're looking to strengthen the community's well-being with the public safety and able to expand the parking. It's very difficult on a busy day at 5 o'clock when people are avoiding Randall Road to do a shortcut on Crystal Lake Avenue, and you got moms, dads, grandmas, and kids coming in and out. So we're just trying to clean up that park and add a huge major safety element to the park. The project itself, we weren't prepared for until the house became available, so we added that into our notes. So it's something that we were able to cut out and present a budget for your consideration to take care of the main parking lot area first. We don't want to disrupt any fields or any other parking, and do the parking lot first to make sure that's all set in stone. So then the following year, we can go back and do the other improvements and add the garden and add the pathways in there. So that was how we considered reducing the overall project cost for your consideration. Okay. We were going to invite the president of the Lake and Hills Youth Athletic Association to join us today. He's at Tampa Airport right now at work. But I just threw in a letter. Something the village has done over the last couple of years is got more closer to the sports affiliates groups. And this is something they want to stay at this ballpark as much as possible because that makes up the neighborhood feel for the community. This was the original fields for Lake and Hills, and a lot of the Roots community still remembers these fields, really enjoy them. They have other access to other fields in the community, but they try to do all their younger kids programs here because they have a nice hub. It's a neighborhood feel. There are people that are able to walk to the fields as well because they're close proximity with their homes there. So they're very supportive of anything that we're looking to do. They don't have the funding to help support a project like this, but there's other things like a batting cage that they've considered, hey, we can help out if you're looking to make these improvements. And that's it for our presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions for you. Anything I missed, I can help clarify this part of the presentation.
Mr. Moore.
Just one, have you sought any other grant opportunities for this? And the reason I asked, this is a perfect OSLAD application.
So we did apply for OSLAD when the property became available. And that helped us put together the plans and what we did. Unfortunately, we did not get the OSLAD funding. The village, the reason we didn't get it, everything met, it's just the village had to purchase the property from the family immediately or they would have went out to the market. So that was what red flagged us for the OSLAD.
Next year's another year. It checks every box
Yeah.
for OSLAD.
So the village currently right now has another project that was identified years in advance that we're going for OSLAD for Larson Park. It's our oldest park and was donated several years ago, so we're looking at a phase 1 opportunity for that.
Yeah.
This adjoins the Nature Conservancy property?
Does it join it?
Does it adjoin it? Is it right next to it?
Yes.
Does that impact your expansion plans?
Won't impact anything. It might allow, it'll connect the park into the fen with the view of how we want to put the backstop together. It'll add additional parking that if people want to venture up to that area, they can. There is a parking right up the street for the fen there, but it won't impact anything.
You couldn't go onto their land, I wouldn't think.
No, we've talked to them about that. One of the things that we address with them is trying to create a bike path that went along their trail system, connect other parks, but we would not be able to go onto that properties.
I'm sure your traffic will get better when Randall is done.
Oh, yeah. The house that you acquired, that's gonna be standing, or what's the plans with?
So the village purchased it, and this year's budget, we did plan to demolish it. So the village will take care of
And
that
that's
cost.
what's adding that, like, helping that parking lot, correct?
Yeah,
correct.
So if you look at the parking lot on this east side of the property, south of this picture, that house shows right next to the parking right there.
Okay, so that's gonna be demolished.
Yeah, and the family, that was right when it happened, the family reached out to the village and they wanted the village to have the first right to it, or they're gonna go out to market.
Just a question, the batting cages, will that be, like you have to pay, or will it be open?
No, it'll be open for the community.
So I didn't catch it, I didn't look quick enough. Was the demolition cost of the property included in the budget for this?
We took that, it is, but the village will cover that cost,
Okay.
$60,000.
It's not for 60, right?
60,000.
Right.
So that's 60,000 in the budget for demo, what's that for?
To remove that house.
Oh, it is,
Yes.
it was in the budget, okay.
Yeah, that was something. And this project down the road with the police department moving, and now we have a vacant building. So right now, the village is identifying the future needs of the building. And there's a corridor that, as part of the comprehensive plan, that we want to make this corridor improvements for the entire section of the neighborhood, the community there, and Ryder Park is definitely a part of that. It's just with this opportunity that became available with the house sale, something that we weren't planning for.
Yeah, all the improvements, I live right there. and
Okay.
They're all, because I used to take my kids to that park. In and out of that parking lot is
Yeah.
not fun. You know, because you're backing out into traffic from that point.
And, you know, the simple fix is to put some bollards, but, you know, we want to, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. And, you know, I like the idea that we want to connect the fen with behind the backstop to beautify it. There's a lot of new construction going around McHenry County with brand new ball fields going up. We don't have the funds to do that, but if we can add a little life to this field, I think it would be great for the community.
How many parking spots is it gonna add, you know, on?
You know,
No,
I thought it was almost 50 spots. I counted them.
additional?
Yeah,
Or-
we would eliminate up by the ball field. Originally it was 8, but it's probably be a little bit more because during the planning process, the Parks Master Plan, we would have left the handicap spots. But now with the creation of new handicap spots at the new parking lot, we can eliminate from basically the third end of the dugout all the way past home plate and then beautify that.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
The Marengo Park District. And Marty is stepping out. Himself.
Thanks. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
His involvement in our district.
Thank you.
This is the.
How you doing, Tracy?
Hi, good. Well, thank you guys for coming in. Can you give us a good overview of the project? We've got about 10 minutes if you need it for the presentation and about 5 minutes for questions.
I just have a PDF, I don't have a PowerPoint for you.
Yeah, right.
So you can use the mouse wheel right there to advance, or you've got these buttons.
I gotta put my glasses on for that.
See if I can get you. Or if you'd like, I can do each page for you here.
Just gotta see what else. Right there.
You got it.
All right.
Very good. Again. Seems like we just have a little funky connection going
This
here.
come up?
No, I don't need that one.
Do you have to be in another source? Is it a PDF?
It might be an issue with the PDF. It shouldn't.
There you go. Gotta come up
Yep,
there
I
now.
just need to get it up there. That is for Teams, but let me just. Yeah, I'm sorry, hold on one moment, it's just seeing, it's not registering the HDMI signal. Let's do a little quick on the button.
It's not just so.
I believe it's coming from here. We'll find out.
It's chirping.
Yeah, you're right.
Is that one, right?
It is this one. Anything?
No. So it's a project connection between here and the projector. So you just press control the little monitor up here.
Yeah, we might need IT here because there's just no connection. Sorry about that, folks. We're doing so well time-wise here.
I can go ahead and start, Tracy, if you want, while they figure it out.
Feel free, yeah.
Okay, I know you guys are on a tight schedule. I'm Dan Bertrand. I am the part-time director of the Marengo Park District. I've been at the park for 5 years. Prior to that, I was a school administrator for 26 years and retired from Marengo as superintendent after 11 years. And they asked me to come to the park and be its director because we're a very small park district. Matt, I'll let Matt introduce himself.
My name is Matt Lantine. I've been with the Marengo Park District for a little over 10 years now. I've been Dan's right-hand man for over 5 years now, and I'm the recreation and fitness supervisor.
So Matt's our only full-time employee. The rest of our staff are all part-time because we're a very small park district. This proposal that we submitted to you is to fund a footpath and redo the parkway going through Indian Oaks Park, which is the largest park that we have. It's about 60 acres. It's really a beautiful park. We have 3 smaller neighborhood parks that were part of real estate development donations when they built subdivisions. But this is for the road, the parkway and addition of a footpath going through Indian Oaks Park, which is kind of a unique situation, is that the park, the only way to get to the park is to come on 2 city streets. One is Park Drive, which I believe the block grant from the county funded a sidewalk all the way up Park Street to the entrance of our park a few years ago. That is completed now, and then once you get into the park, there's a half-mile road that goes through the park that is our road that we're responsible for. All of our infrastructure is about 25 years old, so the road, the parking lots, everything is beginning to deteriorate. The roadway, because it gets so much traffic, because we have lots of events going on in this park, we actually have a new venue where we're having concerts every Saturday. We have soccer in the fall and spring that have 300 kids playing soccer. We have 11 soccer fields. We have 4 softball fields. We have our main building with a fitness facility that has 500 members in it. We have a playground right there. To get access to all of those park facilities, you have to go down Indian Oaks Drive, which is the parkway that we're proposing for this grant to fund that with the addition of a footpath on the side of it, because there is no safe way for people to access our park via bike or on foot. The roadway, you'll see if we can get this to work, there's potholes on it. The road is all spider cracked and broken up. The shoulder is deteriorated, so it's not safe to really walk or ride a bike on the shoulder of the road. So the road needs torn out and redone. It's about a $230,000 project. We only receive $480,000 a year in property tax money. So for a park our size, that is a huge project for us to take on. We're also in a unique situation. I know one of the qualifiers for the grant was the low to moderate income. We actually have a HUD housing project that is 3 blocks from the entrance of our park. And then we have about 70 efficiency apartment units that are actually along Park Road coming up to the entrance of the park. So this would definitely serve a large, low to moderate income population that is right outside our entrance. Additionally, on the back side of our park actually butts up to a senior housing development with 200 mobile homes for senior citizens. It's an exclusive 55 and over community. It's Indian Trails subdivision. So this improved parkway and footpath would serve the low to moderate income, the senior population, as well as kids. Right now, it's really a safety hazard to be walking or riding a bike along the road. Let's see what else. So when you come, into our park at the entrance where the sidewalk ends coming at, that was funded with this grant before, that's an ADA compliant sidewalk. And it ends there, and then there's no ADA compliance to get back onto our property. So this would allow children, seniors, and disabled to be able to get access to our playground and all of our facilities on the park. So the whole thing would be torn out and rebuilt.
Is there anyone else that can plug in?
The road itself, like I said, Park Drive is coming into the park. On the backside of the park, it's O'Connell Road that goes out of the park, but the connector between there is Indian Oaks Trail, the road parkway through the park. This summer, we're also going to be hosting a number of festivals in our new venue, which we got through an OSLOD grant, that we retrofitted a pool that had been closed because the park couldn't maintain it and operate it. It had been closed for a number of years. So we've made a lot of improvements to our park. We also added 8 new basketball and pickleball courts that gets extensive use, and they're lighted. There's kids on there and adults playing pickleball and basketball pretty much all year round. So this would allow better access to all of our facilities, and it's something that we just simply can't budget for, given the size of our budget, and knowing that we've also got parking lots and things that are gonna be coming up down the road, but this one project being over $200,000 is pretty cost prohibitive for us. So while they're working on this, if you got any questions so far on what I've said, feel free.
Have you split the cost between the footpath and the parkway?
I have not, because basically it's just widening the road and then painting a footpath on the side of the road.
And you have the ability to go wider,
Yeah,
right?
it would be about 33 feet wide, so it's plenty wide for a 6-foot footpath on it. Yes.
Thrilled to let you drive here.
There we go. Other questions for it? And now I'm gonna zip through this because I already said most of this.
Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Now, this includes repaving the road, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually rebuilding it, because you can see, how do I advance?
Is there drainage issues? I mean, would it?
Well, there's potholes, you can see right there in that middle picture, there's potholes with water standing, but as far as actual.
I mean, like ditching, is that all, I don't know if that would be
There's
involved.
ditches alongside the road already, but they would be improved to get the water to flow better, because they've
Right.
obviously filled in over the years. There we go.
Boom, all right.
Praise the Lord. Okay. So this is the very entrance of the park. As you come in, so you can see what the condition is. The shoulder's deteriorated, the road's deteriorated. On the right side there is where we would put the footpath, and we'd have a painted line on there for bike and footpath. And then on the left here, you can see this is the picture of the sidewalk that ends at the park that was done with the grant a few years ago. That's ADA compliant. And you can see the road on the right is actually access to our playground, which once you get off the road onto the playground, it's ADA compliant, but the roadway itself is the problem, and there's no path to get there. I already talked about serving children's, senior over 55 community disabilities. The low to moderate income, like I said, there's the North Point HUD project, it's 3 blocks away. So we serve a number of low income people in this area who walk and use a lot of our park facilities. Like I said, it's about a half a mile long. Here is a visual of the road itself. So, I don't know, my laser. I want to see if my laser light will work here.
There you go.
Okay, good. So, right here this is Park Drive. This is the entrance of, nope, I'm sorry, up here, up here. This is Park Drive. This is the entrance of the park. You come through, it's a half a mile loop through here. Then it connects to O'Connell Road, which goes out at the bottom of the screen. It connects to Meyer Road, which is on the west side of our town. The other thing I didn't mention is that our park district boundaries mirror the city of Marengo boundaries. So if you live in the city, you're in the park district. If you're not, you're outside the park district. Right here is where our playground is. Right here is our fitness facility. There's a sand volleyball court here. This is the venue facility. Right here is the amphitheater with a area in front of it. This is a restroom facility for the amphitheater. Then these are the basketball pickleball courts. There's 8 of those. And then there's, like I said, out here in this area, there's 11 soccer fields and 3 softball fields. This is a gravel lot down here to access that. So this road gets heavily used, this parkway through here, and that's what we're proposing in this project. Okay, I think I hit on all those things. So you're looking at an infrastructure project that's targeted towards low to moderate income. And we obviously are a local government entity. I have a lot of experience with grants as a school administrator, and we've gotten DCEO grants and we got the OSLAD grant, as I mentioned, so I'm used to managing those. That's pretty much it. Questions, comments? Yes,
I got one. You know, our funds are pretty restricted this year in terms of the ask versus the amount of money available. Can this project be split up in any way, maybe at the fitness facility perhaps? There's a parking lot there, can you do that?
Right, that's, if we had to.
If you had to, right.
We could do that because we can't afford to do it ourselves.
Right.
Okay. And if I knew funding was a good potential for the following year, what I would do is I'd go from the entrance of the park, past the playground, past the building, and then there's a parking lot right next to the building here. I'd stop right there.
Okay.
So we'd split it in half and then do the other half as a future project. But again, it's not something we can afford to do.
Sure. That parking lot looks like it's got 2 entrances onto the road, right? So you can
Yes.
maybe do one.
Yeah, it does, yeah. We do both of them there.
Yeah.
There's 2 ways in, yeah.
Okay.
And that whole road is in the same?
It's all original, 25, 30, probably 30 years ago. And it's all broken up.
Okay.
It's beyond patching.
Right. No, I get it.
Yes.
This part off of McConnell and then
Uh-huh.
by the softball fields, is that, or I guess that road, is that the city?
That's a city road, O'Connell, and then Park Drive up here is a city road.
Are they
So
planning to do anything there?
we're not doing anything there, that's the city's responsibility.
And then the gravel, what about the gravel parking lot and then the bathroom facility by the fields, is that in your?
Those are all ours. The gravel lot we maintain, I just had more gravel brought in there this week, actually before soccer starts this Saturday. The restroom facility, that was a leftover from the pool days, so that's all ADA compliant and everything. We remodeled that, put on all the fixtures and everything for when we have the entertainment at the venue, because we can hold a couple thousand people in that entertainment venue.
So this is basically almost your last project.
This is, yeah, really, this is the last big project at this park, yes. I do hope to, I've applied for a couple other grants, and I do hope to, on the west side of our park over here, is to connect, this is a walking loop around the basketball courts. I'm hoping to put a path that goes over here, comes down, goes around, comes all the way here, and it'll be a mile-long walking loop that would be right up to the back of the senior living community.
I've got a couple
Yes, sir.
questions for you. Is that road a shortcut for people getting through town from one part to the other?
Not really. There's only, at the end of O'Connell Road, there's probably maybe 20 houses, but most of those people don't come through the park. They go out on Meyer Road to get to Route 20 and come into town.
And my other question is for Lou, based on your experience, the cost of doing that amount of roadway. I know you've done this before. How does that compare to what you think of the estimate would be?
Yeah, I think the estimate seems reasonable. If they have to do it in pieces, obviously the total cost will go up.
Right. And this is based on old oil prices.
Yeah, so the cost might be a little bit higher than this, as if we were to reduce the size of the project, it probably would go up a bit. So I don't know if it would be exactly half to do half, right?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you for your time and your commitment to the county. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for being such a seasoned professional
No
and
problem.
remaining calm under fire. Thank you.
And so we have McHenry Township District.
Front at
right,
high school
my
off of
mom's
Stewart.
Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, thank you. Let me get
I think Richard will have to do it. You lived on the street.
That would be great.
Unless you took it out.
No.
I did have to take it out for, thank you.
Yeah.
We're getting here, and all that's getting built up. You've got your slides, and then if you want to keep your eyes peeled over here as well, she'll give you the signs for your time.
31.
Do you talk about this?
Okay.
Presentation.
Oh, well, you know what? If you're buying lunch, you can talk as long as you want.
Like a neighborhood that's unincorporated. It's gotta be on the state. Well, yeah.
No, anybody there.
And where? Oh.
I went to Vaders and all the rest of us went to Frankton. My sister's from the same question.
Everybody sees me clicking on that, right?
Is that the camera?
Yep.
That picture.
That's pretty.
That's,
What is that?
Where's that at?
St. Mark's.
Venice.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
St. Mark's, did you say? Venice? Venezia. And my mom still goes on, doesn't it? But that was no.
This one out.
Seriously?
Keep all that.
Where do you live out here now? That's what he said. Just as people say, used to work when they were building that bridge. I worked with some cops, every once in a while I come to work and they go,
That's right.
you're fast over that bridge there. Pardon?
Should we do one
Right?
So this one?
Do you have a double monitor?
Mm-hmm.
Almost like it's going to your, you go to settings. Scroll down, looking for display. Make that bigger.
I'm not saying it should be.
See, this is what we get for telling jokes about time, huh? System? Display? Choose multiple displays. Oh, I was thinking. Yes. Okay. And then view.
You can enable,
Enable.
session.
We don't see it
I
on the
don't see it on the
laptop, we're
laptop.
only
Oh.
seeing it on the screen.
Oh, we're just.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does it
It's
say? I
okay.
can't read it.
So, okay.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, my name is Jim Condon. I'm the Highway Commissioner from McHenry Township. We are continuing our efforts to upgrade non-dedicated roads throughout the township. The county has done a tremendous job in helping us in the past, both through McDOT in efforts that they've made and through previous CDBG grants. So I'll just go through the presentation like we've done in the past. Again, McHenry Township Road District. We'll touch on the following things, a little bit about us. You probably already know about us. The grant, et cetera, the timeline, public input, and some exhibits and budget. So, about us, again, McHenry Township Road District. We're located south of Richmond in Burton and north of Nunda Township. We are from a road standpoint, we're the largest road district in the township. Actually, from a size standpoint also, we're the same size as Nunda. We have over 105 miles of road that we have ourselves, and we maintain over 135 to 150 miles of road, depending on the year and what municipalities we're working with. We do everything from maintenance to reconstruction to drainage projects to just about everything a road district would do. Well, we do exactly what a road district would do. We're here, the activity to be funded is to upgrade a section of non-dedicated road located in the very northeast corner of McHenry Township. It's Nippersink subdivision. It is all private except for one small section McDOT has determined in the southeast corner. There's one small cul-de-sac, 600 feet long, that the county has said is actually McHenry Township's jurisdiction. I'm not sure how that works, but we won't bother, we'll work together to try to come up with a solution. Our goal is to upgrade all of these roads so that they can be maintained. I will tell you just a little bit of history. If I can figure out where the pointer is on here. Which one is the pointer, Dan? Is this? Oh, this one, probably, huh?
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we actually repaved the road. We have other funds that we had access to at one point, which was CDBG, or not CDBG, it was road and bridge funds, and we had saved some money, and we're able to pave this road to that point right there. The association itself had previously paved this section in concrete. So there are some areas of the roads that are decent out there. The rest of them, I can tell you, are awful. And we were rather limited in what we can do just because it is a non-dedicated subdivision and the abilities that we have to assist them. That's the section of road. So what are we trying to accomplish? The three things that we're doing, we're benefiting a low to moderate income individuals. If you drove through that area, you'd find very quickly that it is not your Dutch Creek and areas like that we have through McHenry Township. It's an area that is not very affluent, at least not from the looks of the residents. The people do the best they can, but they're obviously not the higher income people. It's to eliminate some of the conditions out there. There's some properties that are in disrepair. People just don't have the money out in that area. And probably the most important thing out there is to provide stabilized roads to help the residents that live there. In particular, there's a lot of elderly residents that are out there, and just any emergency vehicles, anything that comes up out there. It's a difficult area to get to, and we'll share some of that later on. Our team, the success of our team, I would tell you our team in the past, our biggest project, what we've done with the CDBG grant in the past is we've done, very similar to this project, an area in Lakemore. that is just south of Route 120 and west of Lily Lake Road. That whole section, there was a large portion of that was non-dedicated. And thanks to the assistance from the CDBG grant, we've taken over 90% of those roads out there and upgraded them so that they're public roads now. They're maintained by the township. And if you've driven from before till now, it is a huge improvement out there. We do have one small section. Unfortunately, the income level has increased above the margins of what would be considered by the CDBG grant. So we're working on trying to get that little piece taken care of separate of that. But that's our success in the past. It's the same thing that we've done before. This is just a different area. Actually, this is probably a little worse area than that was. So our timeline, based on approval eventually, hopefully we'll get approval for some funding. We would then proceed with the surveying. We actually have the surveying completed already. We would then begin the design portion of it and then go out to bid in September and hopefully complete the work by the end of the year to get that section paved. Public input, I would tell you, we have one of the residents here, Mr. Miller, lives actually in the subdivision. He's been involved with our efforts here. He's actually approached the Fox Lake Fire District, which serves the area, and also the post office, and we've got correspondence from them that's included in the package that you would have received, just expressing their concern with the situation out there. We also have a list of residents that have signed on that really wish to have the assistance provided. In particular, Sydenham, which is the last road into the subdivision. That's the real challenge to get back there. Exhibits, pictures, there's the location. I will tell you, we have 3 minutes, and I'm going to talk really fast. But that's the location there. These pictures do not do justice to how bad that road gets. We routinely go out there on an annual basis and provide them with gravel, but because of the location, that surface just does not hold up very well. So we need to get a permanent surface similar to what we've done in other sections out there, and that's a bituminous surface that we'd be working to. Budget. The original budget, we were asking for over $800,000 to try to get the whole subdivision done. We have cut it back to get back to the very extreme parts of the subdivision and hopefully phase it moving forward in the future. We would come back and hopefully be able to get additional funds later on. But the project that we have right here is proposed for, actually I will just really quickly zip back to the initial exhibit, and I won't spend a lot of time on the other stuff, so I won't go over. You just give me a second here. Come on. Almost. Should have pointed this out from the start, and I didn't. Oops, right there. Okay, we are actually, from right there, we are paved up to that point. We would be proposing to take care of this stretch and the back stretch here with this funding. So that's what we were requesting. That's what it's based on. I'm just going to look back to see if there's anything to answer. I think that's really about it. The project budget, again, we've cut it back. We'd be glad that was it. We are glad to answer any questions you have. Again, we've been very successful in the past. Whatever you give us, we find that money and we stretch it as far as we can because we do a lot of the work ourselves. And so we definitely stretch the dollar as far as we can to accomplish. So anything that we can get truly helps us accomplish a goal of upgrading these areas for drainage purposes and access. So glad to answer any questions.
Oh, sorry. That's what you said, asphalt and working on the drainage. correct?
Yes. Just the big part of it, this whole area is within the floodplain. So that's one of the big challenges, is the ditches, and over the years, they haven't been maintained. Cutting back the vegetation, open the ditches back up, replacing existing culverts that have just failed, and getting that established so that we can get roads that will endure, so.
Jim, are these non-dedicated roads right now?
They are non-dedicated roads right now, except for 600 feet at the very back southwest corner. I'm not sure how that works, but that's what McDOT decided was the case based on their research.
Is there a homeowners association?
There
That's responsible
was
for
a
it?
homeowners association. Many of them don't have the ability necessarily to participate in it, so there's been a real struggle with trying to get people to step up and assist with trying to maintain these roads. I know Mr. Miller's glad to help to maintain the roads, but the time and effort to contact people and collect the dues and everything else is more than Mr. Miller has the ability to take over. The person that did it previously has resigned. So what we really need to do, we're at a point where these roads either are gonna really deteriorate or we're gonna upgrade them to where they can become public roads. Because if there's not an association or some organization to work with, we really lose all of our ability to work with them to try to assist them. And we're at that point right now.
Are you responsible for the roads right now?
No.
But you said you've been filling in gravel.
Because of the previous association, we have been able to supply them 2 sources of funding. One of them is the General Road and Bridge Fund. We can use 50% of all the money paid by non-dedicated sections to upgrade roads for the eventual overtaking of the roads. That amounts to, if I'm going from memory, I believe it's around $30,000 a year throughout the whole township. So that's not a lot of money. The second thing that we have been able to do in the past is to use MFT funds to do maintenance. We could use MFT funds for non-dedicated roads, and we can I'll use up to 50% of our MFT for non-dedicated roads. We don't use that much of it, but we can do that provided the association has certain criteria where they have to do in-kind services. In other words, whether it be removal of vegetation, or in this case, Mr. Miller, we supply the gravel, he goes and spreads it out and compacts it, things like that. So they have to do in-kind, so there's some requirements. But if they're getting to a point where the association and it's become such a struggle that they're having trouble covering that portion of it. So we're getting to a point where I don't know how you maintain it, because we can only help provided certain requirements are met. Okay. And if they're not meeting those requirements, we're to a point where we need to upgrade these roads and take them over.
So this is almost the exact same situation you had in Lakemore.
Exact, or worse, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
You read the letter from that fire chief.
Yeah.
So I have 2 questions.
Yes.
So they're gravel roads you want to pave?
Yes.
Is what?
Well, we want to do several things. We want to stabilize the base. We want to replace all culverts, improve any drainage that needs repair, and then we want to pave them.
Okay. So go from gravel. Okay, and so McHenry County is responsible for the rest of the subdivision? Is that how I don't know if I'm understanding it.
Who's responsible for the rest of the subdivision?
Yes.
The association is responsible for the whole subdivision. The association, the private association, it's a private subdivision. They're responsible for the whole thing except for 600 feet of road at the southwest corner.
Gotcha. Okay.
So the association is responsible for the whole thing.
Right.
And we provide them as much assistance as we can, but it's not very much for the mile of road that exists out here.
Thank you.
Is there an opportunity for the township or the county to?
Is there an opportunity for
take the response?
When we upgrade these roads to a standard that's acceptable to the township, we will take them over just like we did in Lakemore. That's exactly what will happen. They will become dedicated public roads at that point.
Okay.
So, and that's what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to get them to where we can, by law, take them over and legally get them to a condition where we can accept them, and then we get to maintain them and take the homeowners association out of that part of the subdivision maintenance.
Make sure I'm on the.
Just like we did in Lakemore, or
Okay.
Lakemore, so, or outside of Lakemore, so. Same program.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your
Thank you for
time.
coming in.
For your patience as well.
Oh,
with
no
the,
problem. No problem at all.
Some of the houses.
Check is keeping us on our toes.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was awful.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
It really is.
I just want to let you know, the next two guys coming in, watch out for them, they're kind of sneaky. I'm just kidding, I know that, and I told them, I was gonna come in and give them a hard time.
Heckle them during there. Okay, next up we have Turning Point.
Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? I'm well, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Mary Margaret Mall. I'm the Executive Director in Turning Point. And my colleague joined me. He is our vendor that's supporting Turning Point in the efforts to get this project completed. This is Brian Radke, sorry, with PSM. Okay, so Turning Point is McHenry County's only domestic violence agency. We offer a variety of services. We've been around for 45 years as of next month. All staff have completed the 40-hour training. We're one of the only agencies in the county that every member of our staff is able to manage and does manage crisis calls when they come in. This is a variety of our services. Most people are aware of us for our emergency shelter. Our emergency shelter actually only represents about 10% of the work we do. We also offer trauma-informed care as an advocate, as a legal advocate. We do group and individual counseling work. We do mental health services. We also do a court-appointed program that supports PAPE, the Partner Abuse Intervention Program. We operate from a tenet that domestic violence is a choice, and therefore, if you believe it's a choice, you have to believe that people can make other choices. So through the PAPE program, we offer intervention and hoping that abusers decide to make different choices in the future. We also offer men's mental health. That's a new program that we started last year. So the reason I'm here today is we find ourselves in a need of upgrading our servers and our technology infrastructure. This is not a convenience for us. This is actually a critical cost, critical care. This is probably the most important thing that's on my plate right now. Technology is part of a survivor safety on a lot of different aspects. Our current server is 7 years past its end of life date. So we are at a critical junction. Modernization of the technology infrastructure protects survivors both from a data integrity, but also from an operations standpoint. So what we're looking for with this new infrastructural program is to increase our cybersecurity, replace our current outdated server, allow for password protection. It allows our system to migrate the agency files to a cloud environment, reducing consumables on an ongoing basis, provide some redundancy and some security on both on the storage standpoint and the accessibility standpoint. All of our paper files are now stored in fire-resistant filing cabinets in a fire-resistant room, but resistant would be the key word there. And we've been around, so we have to maintain our records for 7 years, 11 years, or up to 18 years if it's a child, we have to keep those records for 5 years past their 18th birthday. So just the sheer volume of paperwork becomes very, very overwhelming at times. We'd like to replace all of our current networking equipment. So why this matters, as I mentioned, every call is a matter of crisis. If we have everything cloud-based, it allows us to be able to navigate freely between advocates, the incoming phone call, shelter services, any number of the departments that we have. We have moved to a cloud-based customer relationship management tool. So we've seen significant increase in our productivity and our efficiency because of that. We would see the same kind of thing if we are able to move our all of our products and all of our production to a cloud-based server. It also requires, the interaction allows us to help maintain an integrity and a trust level with our survivors. The redundancy and the cybersecurity would, I would not feel confident in our cybersecurity ongoing. We are constantly being hit by phishing expeditions and other attempts to hack our equipment. And abusers come from every walk of life, so having somebody who's very technologically efficient and a power user and technology infrastructure is a reality. And I'd like to make sure we're as hack-proof as possible. And every single system requires product safety, whether it's our finance, our client services, our scheduling, and our note-taking. So here's what I look at on a daily basis. My server's 7 years outdated. Our network equipment is outdated. It's got several Band-Aids put together, so it kind of looks like my grandma's basement some days. The systems that require, they're very labor intensive. They don't interface well, so it requires a great deal of workarounds and kind of developed systems. We have very inefficient remote access. So on days that we have to pivot on a dime when living in Northern Illinois and you have a snow day and people have to work from home, their VPN access isn't always as predictable as I'd like it to be. And then we just have ever-increasing cybersecurity. It's no different than what you face every day. So that includes not only our finances, but again, it includes our client files, which in our case, it's not only HIPAA, we also are bound by federal statute, protected by the Violence Against Women's Act, that we have to make sure our things are kept confidentially. So we have very real risks on a daily basis to our ability to keep things confidential, to continue services, and our ability to remain in compliance. And because of that, we are a certified domestic violence agency. So our level of compliance about confidentiality is higher than literally any other social service agency in the county. So what's at risk if we don't secure funding? Well, our server is already 7 years past date, so this is not a wish list. This is actually a pretty critical need. Brian and I were talking about what my contingency plan is, and I do have contingency plans. I would prefer not to use them because, like anybody in the social service agency, we have a lot of needs and not a lot of resources. We have 4 buildings that we maintain. We have a large staff, and our costs are going up like everyone else's. So I do recognize that there is a finite number of resources available to the county, and there's a lot of people asking for them. So I'm not unaware of that. So we do risk our certification if we have a non-compliance, if we have a security breach, and we are the only domestic violence agency in the county. So our staff efficiency also there's a cost of resource, time and money. So money, time is money. So if it takes my staff 10% longer to do something based on inefficiencies, multiply that over the course of their day, and it reduces the amount of work that we can do and the amount of services that we can provide. So we have a growing demand for our services. We have increased digital threats. We have a rising expectation for security, both from our service providers, our clients, and from our employees. So this is our solution. Our application has a detailed along what we're looking for, but at the end of the day, we'd like to move all of our services onto the cloud. We'd like to have a multi-authentication process to, reduce the amount of people that could potentially put us at risk. Advanced email protection so it can't be hacked. Just device management tools, etc. This is our project costs. At the end of the day, this is a strategic investment in risk mitigation, operational efficiencies, and long-term cost savings. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you back up to the cost slide?
No matter how many times you rehearse this, you always run up against the wall.
Your solutions are things that in private industry were done 5 years ago.
At least.
So I really feel for you from that aspect.
That's exactly right. We work with nonprofits across Chicago and also nationally, and nonprofits are in different places, but they are significantly behind where we consider kind of table stakes for where you need to be with your infrastructure and security. And so moving in this direction is really vital for them.
In your commercial insurance package, do you have cyber insurance?
We do.
Are there any premium savings if you do these improvements? I mean, how the heck did they underwrite you?
I don't really know how to answer that from the underwriting standpoint, but I'm gonna guess yes, if I can demonstrate. I mean, just all of the improvements we're doing, that's part of the ROI on it that I report to my board, for example, that we just did the shelter roof, and the savings in our insurance will completely leave us flat to cost, even though in a rising insurance agent environment, because what we're saving on the fact that the roof has been redone is offsetting the increase in insurance costs. So I'm gonna hope that this is the same.
I mean, the items you listed in your solutions are usually cost of admission for a good cyber policy. And I only know that because that's what I do for a living.
Most cybersecurity insurance carriers that we find see these things as positive, right? Because they want you to have MFA, they want you to have SSO, they know that the whole identity risk, usernames and passwords is still the biggest area of surface attack for cybersecurity incidents. And so going forward, those things are going to be certainly room for negotiation in terms of those premiums, because those are things that those insurance carriers want to see.
The bulk of ours is on the finance side.
Who's currently maintaining the IT system for Turning Point?
Yeah, our company is, and we have been for the past year. And so along that relationship, we've identified these areas of opportunity and critical investment. And so that's where we are today, is surfacing those things that we've discovered over the past year.
I'm assuming that picture you have up there with all the wires and cables and the dungy basement with the equipment, that's not your stuff. That's not a picture of your stuff, right?
Pretty close though.
That picture gave me anxiety too.
I walk into room 7 and start to have heart palpitations. So it's a matter of, okay, let's follow this wire. We had a slight glitch about 8 days ago where the security cameras, which are web-based for us, but they're also feedback to the main operating system is in the agency building and it's to the shelter. So that ties our security cameras and our phone system, and it was not getting enough. I'm not a Luddite, but I'm pretty close. So my technology knowledge is like this big. But at the end of the day, they weren't getting enough juice to make the cameras consistently run. What we ended up doing was having to route almost 250 feet of cable that was redundant in the way that it had been originally. There's been a lot of bubble gum and glue. Like a lot of nonprofits, people do it either they did it originally 20 years ago, or they did it at a sharp discount as an assistance to the agency. But that doesn't necessarily mean they do things efficiently. And as a result, their benevolence actually ends up costing you money in the end. So we were able to rectify that, and it took some relatively minor modifications. It's like, when you have an installer, it's like, well, why did you run this around the room and down the stairs and across the ceiling over, when you could have just drilled a hole through the floor? I'm like, I can't answer that for you. But as a result, there were all these potential cinch points going through doorways that over time had just caused the integrity of the wiring system to be at risk. And so the simple solution was drilling through the floor, rerouting it, and it goes straight to, so I solved the problem, but it was a matter of literally following this cable for 2 hours to try to figure out where is this going and where is it feeding. So yes, it does look like spaghetti.
Do we have any other questions from senators?
Pretty cut and dry.
Thank you so much. for-
Okay,
for coming
thanks,
in.
have a blessed day.
Lunchtime. Yes?
No, we got
No,
one more.
we have one
I'm
more.
gonna excuse myself.
Okay, Village of Wonder Lake. Okay. Is the Village of Wonder Lake
They're in the hallway.
in the hallway? Okay. Oh, yeah. Jim did.
Pardon me?
Everybody's excusing themselves for all.
Last year we did. Oh,
I had, when we first saw this a few years ago, I went back there, I'd never seen it before. I'm like, you've been back there? Really?
Hi there.
Little after.
Have you all set up here?
No, it's usually
Clicker to advance your slides.
So it's off in front 12.
Oh, this thing big. That's no better. No, this Whalen subdivision has. The other one, sounds good. I think about it, but he said it's all in the floodplain to me. Which makes me wonder, why was I looking at a property map?
Is it okay last time?
I think it was a package of things we were supposed to look at.
I just tested out.
You sure can.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Whee!
Cool.
Take that for a drive.
Are we
Thank you for
all
coming
ready
in.
and everyone's here? Well, thank you very much for having us in today to present. I see a few familiar faces from past years. So we appreciate this opportunity to come and present the Wildwood subdivision project. My name is Jeff Strzelko. I work for HR Green as a consultant on behalf of the Village of Wonder Lake.
Yeah, I'm Brad Schmill, Director of Public Works for Village of Wonder Lake.
And I'm Bill Beath, I'm the village administrator.
So this is a familiar project to those of you who have been as part of the commission the past few years. The whole entire subdivision comprises of nearly 3,200 centerline feet of roadway. Phase 1 was completed in '23, and that was with CDBG funds, and that was at the intersection of East Lakeshore Drive and Back Bay Road. Phase 2 of the project has been designed, and we anticipate going out to bid shortly, with construction occurring this summer, and that is also funded with the CDBG funds, that we've thankfully received during the last call for projects. These roads here are, in extremely bad condition, as you can see on the photo there. That photo is actually on East Lakeshore Drive looking south. And you can see a little bit past those potholes is trees in the middle of the road. So the road actually splits, and southbound goes one way around the tree and northbound comes the other way around the tree. So it does present, some safety issues, even though these are kind of like low volume roads, subdivision roads, where these residents kind of all know how they are getting around. But it is a safety concern, and that combined with the potholes and the weaving that you have to do as a vehicle, we're concerned with motorist safety emergency responses, things like that. The subdivision does have approximately 115 residents. Those photos on the right there are actually some pavement cores that we took on these streets. Shows a very thin pavement section. There's not much base course out there. There's not a lot of asphalt, and the asphalt that we do have out there is deteriorated pretty severely. Typically, you would see a cylindrical shape of the asphalt, which is on the left side of those pictures, and it's kind of has deteriorated when that core came out of the ground. So pretty rough shape out there. Here's a map, bird's eye view, aerial view of the subdivision. That orange outline is the 23 project, which was phase 1, which we completed. And year 2 is the one that's going to be constructed this year. So the north half of the subdivision is going to be done thanks to the CDBG funds. So we still have the remainder of East Lakeshore Drive from its intersection with Back Bay down to the south to its intersection with Salem. And then also Marblehead Road, which goes from East Lakeshore Drive to Hilltop. The CDBG request for this year is $250,000. The total project estimate is $291,000. This was one of those projects where we had our initial request was higher, and we dialed it down because we had been doing a phased improvement. So it's just the continuation of the proposed phasing rather than just getting both roads completed in one shot with the CDBG funds. So the estimate for essentially year 4 for Marblehead is going to be another $286,000 in 2026 dollars. So that's kind of the layout of the phasing plan, what we've done to date, and what we're hopeful to keep on doing in the subdivision. Here are some before and after pictures. This is for the completed section of Back Bay. This is actually Back Bay looking west towards the lake. You can see in the background, you can see the lake, and that's of course the after picture. The before picture, shows trees down the middle. You can't even see the lake. We've installed a concrete gutter on the sides of the road with new storm sewers to help drain the roadway. As well as doing a modified reconstruction of the roadway, which we're hopeful to give us, 20-25 years of service life. The next picture here is looking up at the intersection of East Lakeshore and Back Bay. On the left, we had mailboxes in the center of the road, trees, mound of turf grass, in the center that, we've kind of reconstructed the road. We brought the road into the center, eliminating some impervious area along the way, promoting groundwater infiltration as much as possible. And then of course, the concrete gutters. You can see the storm sewer catch basins in the curb collecting storm water and such. And this is all similar to what, is going to happen this summer on Back Bay and what we're proposing further south on East Lakeshore Drive for year 3, hopefully. And then here's a picture looking at that intersection again, this one from the north looking south. Just very dramatic differences. You can see the blue house in both pictures on the left as to what, was there before and to what, we've been able to here's the detailed cost estimate. The blue is the column for East Lakeshore Drive, and the red was for Marblehead Road, which will be deferred to a future phase based on that reduced funding request. The match would be the match would consist of the engineering dollars for the design, the bidding, construction engineering, materials testing, administration of the construction activities, etc. For that total project cost of just approaching $291,000.
Jeff, would you say that the East Lakeshore Drive is not just a local road in that neighborhood, but it's more of a thoroughfare for all the neighborhoods from the unincorporated areas to get around the lake.
Yeah, so that's a great point. If I go back to that map, the very top of that orange shaded box is the northern limits of East Lakeshore Drive. East Lakeshore Drive stops there, and there's a gap until the next segment further to the north. But heading south on East Lakeshore Drive, this connects all the way down to Hancock Drive in Wonder Lake, which is the village's downtown area. And it's currently, Hancock Drive is receiving new sanitary sewer and water main. And it's good, a redeveloping area, that hopefully, in the future the village will be getting some restaurants, more businesses into that area. So having this connection of a completed road, both with the township and village, because township owns further to the south, would provide a continuous connection of good pavement, good storm sewers, good drainage, all the way from the northern extents down to Hancock Drive. So it'd be a really a nice improvement for the residents here. Project schedule. This is a schedule that we were able to successfully meet as part of the first phase. So I just kind of reused the numbers here. When the project gets that notification of award, we've been able to go out and do our survey and design engineering ahead of time. Those are non-participating CDBG dollars. And so we would have the project ready to go when that the funding becomes available, I believe, in early October. And we're able to bring these improvements to the residents before winter conditions and have substantially complete pavement to help them with snow removal operations here in the subdivision. And that is the end of my slides. Brad, Bill, do you have anything else?
I just had that one comment.
I'll just touch on the snow removal. It is very difficult to remove snow and ice on potholed roads. If you ever drive this area, I equate it to basically old horse and buggy roads. It's a small summer cottage kind of neighborhood is where it started, and the infrastructure just hasn't caught up to it yet. So snow and ice is very, very hard to deal with over there, and that area is extremely hilly. There are large hills that basically bottom out at the lake. So that is a big concern there, and I'd really just like to thank you guys for the funding you have provided in the past to get us to where we are with this project, and hopefully we can see it through to the end.
Yeah, and I guess I would just like to reinforce that it will be helping village residents and unincorporated McHenry County residents as well.
That specific area, are they all on well and septic there? And are they gonna have those opportunities to hook up the way that you have done in other parts of Wonder Lake?
There currently isn't the infrastructure in place there. The system has the ability to be expanded in the future, but as of this very moment, none of that infrastructure is in the ground, so there's nothing for them to connect to at this time.
When you originally started this area project, did you ask for the full amount and then we phased it out per our request, or did we originally just come with each phase, each year?
I can only speak on last year as I just came in last summer, but we had asked for this last phase to come down, so by all means, we're happy to take what we can get and do as much as we can with it and just keep seeing this move forward, but I can't speak from before that, perhaps Bill has.
I would defer to Jeff.
Yeah, we have requested the full amount each year. So, and then whatever it gets reduced to, that's fine, and that's where we previously had 4 streets up here, so now we're down to the last 2. It helped to have the street-by-street breakdown, so we're able to kind of break out each year on a street-by-street basis, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. You'd mentioned that, I want to confirm that this road improvement is in the village of Wonder Lake, or is it also unincorporated area?
It's in the village, but it also serves, that side of the lake is kind of spotty, and it's incorporated, unincorporated, incorporated neighborhoods.
But the road itself is in.
Yeah, the
one
road itself that we're requesting is in the village, and unincorporated residents also use it.
And then to go along with that, what's the annual amount that, from the motor vehicle fuel tax that the village receives for improvements?
Check with the treasurer. It is a very small number. I can get that number. I don't have it available this time.
Because a few years ago, I seem to remember it being like $200,000 for the whole year.
I think it's around 50.
Around 50, okay.
Yeah, it's based on road miles.
In village, it's based, so municipalities, the MFT allotment's based on population.
Which they get, actually the municipality would get it from the township.
No, they get it direct from the state. They go to their account. The township is based on lane miles.
Our township, MFT, a portion of it goes to the village of Hebron.
Does it?
So that's how that works. Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
wish we could.
it's not a lot of money, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm checking with our treasurer now.
Okay.
See if I get an answer for you.
Are there any other questions?
I just have one more question. Does the village have like a 10-year plan on what they want to do, going forward?
We are in the middle of creating that. Jeff just went through and did an analysis of every lane mile of road.
Okay.
And so we are crafting that as we speak.
Everybody good with questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's lunch. Now. Six minutes. It's 1 o'clock, so let's get started back up. We have campers, Compassion for Campers. Thank you for joining us, Sue. If you'd like to give us an overview of your program, we've allotted 10 minutes if you need it for your presentation and about 5 minutes for questions.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Sue Reckenthaler. Thank you for allowing me to come and answer questions about our Compassion for Campers program. This is an outreach program of the Tree of Life Unitarian Church. I am co-coordinator of the program, and also I helped start up this program about 15 years ago. We've been assisting the unhoused and housing compromised members of our county for about 15 years. All of other than 8 years of my 74 years have been spent living in McHenry County, and I have always tried to live the caring values that McHenry County exhibits. My focus and our focus in Compassion for Campers is always social justice and caring for the often forgotten in our society. We're truly a grassroots organization, and I've brought with me a slide presentation to hopefully give you a better understanding of how our program works. We're a dedicated group of regular volunteers, most of whom do attend Tree of Life Unitarian Church, which is our fiscal agent. But we do have volunteers who are just members of the community, and one volunteer who herself has experienced homelessness. I just wanted to, what we did was just to give you an idea of how our day is on our Compassion for Campers mornings, which are the first and third Fridays of the month at Willow Creek Church in Crystal Lake. This shows how our shelves start out. We have a dedicated room at Willow Church. The room is locked when we are not there. And this would have been taken at the end of the previous session. Shelves are pretty much bare. We supply personal care products, camping products, pillows, camping gear, tents. Like I said, we have our own dedicated room. It is locked when we are not there so that we know what inventory we have. This is my volunteers who on our Compassion for Campers Day show up and unload my little Nissan Cube, which is filled to the ceiling with camping gear. We take this into the facility at Willow Creek. Usually we end up doing it takes about 3 loads of supplies to get in there. Our room is at the end of a long hallway. There are 25 other service providers there, and folks are directed to our room. And then we start unloading and stocking our shelves with everything from shaving cream to toothpaste to paper towels. Propane, small stoves. sleeping pads, sleeping bags. And that is, and our shelves getting filled. Toiletries. Flashlights. Flashlights are a big hit. We purchase most of our supplies from Walmart. We look for sales. We get a lot of donations. We work with the Pink Door in McHenry, that when they have camping gear, backpacks that they can't sell because it maybe has an advertising on it, they will call me and I will go and get it, and then we'll dispense it to our clients. And there is our crew of very dedicated volunteers. These folks show up every first and third Friday. And while the program is part of the Community Resource Day at Willow Church, there's no proselytizing, there's no religious discussion. It is a community helping people in the community, person to person. Our goal is to assist our clients with basic survival needs, and also to assist them in finding other resources that are available at the Resource Center. If we have someone coming into our room, may not need anything that we have to supply them, but if they maybe need legal help, we will take them to the legal aid person. We'll take them to the different veterans groups. We'll take them over to Home of the Sparrow or Turning Point. Our program has earned the trust of the folks that we serve, and we honor that trust. Our goal is to see that all possible show our clients all possible ways that they're not forgotten, and that McHenry County cares for all of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you encourage people to get off the streets?
Yes, and because of the resources that are there at the Resource Center, we will make sure that they have, are you a client at the Housing Authority? I mean, the goal ultimately is to have a roof over everybody's head. We do have some clients that, because of mental health or addiction, or their whole attitude about this is their lifestyle, would not be, it would be very difficult for them to get permanent housing. So we try and make sure that when they are sleeping in their car or sleeping in a tent, that they are treated with respect and that they have all the needs to be comfortable, and that they are a person who deserves that respect. And that is, I think, our strongest point, is that we've developed friendships with the homeless community in McHenry County, and we treat everybody with respect. It's part of our Unitarian principle of the respect for every human being.
Kind of jumping off of that, so have you noticed a pattern of like the same people coming to get the same supplies? Do we have rules and regulations when it comes to tents and things like that?
Yes, we do. We do not, while we don't make a list and say, oh, I gave you a tent 2 weeks ago, because it can happen that someone may have gotten a tent 2 weeks ago, and then we have a huge rainstorm and their stuff is trashed. Our volunteers have been trained to very kindly, if they see someone maybe abusing the system, or maybe taking, I mean, we limit how much you can take. And if somebody is taking more than they should, my volunteers know how to kindly say, I'm sorry, but you can't take, I mean, I personally sometimes flip into the mom mode and have had to tell clients, don't make me put my hands on my hips, put those flashlights back. But we do it kindly and respectfully.
And so this ask of 72,000, is this for a year's supply of material?
It would be a year. If we got that amount of money, we would like to expand the program to be able to be at the Resource Center every Friday, not just every other Friday. Because with the housing cost, with the way the economy is, we are seeing an increase in older unhoused people. So if we had that amount, we would be able to expand.
Do you have any numbers or like statistics of people who've used your program that it's helped them to secure permanent housing, or?
Well, not necessarily, because we don't, other than steering them to the group that would be able to get them housing. But the folks that we have previously participated, when they do get housing, they always come back to thank us for helping them through that little stopgap of when they were maybe living in their car and now they have a home.
One more question. Is there a channel that you have, I mean, you know, where these people can camp on private property, or is it wherever?
It's wherever. They, the campsites, what happens in the county is if you have a lot of the campsites, and we don't even know where all of them are.
Right.
Because everybody's pretty closed-mouthed about where they're camping because they don't want to get rousted out by the police. You have to have had the permission of the landowner. So there is no designated official, yes, McHenry County has an official homeless campsite here. It's wherever the landowner will let them stay. And if there's, you know, if you have we've had a couple of guys who shared a campsite and were way under the radar, and then somebody saw their camp and they were thrown out. And normally what happens, unfortunately, is if the police show up, they take your stuff.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you. Like I said, I started this program 15 years ago with 2 other people, and it's we foolishly thought by this time the homeless issue in the country would be taken care of. So we try and do what we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one. Okay, next up, Consumer Credit Counseling Service.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you for joining us.
That was weird. Hi, I'm Donna Rasmussen, the Executive Director at Consumer Credit. And thank you for inviting us to apply for these funds.
If I can interrupt you for a moment, I'm going to give you this. This is your slide advancer. I'm just going to give you time.
Okay. Okay. How many do I have altogether? 10. Okay. I should be good for that. Most of you have been here for this before. So this is our mission, and we're really dedicated to this mission. Our vision is that we're the most trusted nonprofit housing counseling center in our community, and I feel like we do a really good job at meeting our mission and our goals as a vision. So we've been around for 44 years last week, and we've been doing this in this county for all that time, and we've been helping all majority low to moderate income renters and homeowners. And we're requesting $50,000 this year to continue our housing counseling services. So this is our statistics from last year, 2025. Our average, in 2024, 73% of our clients that we've counseled were below 80% of LMI. In 2025, 78% of the people that we counseled overall, not just McHenry County, but overall, were below 80% of LMI. That's a huge, huge increase. We've seen 1% before, but never a 5% increase. So that data says that what we do is valuable and needed. So we have 4 housing counselors, 1 reverse mortgage specialist, 1 debt management specialist, 1 pre-purchase specialist, and then they all can do all of the things. But so for 4 counselors, they've done all of these in the last year. So they're quite efficient with their time, and they know what they're doing, and they've helped all these people. So these are just the steps of how we do things in our agency. We changed things up last year. We found that we used to have people, we would send all of the documentation to each person who is requesting a session. Once they return that information to us, complete it, then we would book the appointment, because a lot of times people don't do it and they didn't, they wouldn't show up. And our counselors made the time, set aside the time and blocked out time for that, and then it was, we felt like that was the way to do it. So last year we realized that it's not the way to do it, and we streamlined it and got rid of that barrier of people with financial anxiety and distress having to look at all of their paperwork and all of the things that aren't happening the way they think that it should happen with their money before they even see a counselor. So they're going through all this, and that, I think, is why they weren't showing up. They would not be able to get through it, and so they wouldn't show up to the appointments. This way that we're doing it now, the clients, we have them sign the release of information and all of the disclosures, and then when the client meets with the counselor initially for their one-on-one appointment, that's when they go over all of that information. It has increased our fill rate by, I would say, 60% more. The people who weren't showing up are showing up now. And we're seeing that they're less stressed when they come, and they're certainly less stressed when they leave. So this is how we do it. At the end of the counseling session, the counselor always provides an action plan that is created in collaboration with the client. And then there's a follow-up done 30 and 60 days after to see how they're doing. A lot of times our clients come several times as they work through all of the things that they're dealing with. And then a lot of times they come back because their credit scores increase and they want to buy a house, so they come for a pre-purchase session. So it's not always people coming to us in dire straits. So So this year, for 2027 fiscal year, we estimate that in McHenry County, we'll do about 36 housing counseling sessions to 280 households. And we figured that out because about 20% of the people come back for a second appointment. And then, so we will see the same households several times, sometimes more than twice. And we think 70% of these households will be below the 80% of the median income. So we'll assist, the funding will help us with 60 counseling sessions to 55 households. And that's it. Yes.
Are you a HUD-approved counselor?
We're a HUD-approved counseling agency, and all of our counselors and our educators are HUD certified. That's a great question. I never remember to say that. So.
And so this is to fund the staff for the McHenry County location, correct?
Yes.
And this is going to be for one staff position?
No, it is. It's so we bill for each session. So all the counselors for their time for counseling, and then administrative costs for bookkeeping and the receptionist.
And then just part of my ignorance, but everything that you offer to the community is free of charge, right?
Yes, yes, we have no fees that we charge. We actually have just got a grant through HUD to provide the reverse mortgage counseling. There's typically a fee for that because it is a required counseling session for people looking for reverse mortgage. They want to make sure that people understand what they're getting into. There's a lot of fees, the interest, and all that. So we can now provide that counseling session. HUD covers the cost for that. So it's a really great thing.
Does this permit hiring any additional people?
No, it's just for the counselors that we have.
Okay.
Now, do you guys recommend debt consolidation loans?
So we do have a debt management program that our assistant director manages that program. And people who come to us thinking maybe that they need to file bankruptcy, well, a lot of them don't qualify for bankruptcy based on either, their amount of debt and all. So we will refer them to our debt management program. That is something that we do charge a fee for. It's very time intensive for the counselor. Then we used to do all of the billing and distributing of the money to the creditors in-house, but it's just too much. It's just too much. So now we work with Consumer Credit Counseling Service of Rochester, New York. We do the setup and the initial counseling session, and then they go to Consumer Credit of Rochester for the remainder of their program. And that is to pay their debt off in 3 to 5 years. And a lot of times the interest rate can be brought down to like 5%, 10%. And if it's a payday loan, we don't do payday loan consolidation or management. But there are, in Rockford, there's a Consumer Credit Counseling Service that we will refer people to, and they do the payday loans. And that program is really great because immediately the interest rate goes to zero. They cannot charge any interest rate on a payday loan or those online loans where people just don't even realize they're applying for a loan, and then they put something and now they have this loan that's 400% interest. 400%.
Do you work in conjunction with like Habitat or Home of the Sparrow, like with some of their customers? Like,
we do.
They refer?
Actually, one of our counselors, and she's an educator too, she does workshops with the Women in Transition at Home of the Sparrow, and we do collaborate with Habitat. They send us their people who are possibly going to be getting a Habitat home, and we do
help the transition.
We make sure their credit score is up there and help them. If it's not, we have a program that can help them build their credit. It's a credit builder program, so we have a loan that we collaborate with a couple of banks. We're working now with Old National. We're just getting it set up with them. And am I out of time? Oh, okay. It's a good program. It is a really great program. So we lend people $500, but we don't give them the money. It goes into a CD at Old National Bank, and then these people set up automatic payments, and over a year they make the on-time payments, building up the equity in that loan, in that CD, and we're monitoring their credit throughout the whole time, their credit score, and in a year they have increased their, in fact, I just spoke to someone today, she said she's only been in the program a couple of months, and her credit score is at 660 now, and it was like at 400. So it builds their credit, and then at the end they have their $500, a little bit of interest, and a credit score that helps them to buy a car or whatever, they rent a house or whatever.
May I just ask specifically, this 50,000 urgent need, very urgent, and why?
So with the way the funding streams have changed in the last 8 months, in the last 8 to 10 months, we are fighting harder for grants that we historically have gotten, and a lot of times we're not getting those grants because other people are coming in looking for those grants too. Our HUD housing counseling grant has not come through. They just sent out the NOFO now, but we're not allowed to do conventional housing counseling with that grant now. It has to be VA, HUD, or rural, FHA rural. We can't do regular conventional housing counseling with that money if whatever amount we get. So it's very urgent now that we.
So critical with the homeless.
It's
so critical with the homeless, part of the problem of getting there.
Yeah, the only people we're allowed to, counsel with that, if whatever we get for that grant, the only people we're allowed to counsel really are people who are in subsidized housing, and those people are not people who are going to be homeowners, at least not in this year. So it's going to be very difficult for us.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Next up, we have elder reports.
I'm such a proponent of that because they will not. Yep, I always hit the wrong button. They're used to me doing that.
Okay, and just keep your.
Oh, I was gonna say, send a donation.
Oh. And then I'll give you your one. Yeah, no problem. I'll try and keep it short and simple. First off, I thank you all for the time and the service you put towards McHenry County and the citizens here. Without you guiding the county along with the board, we wouldn't have the great county that McHenry County is. And I say that knowing counties throughout the state. But for the point of this grant, it is specific to McHenry County. My name is Dina, and I'm here from ElderWorks. Just quickly, a show of hands, who knows what ElderWorks is? Because there are a lot of faces in here that I have seen before, some I haven't. So I don't want to be redundant or stun anybody's time. ElderWorks is a non-for-profit organization. We were founded in McHenry County in 2012. Our mission is to help seniors and older adults navigate everything aging. Of all of the individuals you were probably talking with today that are seeking grant funding from you, in one way or another, we're working with them within McHenry County and have. For the purpose of this grant. It is for case management, and we put the educational component in this grant this year. We've been fortunate enough to be funded by you in the past, and hope that we are able to receive funding now. Why did we add the education component? It is because part of the case management that we're doing with our seniors and helping them, they are older adults that are seeking assistance, or it's their families that are seeking assistance. And when I say families, that impacts the workforce in McHenry County. If you have an older adult that is in that workforce and they now need to step out of the workforce to be able to care for their parent, to sustain them in McHenry County. Apparently, I'm going to be tongue-tied through this whole thing, so I'm going to ask for forgiveness ahead of time. These older adults or their families that are reaching out are either in a new health crisis or what you just heard, financial crisis, and that is what we're seeing. The numbers in McHenry County have been creeping up for those that are reaching out that are under average mean income, or what we're seeing is not just 3 different generations living in a household. We currently have in McHenry County 6 different homes that we are helping, and they're 4 generational homes, which means we have the great-grandmother and we have the grandmother that we're trying to help, and in that same home, they have the daughter and then grandchildren. We're providing one-on-one counseling to meet where they need. So we're utilizing libraries to meet with these clients within McHenry County, sometimes doctor's offices, sometimes law offices, sometimes our other non-for-profit organizations. In McHenry County, in 2025, we had 500 plus cases that were managed. These are just some of our numbers. 505 were under, so they were low income. And you see the plus sign behind that? That is because when somebody reaches out to ElderWorks, and for grant purposes, we have to ask them to disclose their financial amounts of money to be able to use them for grants. When we have a senior that calls and is crying and won't give us that money, that doesn't mean we're not going to help them, but I can't count them in any of those numbers logistically. And so there are a high population that will reach out and they will want assistance, and we want to still provide it, we just don't count it. That's why there's a plus sign. Income restricted seniors, you're going to see it just keep creeping up. This is just our data. And again, these are not full intakes. I would guess in 2025 that number is probably closer to 3,200. Before anybody asks, yes, we partner with everybody in McHenry County and work together. Part of the education component that we want to do is to be able to, currently, when we do education, it's all on a volunteer basis for our speakers when we participate. And then we're taking that away from another non-for-profit. What we would like to do is to be able to twofold. If we need to make a donation towards another non-for-profit that is going to speak for an educational piece, that we have that ability to do that. We're trying to get that funding through another grant. This grant that we're asking for is going to go for our case management and then to provide an education person within our team to provide that education. As an example, the Veterans Assistance Commission partners with ElderWorks to provide education that people can watch virtually from home as well as in person. Senior Care Volunteer Network is doing a presentation for us in the coming weeks. McHenry County Senior Services Associates in McHenry County, they're partnering with us for a adult protective services understanding workshop, because a lot of people don't understand and they fear it, and they don't understand that it really can be a benefit.
So being able to help as well as case manage these seniors to provide them with what they need to survive and thrive is what this particular grant is for in McHenry County. There's the VAC. These are a couple of just quotes from people that we have assisted, and both from an adult child or from the spouse. We believe that what ElderWorks does in McHenry County is a value to those that live in McHenry County, and that our ultimate goal is to help everyone that reaches out, no matter what they're needing. The partnerships and bonds that ElderWorks has strove to get with our different partners, many of which you are seeing today, whether it's from housing or credit counseling, we want to be able to not only be that connector, but be that hand that can help them through their process and ensure that they have what they need for their future. 1 minute and 34 seconds. Short, right? There we go.
Good job.
Thank you.
Impressive.
And if somebody asks that question, because you always do, I'll leave that one up.
I think you did such a great job. Nobody has any
Did I
questions.
did I stun him into silence?
Actually,
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify the education piece. Is that something you're going to be providing yourself or with partners or both?
So we will do both. We do both. For the purpose of this grant, it is to be able to have one of our nurse educators in McHenry County on the ground at different locations, whether it's in a non-for-profit other partner, whether it is in a church. As an example, we're doing an education partnering with Independence Health and Therapy and the Alzheimer's Association, the beginning of May at a church. We're expecting 150 older adults that are going to plan, and this is for them to age for the future. And that would cover a salary for that or one of our teams. It wouldn't always be the nurse, because nurse's salary is a little higher than, an hourly salary is higher than one of our staff, our trained staff.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Family Health Partnership Clinic. Hello. Hello. Glad to see you back.
Thank you. We took a year break from you, but we're happy to be back.
I don't have a presentation for you, do I?
You should. I sent it in very early, but you know what? Here's the beauty of life.
I brought a copy. Always be prepared. Yeah, we didn't. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. It's under CDHG 2026 in there. So I'm Suzanne Hoban with the Family Health Partnership Clinic. Good to see you all. I really hate coming after lunch because y'all sitting there digesting. This is my partner in crime, Jay Highland, and Jay is our Director of Clinical Operations at the clinic and is also our pharmacist at the clinic. So anything pharmaceutical, he's the guy to ask. Okay, so I am just going to pretend I know. Some of you do know about the Family Health Partnership Clinic. I'm just going to pretend you don't, so y'all can digest while I'm going through stuff that you already know. So we opened 30 years ago. We celebrated our 30-year anniversary this year, and it was really a community response to a community need in the county. We see almost 7,000 patient visits every year. And all of our physicians are volunteer but we really operate with a core staff of nurse practitioners and staff nurses. We provide primary care, dental care, mental health, as well as some specialty care for people who have no other access to it. Our patients cannot have any form of health insurance at all. No Medicaid, no Medicare, no private insurance, nothing like that. Don't take Medicaid. We are not free. We're on a sliding fee scale though, so they're based on income and family size, but if they can't pay, they don't pay. But in reality, close to 90% of our patients pay something toward their care. It's so much easier to go in to a physician's office and get a bill for $35 than it is to go in and get a bill for $400. So our patients really do have skin in the game. If they cannot pay though, we're not gonna refuse them. So how do we work? It works just like your regular doctor's office. The patients make appointments, they have to fill out a bunch of paperwork, we screen them for their income, so they have to bring in some kind of proof of income. But at that point, then everything kind of changes from where your doctor's office. So a lot of times when you go into the doctor's office, they'll give you a prescription to go get your labs drawn somewhere else. And then they'll give you a prescription for your medication that you have to go somewhere else for. With our patients, and frankly with everybody, all of those barriers are places where people are going to fall through the cracks. They don't have the transportation, they don't have the childcare, they don't have a job where they can just leave and go get their prescription or their lab drawn. We do everything right there. And our average visit is somewhere between $15 and $25, but the real goal is barrier-free healthcare. Get it done all right there. This is our building on a very non-sunny day. A lot of people think of clinics like ours as being these very dark kind of, places that are in the bottom of a church basement tucked away. And we really want to dispel this myth. We have a 10,000 square foot building that we built in 2013. It is a LEED certified building, meaning it is a green, it is environmentally friendly, because healthcare is more than just the absence of disease. So we'll take you on a little pictorial tour of the clinic as we go through. These are our exam rooms. Looks just like you would go to in your regular doctor's office. That's the point of it. You probably aren't gonna see a food pantry in your doctor's office. You might, but we have one because a lot of times our patients might be in that in-between gap between when they can go to their local food pantry and get food. So we have one. We also have a program during the summertime that's just about ready to start called our Community Grows program. Because a lot of what we do is not just curing disease, it's preventing diseases from getting worse. We really spend a lot of time on healthy lifestyle, and part of healthy lifestyle is having access to good, healthy foods. So we have a number of farmers and gardeners who supply us with produce during their growing season, which goes really from about May, till probably about November, when we're getting the last of it. Last year we gave away almost 4,000 pounds of fresh produce to our patients. And it's basically sitting like a little farmer's market display in our waiting room. People just take it. We're not, it's barrier free. We have a medication dispensary, which I will be talking about today for the most part, because that's what our proposal is for. It's for our dispensary. I call it that because we are not a licensed pharmacy. So for example, one of you could not come in with a prescription and get your medication at our place. That's not how we work. We are a dispensary, so we only give medication to people who are our patients already. That's legal. That's the way to do it. Right, Jay?
Correct.
Yes. But our goal really is to expand and enhance that access to pharmaceuticals. So here's your number one quiz. This is the audience participation part. Who here knows what the number one cause of debt is in the US?
Life.
Pardon?
Life.
Nope. That's close. That's very close.
Healthcare.
Medical debt, number one cause of debt. Number one cause of bankruptcy in the United States. Bankruptcy leads to lack of housing. Unstable housing leads to homelessness. You did know that. I know you did. So our goal is to really keep people healthy, keep them out of the hospital, and treat them in a much cheaper way than if they have to go into the hospital for something that could have been treated in a clinic. Is this a problem in McHenry County? Yeah, it is a problem. According to our last community health needs survey, almost 20% of the people who were surveyed delayed care because of the cost of it. That's a lot of people in McHenry County. Almost 12% said that they didn't take the medication or they didn't take it as prescribed. You know, they took it every other day instead of every day because of the cost of it. You're not gonna get better if you don't take your medication as prescribed. We wanna make sure that you get that into your hands and that you're not having to judge and make a decision between putting food on your table or getting your insulin filled. So in our dispensary, we do a lot of different things. We gave away almost $2 million worth of medication to patients. We don't charge for any of the medication that we get because the vast majority of our medication is donated to us. Not all of it, but the vast majority is. We've partnered with, wow, that went quick, Walgreens and Albertsons to provide flu clinics. And we worked with state and national organization to be able to gather drugs that were going unused and thrown away. We can redeploy them. That all sounds great, but what really matters is what are our outcomes? Are people actually doing better? Are they getting better? When we look at people who have diabetes and under control, 49% of our patients who have diabetes are under control. That's compared nationally with 35% who have Medicaid and 35% who have commercial PPO. Our patients have better outcomes than people with private insurance. The same statistic exists for hypertension. 71% of our patients are under control who have hypertension. The commercial PPO, 46%. Why is that? We think it's because we are making it barrier-free. We are making sure that medication is in their hands, that the labs are done when they need to be done. Where do we get the meds? We get them donated from a lot of places. The ones I want to focus on are our wholesale purchase, our Dispensary of Hope, and our Good Pill. So they got the little $sign. Those are the ones that we have to purchase. So Dispensary of Hope is a big organization. It is also a nonprofit that gets truckloads of donations from the drug companies. We pay an annual fee of $7,500 to them. We can order anything off their formulary for as often as we need it. And we order about once a week or so? Yeah. At least, yes, okay. So for $7,500, the value, we're getting at least $50,000 worth of meds every single month from Dispensary of Hope. Good Pill is our new partner. They work a little bit similarly to Dispensary of Hope, but what they do is they give us a deal that we have to pay for it, $262 for 10 people for each month, but we can get some of the harder to get medications. So for example, you know, if we had any of these meds, we wouldn't be able to get them through DOH, we'd have to go to Good Pill, but it's at a whole lot cheaper discount. So the request is for support for existing staff, as well as the subscription to the Dispensary of Hope and Good Pill. I'm done. Any questions?
Race was a lot.
It was a race to the finish.
So you are located in McHenry County?
Crystal Lake. We only serve McHenry County residents.
Okay.
Yep. We're right down the street from the post office in Crystal Lake.
And then you think 50,000 will cover like 1 year?
Yes, yeah. So that's staff time, the DOH, and then the Good Pill.
Now, a question, so, I mean, most people are covered under, you know, personal insurance through your company or Medicare or Medicaid.
No, they're not.
Okay,
and that's okay. So I can tell you exactly what's happened recently. So, you know, on January 1st, first of all, everybody's insurance rates went up. Second of all, the subsidies for the marketplace insurance went away, as well as the tax credits for the marketplace went away. We started getting calls in December from people who said, my insurance is going up from $300 a month to $1,100 a month. I can no longer afford that. Since January 1st, we had to put a moratorium on new people we were taking in the clinic. We found out yesterday we are turning away 10 people a day right now who don't have insurance. The vast majority of them were insured up until December 31st. But either their employer dropped coverage because their employer couldn't afford it anymore, they had to drop it because they couldn't afford their deductibles and co-pays and premiums anymore, or they were on the marketplace and those rates just skyrocketed. So we are kind of in unprecedented waters right now. Yeah, but that's a great question because you think that. And that's it's about 3 years ago, about 93% of the US did have insurance of some kind. But even if you think, okay, so that's 7%, that's still 20,000 people in McHenry County who wouldn't have had it. But those numbers have dropped precipitously.
Are there a lot of grants and things that you're not qualified for that maybe other McHenry County nonprofits do qualify for, so that would set you apart, or why you may need it more?
Well, we really don't get any federal money at all. I mean, that's one thing. We have gotten a few state grants here and there, but McHenry County doesn't look poor enough to qualify for a lot of these other grants, even though we know we have these pockets of need in them. It's just what it is. So we have a very diverse funding scheme, but CDHG is part of that funding scheme to be able to put all these pieces together. Our budget is about $2.2 million a year. So every little piece is really, really important. Anybody else? Any really hard
question
questions?
about like the dispensary and the good
Good
pill.
Uh-huh.
Because we are very limited on the amount of money that we have to allocate. It's about 5 million to 1 million.
Right, I'm sure.
Are there, if we were not able to fully fund your request, what would, I guess, where would you need to be for the person versus the?
Having the people to do the work is the most critical piece of it. I'll just tell you that. I mean, that's really it. I am fully aware of the demand versus the supply on your end. So we would work with whatever needs to be. I would probably put the majority of the money towards the staff because that's how the whole thing works. We need those people and those bodies to be with our patients.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so
All right,
much.
thank
for
you so
coming in.
much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You know I'm gonna keep this now.
Actually, you could. I stole it from people in need, so you could probably steal it.
I would never.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have fellowship housing.
I'm pulling yours up right now. I've got your two advanced slides. You've got a little laser pointer. I'm sure it's fancy. You have 10 minutes, and then if you keep your eyes peeled over here, she's going to give you your 3 minute and your 1 minute. You got it.
Okay. I might be short a couple. We'll find out.
Don't bring that on over here.
Sorry, my 15-month-old got up too early.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Betsy Kennedy, and I have the honor of advocating for our fellowship housing families for almost 3 years now. And in the folder that you guys just received, You're gonna find a copy of our 2025 annual report, our current 5-year vision plan map, and a sample of our community flyer for Mothers in Need, which is both in English and in Spanish. Oops. Our mission, Fellowship Housing was started in 1991 by 3 local couples who simply saw a need for the community and wanted to address it. Our mission is to empower single mothers to build a new legacy. This means we're not looking to provide a quick temporary fix, but to empower moms to build a bright future and to change the trajectory of their families for generations to come. Prior to 2023, Fellowship Housing was serving 34 families a year. However, the need was great. At the time, we were receiving about 1,000 intake calls a year. Now we receive about 1,650 intake calls a year, and that number is growing each year. And we wanted to see moms have access to a Fellowship Housing apartment and services without having to drive, an hour to get to appointments or something like that. And so we launched the current 5-year apartment expansion plan in 2023 with the vision that every 7-mile radius in the Chicago suburbs would have access to Fellowship Housing services and apartments by 2028. However, we've been serving families in McHenry County since 2021. Currently, we are able to serve 60 families at one time. By the end of this year, the goal is to be at 70, and then by 2028, be at that 80 number. 4 of those families are right here in McHenry County, with more to come. Because our program is individualized and based on where a mother is at when she starts, moms entered at staggered times with rolling move-outs occurring, which opens up units for new families at varying times, which means we anticipate serving 6 families total in McHenry County during this proposed funding year. So that's about 13 to possibly 20 residents, depending on how many children each mother has. So why single mothers only? While we care deeply about all families in need, single mothers face the challenges of poverty disproportionately to other groups. So if you take a look at the numbers, the 2020 census says that nearly 11 million single parent families live in the US, but 80% of those are led by single moms. The book by Poverty by America states that in 1959, about 70% of poor families were composed of a married couple, but today, most poor children are born to single mothers. Roughly 1 in 3 families are headed by a single mother, compared to just 1 in 17 married families. In the Chicago suburbs alone, including McHenry County, you guys probably know this, HUD lists the median household income as $119,000, but on average, a Fellowship Housing mom enters the program making just $37,000 annually, which is quite the discrepancy there.
Henry's median is 119.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they lump McHenry and Naperville and everybody, Joliet, they're all together, which is kind of crazy to me because the suburbs are so different. But yes, so a Fellowship Housing mom enters making roughly $37,000 a year. But right now, we're finding roughly 2-bedroom apartments are north of $2,000 a month, which is drastically increased from a few years ago. But that's roughly 65% of a Fellowship Housing mom's gross income. So that leaves $1,000 a month for groceries, childcare, rent, school expenses, medical bills, transportation, and the list goes on, and there is not much left. So that leaves them with few, if any, housing options and that vulnerability to homelessness, not to mention if they were already couch surfing or living in a car or a hotel or staying with a family member. So as you can see, single moms are working incredibly hard, but they just can't make ends meet. So how do we serve these families? So we provide the moms in Fellowship Housing a safe home for their moms and their children for 2 years. They receive referrals for counseling, career training, food programs, and more. They get intense financial training and guidance, one-on-one mentoring and support, assistance securing permanent housing upon graduation. They also have access to additional services and through donors and partners, including at-cost car repairs, employment services with HR professionals to help them increase their salaries and educational opportunities as well, legal services, those counseling benefits, and more goes on. A family's time in fellowship housing is divided into 4 6-month quarters, where quarter 1 is focused on foundations and stability. Quarter 2 is focused on the progress in building new habits. Quarter 3 is focused on the preparation and the shift to practice handling finances and moving on their own. And quarter 4 is focused on independence and preparing for housing and growing this stable base that they have built. Once a family is accepted into the program, the mom and their children move into one of our apartments or townhomes. That would be the same kind of apartment or townhome that you or I would live in. So a safe, clean, subsidized living space gives mothers in crisis some breathing room where they can begin to dream again about a new future. Families receive that one-on-one mentoring from their case manager, which we refer to them as family advocate. These are full-time staff members that journey with the same mom for the full 2 years that they're in the program. And I say mom, but they're also working with the kids as well. So these are full-time staff members, and they are the heart of what we do. They are training and equipping these participants to understand and manage their finances, helping them get out of debt, raise their credit scores, find opportunities to increase their income. They're providing guidance and accountability and connecting them to family resources that they might need as well. Each family advocate works with only up to 10 moms at one time to ensure they are receiving the best personalized care that a mom can get as they journey towards that long-term independence. During a recent meeting, a mom, Sarah, was meeting with her family advocate, and she shared about this first graduation that she attended to, that all fellowship housing moms are required to go to graduations of fellowship housing moms. Does that make sense? We host graduations. And so this mom, Sarah, shared with another fellowship housing mom, their savings and debt reduction numbers must be fudged because there is no way they accomplished all of that in 2 years. She just couldn't believe it. But now, Sarah herself has saved over $20,000. She's reduced her debt to just her car and her education loans, and has increased her credit score by a whopping 159 points. And she's moving into her own Habitat for Humanity home soon. You'll see these are some of the results that we have seen over the last 20 years on average that our graduates have accomplished. I'll let you guys read the slide, but the main fact is you can see a significant increase in savings, income, credit scores, and debt for a lot of our moms, as well as moving into housing of their choice. Our ask from McHenry County is focused, is to assist in the delivery of our affordable housing, financial literacy training, and case management services, specifically to the 6 families that we anticipate will be living in our apartments here in McHenry County during this funding cycle. The CDBG funds we are requesting would go to support a portion of the staff members, so those family advocates that we mentioned, those salaries of our program team that provide the direct services to the single moms that we serve. A small portion would be set aside for client kit activities like Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, sports events, things like that, and client benevolence used to alleviate the financial burden to support a client's desire for positive mental health for themselves and their children. Sue is a current family advocate who shared with me the other day that a mom of hers that just finished her 2-year program said, "Sue, I'll never forget what you said to me on the first day when I started fellowship housing. You told me to trust this process and the program as it really works. And all the hard work you put in is so worth it." And it did work. And I'm so incredibly grateful for a program that has changed not only my life, but my children's life and how they view finances. Sue said, working with single moms and their children is a deeply impactful experience that reveals the profound resilience, strength, and love required to build a stable family environment. It's a privilege to witness, support, and honor the daily sacrifices and unwavering dedication these mamas put into providing for their children, often against all odds. And on this slide, you'll see a picture of 3 of our current family advocates, just so you can have some faces of fellowship housing. So that's what I have for you today. What questions do you guys have?
Vanessa?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I have a couple questions. You mentioned it's a 2-year. And what percentage of your clients make it in 2 years? And what happens after 2 years? Do you kick them out on the street, say you're out? Or how often do they stay longer?
Usually if they stay longer, it's because they're waiting on their Habitat house. If they need a program extension, they can apply for one, and they're usually granted that. Most of the time, they don't need longer than 2 years. They're usually ready to move on at that point. We are in the process of currently developing what's called a phase 3 of our program. Because of what the current housing market is, it's really creating a bigger gap than what we have seen over the years of what is required for moms to be making when they leave the program in order to afford rent. So for example, we're seeing that moms need to be making at least $60,000 in order to be able to afford rent. If they are going the renting route versus owning. And so we're currently working on potentially building out a phase 3 where maybe we create like a rental assistance bridge gap that helps them as they continue to increase that salary, but it's still in the pilot phase of that program, so it's not active yet. The moms that purchase though are usually, they are usually fine. As far as kicking out people, it's usually a disciplinary exit, and it's a mom that's not wanting to follow the rules. There is a contract a mom signs when they come into the program, and they sign a lease because we hold the lease on all apartments, and they sublease from us essentially. And if they are not willing to follow the rules, there is an accountability process they follow with written notice and conversations. It's like a 4-step process. And unfortunately, if it does come to a disciplinary exit, then they would be kicked out of the program. That is rare. Most of the time, if somebody leaves, it's because they're choosing to leave. We've had moms leave because they've decided to go live with family members, or they've decided the program's not for them. Someone decided to get married. All various different reasons. For us to kick out a mom, it takes a lot for that decision to come because we don't really want to have to do that. Does that make sense?
Do you take over their finances and help them, do you have access to their finances? Because obviously that's a big part for a 2-year goal like that to happen.
So we don't take over in the sense of we're like taking their debit cards and things like that. We do have a budget sheet. They do turn in their budget sheet, and they turn in all their receipts every month. And they sit down with their family advocate and they go through their budget and they go through their receipts every month. And if they're over budget, they're being held accountable for that. And if they need to adjust their budget, they're working through that with their family advocate.
So that's part of their compliance.
That's part of their compliance. And if they're out of compliance for a while, well, then let's talk through that, We also have opportunities where, if you are in good standing, meaning you've met your budget every month for a couple months, and you are putting $500 towards your debt every month, you can apply for a debt match from Fellowship Housing. And if you pay that $500 from your high yield savings account, which we help them open through a bank partnership we have, we will match that $500 payment, which then continues to, one, encourage them to help to continue to pay off their debt, which, let's be real, we all need that encouragement when you're working to pay off debt because it's a slow process. And 2, it helps them achieve their goals, right? And if they are also in goal standing and they get their tax return and they put their tax return towards debt, and they apply for a tax match, we will also match their tax return.
My second question is, it looks like you service a lot of areas, like a lot of townships, Palatine, Aurora. So you said this grant would go towards 6 families, is the goal for McHenry?
Yes. And when we go into a new area, the goal is to be able to have 8 to 10 housing units in each area. The only reason we don't currently have more right now in McHenry County is we are having a hard time finding affordable units here. We had more, but unfortunately we were renting them and we lost them because they were too expensive. We are currently in the process, and it's on the down low, of a feasibility study of launching a capital campaign to shifting to begin the process of purchasing up to 30 units across our service areas to alleviate the financial burden of renting so many units, because over 50 of our units we rent, and the rest are, and we own 8. And if we can own, we're gonna take some of that rental money and we're building equity, and then we can free up some of that money, and then we possibly can look at then purchasing back out in this area versus renting at some rates that we just can't afford out here. So.
And you said you've been in McHenry County since 2021. Where was the originate? Where'd you originate?
So we were in Crystal Lake and in Woodstock. But right now we're just in Woodstock. So we lost our units, and well, I say lost, but unfortunately we just have to give up on those because they were just getting too expensive. So.
Your clients pay rent to you?
So they pay a program fee, but it is significantly discounted. So they pay, I believe it's about $650 for a 1-bedroom and $850 for a 2-bedroom. And that program fee is their rent. And then in the second year, towards the end of the program, that's increased to help them get used to the idea of what it's like to pay on their own, but it does give them that skin in the game, right? But it is used to help pay that rent essentially, but yes.
Yeah. You do have, or your offices for these 3 staff positions are in Woodstock or Crystal?
No, our office headquarters are in Hoffman Estates, but our housing units are, for this request, are in Woodstock.
And these 3 staff positions would be only for these Woodstock
Families.
McHenry County families?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we have one central office, but we work all in the different areas. So, and the moms either come to the main office, but our staff also go to the moms. And our property coordinator also manages the relationship with the landlords and get the units ready for the moms when they move in. And so she's out at the units as well. And then the family advocates also will do meetings with the moms at the units. The property coordinator will also do checks with the moms at the units, because you can tell a lot how a mom is doing mentally when you see the status of their house. So.
And if we weren't able to provide this grant, is your work in McHenry County still going to happen, or is this based on we're only moving in McHenry County if we get this grant?
No, it will continue, yes. Even if we do not receive this grant, we will continue our work in Woodstock. We have our leases signed, we will still be here. It would be significantly helpful to have the funding, but if we were to receive partial funding or no funding, we would continue to work our donor base, whether that's through more private foundations, individual donors, our Hope Builders that are our monthly donors, or anything like that. We would continue to work to receive funding to help cover.
How many families in McHenry County do you help?
So we're expecting 6 this year, because we are expecting a couple moms to graduate.
Is that total throughout McHenry County?
Yes. Now I will say there are other moms that we are serving that are from McHenry County, but they are living in some of our other cities. Does that make sense?
Do you have any families in McHenry County currently, aside from these 6 that you're hoping to bring up?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Do you have any current McHenry County housing and families that you're working with right now, aside from the 6 that were projected to?
I would have to look in our database to see where they're at, but I could get that information if you'd like it.
Well, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you. Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. I can give you a quick. It's very helpful.
They're not your break.
It's Taylor.
They usually are on a break.
Yeah.
Every night.
And if they get her early?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Oh, yes. We have 4 families that live in Woodstock right now.
Yes.
She does have 4 families in Woodstock.
We do have 4
Yes, yeah. We have 4 families currently in Woodstock. We anticipate 2 of the moms graduating, so then 2 more families would come in for a total of 6 families during the funding cycle.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Just because
Maria.
you said 2021, so it's like you're, coming in
Oh,
from
yes.
county now, you're
Yes.
building those connections and relationship, yeah.
Yes. So sorry. Thank you, Maria.
You're welcome.
Thank you for catching that. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay. You grab it, and then just keep your eyes over here. Maria's gonna give you your.
Okay, you make me nervous when you keep talking.
That wasn't me, all.
I was fighting it. I've been trying.
Okay. Ready to go?
Yep, we are.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Pioneer Center for Human Services, our mission is to help people live a dignified life of well-being, independence, and inclusion. What we are proposing today, specifically expanding our applied behavioral analysis services, which you also hear me refer to as ABA, is directly tied to helping individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities remain stable, housed, and integrated into the community. This funding request is about strengthening services for the individuals who rely on us for daily support, ensuring those services are effective, coordinated, and sustainable. So, presenting in front of you today, my name is Jason Clark. I am the Chief Program Officer here at Pioneer Center.
My name is Ian Wallach. I'm the Board Certified Behavior Analyst.
I'm Kelly Wegner. I'm the Director of Finance.
So we essentially represent the clinical, operational, and financial compliance oversight of the organization. And together we ensure that any investment made through CDBG funds is responsibly managed, outcome-driven, and aligned with county priorities. We are requesting CDBG public service funding to support bringing a board-certified behavior analyst, or BCBA, in-house, who is Ian here. This request falls under the Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities pillar of public services. Currently, BCBA services are outsourced, which limits our access, consistency, and integration across our residential programs. This funding allows us to build internal capacity to better serve low and moderate income individuals with complex behavioral and mental health needs. We are requesting $50,000 in CDBG funding, with Pioneer Center providing $10,000 match for a total project cost of $60,000. This cost is based on the average BCBA salaries in the Chicago metropolitan area and reflects a realistic investment in qualified clinical expertise. By bringing BCBA services in-house, we gain several critical benefits: objective, individualized behavioral assessments, stronger and more consistent documentation, improved client outcomes, increased access to services, and greater accountability and oversight. BCBA-led plans focus on skills acquisition, maintenance, progress monitoring, and staff training, allowing clients to increase independence and remain safely housed. For example, many clients currently take psychotropic medications or living with restrictive conditions require formal behavioral support plans in order to live more independently. During the program year, we serve 60 unduplicated clients across our developmental disability group homes who directly benefit from this service. We're also looking this as future growth into our ABA service model. While this request focuses on bringing a BCBA in-house, this position is intentionally designed as the foundation for future growth. As the program matures, the BCBA will not only provide direct oversight and assessments, but will also build a layered behavioral support model. This includes the future addition of Level 2 behavior therapists and the structured training and supervision of registered behavior technicians, or RBTs, within our group homes. By training staff already embedded in our residential program, services become more responsive, consistent, and cost-effective. This model also represents a meaningful workforce development opportunity. We will create new credentialed positions within McHenry County, offering career pathways for direct support professionals, increased job retention, and opportunities for professional advancement in behavioral health. Staff who become RBTs gain nationally recognized credentials, increasing both their skills and earning potential. This strengthens the local workforce while improving service quality for low and moderate income residents. This project aligns directly with McHenry County's Consolidated Plan Public Services objective to improve quality for life for low and moderate income individuals. The plan notes that supportive housing with services is essential for individuals who cannot independently perform activities of daily living. Behavioral services are a core supportive service that allows residents to remain stable in housing, reduce crises, and avoid more costly institutional settings. CDBG funding allows us to strengthen this support where it is most urgently needed. Across our IDD residential programs, in-house ABA services will ensure consistent implementation of behavioral intervention plans. This approach guarantees clients to receive appropriate intensity and number of services outlined in their plans. Standardized assessments across programs will improve quality and equity of care. CDBG funding is the bridge that allows us to build infrastructure now so the program becomes financially sustainable in the future. This is not a one-time impact, it is investment in service growth, system efficiency, and better outcomes. And with that, I'd like to introduce Ian Wallach, who maybe speak a little bit about your path and plans.
Yeah, I think, hello by the way, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak today. I think that Jason covered just about everything that I was going to say, so I will just kind of say that my services include teaching and skill deficits that are crucial for independent living, such as communication skills, social skills. You know, there's a broad range of social skills there, such as knowing boundaries and relationships. And it also gets into skills necessary for vocation, getting towards getting a job and things like that. So we will utilize things that may look like behavior reduction, but it's replacing something with a more socially acceptable behavior. And then also task analyses. So a lot of tasks that we take for granted that's so simple, they're actually quite large for some folks, and we make them smaller tasks and build upon them so that we can get those bigger tasks accomplished. I'd be willing to answer any questions. I'm sorry, I'm quite nervous.
So with that, we open it up to any questions, comments?
So just to clarify, you're filling a staff position for in-house, so you said typically it was outsourced, they
Yes.
come and then.
Yeah, so it's a requirement, particularly, it's a state requirement, particularly for anybody who does have any psychotropic medication, because that's considered a restrictive. And so we have to have a behavior reduction plan, so we have to have this. Historically, we've always outsourced it to for-profit companies, so we're coming in and we felt that from a clinical standpoint, from a quality standpoint, it would be better to do that, grow that in-house.
And if I could quickly speak on that as well, being internal allows me to build relationship with staff members and clients throughout the facility, whereas what I've noticed in my brief time here, the outsourced company, they come in focused on one or two people specifically, and they don't even talk to anybody else, and also they can't instruct staff. I've been told that they cannot provide training to staff, so me being internal, I'm able to supervise and facilitate plans for proper implementation.
Is this a full-time position?
Yes.
Okay. What's the price difference between outsourcing and in-house?
We don't pay for outsource, so what happens is the outsource bills the Medicaid waiver directly. So Pioneer does not have a cost to that. So, but we're also not realizing the revenue or the quality and anything like that.
Okay.
So that's why you're trying to do in-house, because again, it's like helping and being one-on-one with our McHenry County community versus bringing someone in who doesn't really know.
Correct, and I think I spoke to you again about training our staff to become like registered behavior technicians. It's a career growth opportunity for them that we'd be able to have that in-house as well too.
And if I can expand on what your question, so this is a one-time ask, basically, because once he is in there and he has all of the clients and serving all the clients, then we will be able to bill Medicaid for that.
And self-sustaining.
Right, so this is just a one-year ask.
Go ahead.
So we have more ask than we have money to give. If we can't fully fund this position, what happens to Ian?
We're gonna have a conversation, buddy.
He's pretty likable.
I mean, we're obviously we hired him. We're committed to doing this service, but obviously, you know, we feel strongly. I think it would probably reduce our capacity to grow exactly. And you know, when we talked about doing things such as adding our additional staff, it might impact that if we weren't able to fund it. But you know, we're still committed to doing this position and growing this.
And then I guess follow up to Kelly, how long till you're able to bill Medicaid? Did you say Medicare?
Any client who is one of his clients, so any of our Pioneer clients who he provides services to, we can bill Medicaid.
But it's growing the capacity. So right now, he's only got a couple clients, and because they're outsourced right now, it's gonna take time for him to ramp up, but we're obviously paying for a full position. So we're hoping him to be able to do other things such as training our staff and building up, kind of getting that caseload up so he can be fully self-sustained.
Bridging the gap.
Yes, exactly.
Any other questions? No, you're good. Okay. You guys did a great job.
Thank you.
No
Thank
questions.
you.
No questions. Thank you for
Thanks.
coming in.
How do we do on time?
Good. You didn't even get to the three.
I always want to be respectful, that's all. Thank
You
you.
guys have a good day.
Thank you so much, you as well.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it, I'll take it from you.
Okay, next we have Perry State Legal Services.
Prairie State?
Perry State. For 2 programs.
Okay, so I'm pulling this up right here, and then you just put your slide advancer here. Laser pointer, should be
Ooh, okay, sounds good.
Oh, sorry, for 3 minutes.
15 minutes.
I'm sorry. 2 minutes, thank you.
All right. Let me just try it out. Perfect.
Hi everyone, my name is Narmeen Hassanova. I'm from Prairie State Legal Services. I will be covering both application portions. We've submitted 2 applications to McHenry County. Jen Power is not able to make it, so I'm going to cover her portion as well. We're going to start with just talking about what is Prairie State. We are a legal aid society here. We cover 36 counties. The mission of Prairie State is to ensure equal access to justice and fair treatment under the law, providing legal advice, representation, education, advocacy, and outreach that serve to protect basic human needs and enforce and uphold rights. So we are a civil legal aid society that is able to help residents with any civil legal issues so far as there is funding and that they are eligible for services. The PSLS envisions a community where all low-income, elderly, vulnerable people have access to legal services to meet their basic needs, where everyone knows, understands, and can exercise their rights and be treated fairly in the pursuit of justice. We have a Woodstock office, but in general, PSLS has 11 offices in our 36 county service area. The Woodstock office exclusively serves McHenry County residents, and we help low-income people with legal problems that impact their human needs such as housing, safety, and financial stability. So the service that Prairie State provides is free legal assistance. So that could range from you give us a call, we talk to you, assess what the needs are, and sometimes it does not amount to an actual legal issue, but there are still services that we can provide, advice that we could provide, or referrals to other community resources where someone can get the service and assistance that they're looking for. If a case is deemed to have legal merit and we do have the capacity financially and the staff are able to take on the case, then we investigate, prepare documents, negotiate on behalf of the client, and reach a settlement. Sometimes if needing, we will represent them in court. A lot of the times it's outside of court, it's just email-based. We'll talk more about that in regards to the housing work that we're doing. Just want to note, Prairie State does not charge any of our clients. Eligibility is based on income and the criteria of the special grant that we are trying to qualify them under. Prairie State has a number of grants, so we try to have a vast portfolio so that we don't have to turn clients down, so that we can provide everyone equal service. I'm going to start by talking about the Fair Housing Project. Everyone deserves a safe space and a decent place to call home. This is the portion that I'm going to be covering for Jen Power, so I'm going to be reading a little bit more of the slides. But just basic, what is fair housing? Fair housing investigates and makes sure that everyone has access to housing, that you're not being discriminated for the number of protected classes that we'll talk about in a few slides. And the project helps residents resolve fair housing disputes and conducts community legal education so that everyone knows what their rights are. And a lot of the times it's not even the person that knows the rights, but they'll know a family member, a community member, a senior in their where they live, that they identify that they are being discriminated against based on the Fair Housing Act. Is housing discrimination still an issue in 2026? Yes, very much alive, unfortunately. McHenry Fair Housing Discrimination. So source of income and disability discrimination is the most prominent form of discrimination that we're seeing at our office. We collect data for every caller, so we ask them whether or not they're disabled, what kind of disability, if they feel comfortable sharing with us. So we are able to then do a yearly analysis especially when we're submitting these applications, to kind of figure out where the need is for the community, to make sure, one, that we're applying where there is a need for us, and then we are also able to present on the issues that we see. Fewer complaints identified and enforced in McHenry compared to other regions due to outreach and enforcement capacity limits that Prairie State has. So the Woodstock office, I would say, is one of our smaller offices, but it's still, they do a lot of work. What is the Fair Housing Act? Equal access to housing a person can choose and can afford. The Fair Housing Act and the Illinois Human Rights Act protect people from discrimination when they are renting, buying a home, getting a mortgage, seeking housing assistance, or engaging in other housing-related activities. The Fair Housing Act makes discrimination illegal in the sale, lease, or rental of housing, or making housing otherwise unavailable because of someone's race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, and familial status. The protected traits, which I just listed off in the other slide, race, skin color, religion, sex, national origin, familial status, and disability. These are the federally protected classes that the Fair Housing Act protects. The Illinois Human Rights Act is a state law that prohibits discrimination in housing, employment, places of public accommodations, financial credit, and education in the state of Illinois. Freedom from discrimination against any individual because of his or her protected characteristic is a connection with real estate transactions. Protected traits are the same as the traits as the federal law plus ancestry. Okay, I apologize. The Illinois law has a few more additional protected classes that the federal law does not cover. So in this slide, we're talking about what are the additional classes that Illinois' law covers that the federal law does not, which is age, military status, marital status, protective order, pregnancy, ancestry, arrest record, sexual orientation, source of income, and immigration status. So these are in addition to the federal protections that we here in Illinois enforce, but that the Fair Housing Act does not specifically cover. Like I've said, it is housing discrimination is a practice that limits a person's housing choices based on a trait of theirs that is protected by the law. So you shouldn't, everyone who is viewing a house for sale or for lease, if you're renting, they shouldn't be looking at your individual characteristics to determine whether or not you are an eligible tenant, an eligible owner, but they should be looking at are you able to afford living here? Do you have a source of income? What other traits are we able to accommodate to make sure that you can live here? Sometimes folks that are disabled, they need reasonable accommodations. Folks in a wheelchair might need some light switches to be lowered so that they're able to access them. Those are accommodations that a landlord can make per the Fair Housing Act to assist the person in a wheelchair to be able to make sure that they are able to access the light switches, that they're able to roll up to the faucet and be able to use it properly so that their housing is not discriminating themselves at home, that they're able to fully access all the things that they need in their home. And that's the kind of stuff that the Fair Housing Act protects for disabled folks. So these are some examples of illegal acts that discrimination sounds like. We rent only to English speakers. We cannot allow you to build a ramp for your wheelchair. We prefer to rent to women, vice versa. We only prefer to rent to men. We don't allow support animals unless it is a certified seeing eye dog. So in there, they are picking and choosing how they want your disability to work with their unit. We do not accept vouchers. We do not offer mortgage loans in that part of town. The apartment has already been rented, and further investigation reveals that it has not yet, in fact, been rented. So who are the agents that do this form of discrimination? It's not just one person or one company. It's kind of anyone that has the power to give someone access into a home. So that's landlords, sellers, realtors, public housing authorities, insurance companies providing homeowners insurance, mortgage companies, and banks that provide mortgages. There has been a lot of work in this country to make sure that realtors understand the Fair Housing Act, that they abide by the Fair Housing Act. So a lot of the times realtors are advocates to make sure that the client is being fairly treated in their purchase or lease of a unit. What is the Fair Housing Project at Prairie State? The Fair Housing Project investigates and challenges cases of discrimination by housing provider. We conduct fair housing testing to uncover discrimination or wrongful practices in real estate transactions, and we help clients resolve fair housing disputes and conduct community legal education on fair housing rights and responsibilities. The project is funded by HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, with supplemental funding from Illinois cities and counties. Fair housing testers are testers who investigate. Testing is an investigative tool used by fair housing organizations to uncover illegal discrimination practices from real estate transactions to rentals to leasing a home, sales, mortgage lending, insurance. This is where someone will call Prairie State and say, hey, I think I'm being discriminated against. I went to go see this unit. I asked them several questions and they told me, you know what, this apartment's no longer available. But I keep seeing it on the website. It's been a few days, it's still there. I would really like to rent it. It's on the first floor, it's wheelchair accessible. So why is it not available to me? That's when they would call Prairie State. We have fair housing testers who would then be able to go out into the community and pretend they are looking to see, they are pretending to be interested in the unit, to see, has it changed? Is the unit still up for rent? And then feel out and see if there is some form of discrimination. These folks are trained by Prairie State to be able to ask the right questions, and at the end of their investigation, they submit a report to us, which is then reviewed to see if there was any illegal acts, and if so, then we open a fair housing complaint against the landlord, or at least investigate it and try to work with the landlord to see, why did you say no to our client? Is there something we can do to put them in that unit if the client is still looking to go to that unit? Thank you. I'm going to skip over what the testers do in the sample cases and talk about the housing advocacy. Housing advocacy is different than fair housing. There is no need for any form of discrimination. My project, the Fair Housing Advocacy Project, is for anyone that is facing housing issues. So both applications are asking for $50,000. And so the Housing Advocacy Project is for anyone. You don't have to be discriminated against. If your landlord locked you out and you need assistance, we're able to help. If your house is being foreclosed upon, if someone put a lien because of, like a company, contractor put a lien on your property for non-payment, we're able to help with that. This is a general housing program. So from evictions all the way to foreclosures, we would be able to help folks, and there does not need to be any element of discrimination in order for us to evaluate the case to see if we can help. The only criteria here would be that they are eligible for the funding, for the program, and that they are compliant, that their income is compliant with the criteria for the funds. This funding will serve low-income McHenry residents facing housing crisis by providing free legal services, which is the elements that I went over: eviction, illegal lockouts by landlords, failure to repair significant conditions. So your AC is out, your heat is out, your landlord's not fixing it, it's the dead of winter, dead of summer, you need someone to be able to advocate for you. You've sent multiple messages to your landlord, nothing is getting through. You need another voice to come in and kind of enforce them to do what they have to do per the lease, per the contract, and per state law. So that's what we would be able to do with this project. We project that we would be able to serve 40 low-income McHenry residents. 90% of those clients would, for 90% of the clients who receive advice only, they will report understanding the advice, and the clients that obtain a favorable outcome, there will be 70% of those clients. Questions and answers. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so for the fair housing project specifically,
Okay.
how many complaints do you feel that you guys field a year in McHenry County?
I can pull that up. I don't have that information off the top of my head, but I can.
Okay, and then is this amount, this 50,000 for staff or hiring testers or just helping with all the legal fees to do the paperwork and submit?
Yeah, so it's different per each program. So for the Fair Housing Project, of the 50,000, trying to look at the screenshot that was sent to me. I apologize, let me pull it up. But for the housing advocacy, that funding is only being used for attorney time and salary. So attorney benefits and attorney salary.
And again, this is only for McHenry County?
Yes.
Attorneys and people having?
This would only be for the attorneys in the Woodstock office. So what we do is we use funding codes, and in our system, when we create a case, if this funding is supporting that case, we will assign it as a funding code, and then every time the attorneys bill their time, they would bill it to that funding code, and then our finance team then quarterly, monthly, whatever the funder needs, they bill it and then they report that.
So my question on that, kind of piggybacking, these are existing programs right now, correct?
Correct.
Are you expanding these programs?
We are, but we are also using these funds to supplement the gaps that we have in funding. And within the last year, the housing crisis has really skyrocketed, so we are trying to balance out all of our housing grants to make sure that we have coverage throughout all 36 counties, which is why individual CDBGs like this, where we can then concentrate that money specifically to McHenry residents. Did that answer the question?
So you're not hiring new staff with this money?
Not with this money, no.
And so, like we said, like hiring testers for the fair housing project and things that
would be
that, or to the billable lawyers that are working on these fair housing complaints.
I'm asking Jen Power to send me the breakdown from her application. Any other questions? If I could call her on and just turn her over, she can answer it. We currently have 5 open cases for the Fair Housing Project. Those are currently open. I don't know if they've been opened last year and are ongoing cases or this year, but a lot of the times these issues do take a while, especially if we are filing complaints with the court. It just takes time for it to process. Testers are paid by stipend by HUD currently, so this funding would only be used then again for attorney time. And the office fluctuates on whether or not we do hire folks, depending on if we get more additional funding where we see that we need to hire someone else, or if someone leaves and we need to fill a vacancy, like we currently do.
So the attorneys take other cases besides?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We take on all kinds of civil legal issues. We assist a lot with domestic violence. We assist a lot with family court, getting benefits. But these 2 programs are exclusively for housing in order to align better with McHenry County's consolidated plan.
And they're all on
staff, right?
Yes,
Nothing
yeah.
outsourced.
No, we don't outsource. The only thing we outsource is testers,
Okay.
just because they can't be employed by Prairie State. So there's no bias. Yeah.
Just, where would you, if we couldn't fund both of these or neither of them, where would your priority be? Housing advocacy or fair housing?
I would say housing advocacy, because we have, funding from HUD directly for fair housing enforcement as well. So the priority would be housing advocacy, because that could help anyone, that's not limiting to the few folks that feel discriminated against. It expands it to, I'm just having a housing issue, period. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Good to know. Hopefully you guys get to enjoy the nice weather outside. They made for a beautiful drive.
Did you say you just got a tornado?
Yeah, tornado watch till.
What time?
I'm looking right now.
Before you're driving home.
You're just supposed to.
Or after.
Tornado watch until 10 p.m.
Around in
Just
McKenna
popping
County?
up.
Until 10 p.m.
Like,
Now till.
I didn't get that far, but that's the cell.
Oh, whoa, that changed.
that looks
Oh my
good.
God.
That looks scary.
You guys watch the
Just look
YouTube
outside.
weather guys?
Yeah.
No, that place too scary for me.
See, and then mine looks like that, so.
Oh, I like yours better.
Right?
Fear, they just want us in fear.
We've got.
Do we have refuge?
Veterans is here right
Look,
now.
it's coming.
I don't know if
It's
refuge
tonight.
is here.
All right.
Are you guys
Veterans, she's
veterans?
there with veterans.
Well, we're with Veterans Path, if you'd like us to go, we're scheduled for.
Yeah, why don't you?
Tornado watch.
That'd be great.
Early bird gets the worm.
Tornadoes have arrived. I'd say best for last, but we don't have a presentations. That's what I was going to. No, ma'am, we do not. Is it okay to hand out just our brochure kind of pamphlet? Okay. Uh-oh, whatever the rules are.
Are they?
We're gonna swap seats.
Yeah.
Do you want us to wait? We can wait.
That's not refuge.
Yeah, then we'll save the best for last.
There you go.
Sorry.
about that. I'm learning a lot sitting here, so I'll be okay. Hi.
How are you?
Please go and have a seat. I'm gonna give you your clicker here to advance your slides.
Are you clicking for me or am I clicking for me?
You may click.
I can click for me?
You may click and then just keep your eyes over. Hey, Maria, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Yes.
And you're 1 minute.
10.
10. I'll go fast. So how do I start?
Yep, I'm gonna pull this up right for you here, and then those arrows will advance your slides.
Okay. All ready to go?
Ready to go when you're ready.
Good afternoon, I'm Troy Owens. I'm the board chair for Refuge for Women. At Refuge, our mission is to empower sexually exploited women to live a life of freedom through faith-based residential healing programs. Our vision is that every sexually exploited woman will have the hope, support, and tools necessary to pursue her dreams and live a life of freedom. In our history, we're part of a national network of emergency, long-term, and transitional living programs. We started in Kentucky in 2010. You can see that we have homes in Kentucky, Illinois, Texas, and Nevada. It says Chicago, but all our programs are here in McHenry County. We opened up a restorative or long-term program in 2016. In 2022, we opened up a transitional living, or what we call reintegration program. Both of those homes are right here with us in McHenry County. Project explanation is there's approximately 25,000 women and children that are sexually trafficked and exploited in Chicago and the surrounding suburbs. The state has fewer than 50 aftercare beds for the survivors. At Refuge, we hope to bridge the gap. We provide services that is cost-free, long-term, 365, 24/7, holistic, and aftercare and in a secure environment for the women survivors.
What we're requesting is $50,000. That would support the salaries for our program director and our direct care associates. The next slides essentially encapsulate what they do. The program director sees staffing and the execution of all aspects of program and housing operations for both the restoration and reintegration program. The direct care associate they oversee the safety and stabilization of residents during the weeknights and weekends when the program director and the assistant program director are not there. As I said, we're 24/7, so they stay over. They stay with the women so that there's always care. The project explanation. This is a little bit more detailed explanation of what the program director does. You just read through it. Serves as a partner and collaborator to the executive director on service delivery needs leading to residents' healthy recovery and community reintegration. They review the survivor applications when new residents come to us, and they conduct interviews to see if the potential residents are a good fit for our program. She directs the intake process and overseeing probationary period of the new residents. They direct and oversee crisis situations with residents. They supervise program staff and volunteers in the delivery of day-to-day 24/7 activities. PD also trains program staff on topics in the field of addiction, mental health, trauma, codependency, and boundaries. And they provide case management to the residents, ensuring that they're making progress to their goals of restoration. Finally, they collaborate with the assistant program director on strategies for the removal and identified barriers to progress. The direct care associate ensures evening and weekend program and housing activities that are carried out in accordance with the values of the Refuge for Women. They encourage residents and they hold them accountable to assigned tasks and activities leading to their desired goals. The direct care associate also supports self-soothing and coping skills. They model healthy communications and relational boundaries, and they support teaching and basic life skills. Direct care associate also provides transportation to all required appointments, meetings, and personal needs. How the McHenry County project alignment with our program. Our goal aligns with the county's goals of preventing homelessness through maintaining services to non-homeless, extremely low-income populations with underserved needs. The trafficking survivors entering our program are vulnerable to re-victimization and typically face significant barriers to accessing and sustaining employment and a living wage. They need stabilization and recovery of sound physical and mental health. Addiction recovery is part of their needs. Some have criminal records, and many have insufficient life skills and education. There's also an alignment in that our program aligns with the county's goals of preventing homelessness through maintaining services to non-homeless, extremely low-income populations. Our residential programs provide at a minimum 2 years of free, safe housing, case management and basic needs, medical, dental, and vision, mental health and addiction recovery, education and the completion and advancement of those types of vocational skills, financial literacy and life skills development, workforce readiness and employment, community reintegration and support. A budget breakdown, we get some of these positions paid for by other grants. We're looking to bridge the gap between essentially $97,440, $47,440 that we have through other grants. We're asking for this grant for $50,000 to cover these two positions. Our long-term restorative programs work. 80% of the women that are rescued and that are extricated from human trafficking and exploitation return to lives of exploitation in the sex trade. If a woman goes through our program, ours is an evidence-based model. We've shown that they're making it through our long-term program and our reintegration program. 80% goes to 16% of women that go back to a life of exploitation. So 84% are able to reintegrate and lead healthy, healed, restorative lives. And then, I'm not at 3 minutes yet, right?
No, almost.
Kind of get through the slides and I'll just share my own experience with you, and then if you have questions. This woman, she's been through our program, we all know her. This is her assessment of how refuge impacted her. She says, when I first came to Refuge, I was in active addiction, thank you, and homelessness for 12 years. Refuge stepped in, helped me through everything. They gave me the opportunity to go to school. She graduated with a degree in human services. She took her boards and got certified as a recovery support specialist and a peer support specialist. She's working on a certified alcohol and drug counselor certification, and all this was possible, according to her, through the staff at Refuge. I got 2 minutes or so. I'll tell you this, as the board president, I've been with Refuge since 2018 as a volunteer. I've been the president for about 4 years. One thing I will say about our program is there's a profundity of need. We serve women who have been profoundly exploited. We recently, with all the other programs, started a clinical and forensic program where a woman who comes into service is evaluated by a forensic and clinical psychologist. I've known this man for 35 years. He's testifies as an expert in virtually every county in Northern Illinois, and he told me the profound pathology that every one of these women that he's seen is off the charts, and for an experienced clinician, he found it surprising. The need for these women, it's desperate. Sometimes they're so profoundly damaged and impacted that it seems almost an impossible pipe dream to get them back to a life with the rest of us. You saw the slide, 84% of the time, based on an evidence model, we can get them there. So if there's any questions in the remaining minute, I'm happy to address any questions. And if not, I greatly appreciate your opportunity to speak to you all. Please.
How is your organization, outside of the money that you're asking to supplement the salaries, how is it funded?
100% through grants, donations. We have a Hope Builders program where we have monthly donors. That's a fair percentage of our financials. We have event-based programming, and all the refuge locations. I believe we're the Illinois version, the Northern Illinois here in McHenry County. We're the most financially solid right now in terms of we're constantly driving income and revenue through the organization. If you meet these women, it's a motivating force. So, thank you. Please.
I have a couple of questions.
How
many are in McHenry County?
When you say how many?
How many clients?
Okay, so we have right now we have up to 6 beds. The evidence model shows that if you put 6 profoundly hurt women, more than 6, it hurts their recovery. So right now I think we have 5 in program, and we have 1 in transitional living right now.
And so that go along with that, are these current positions that you have here, or are these going to be new positions that you're asking for?
No, right now the program director is networked into everything at Refuge. We currently have someone who serves, and the original idea is to serve both. One serves the long-term program, the other serves the reintegration program. What we're doing is just to maximize resources. We have one woman serving both, but she's been with us for probably 5-6 years. And the care associate, that's a woman who stays over on the weekends. On weekends, it's a tough position to fill. So currently, we have one, but it's a position that turns over with some regulator just because of the demands of it.
So that person would be here in McHenry County?
Yeah, everybody.
The other one is basically across your organization, correct?
No, everybody works here in McHenry County. We have 2 homes. We have 2 homes in the McHenry County.
Okay.
One's a long-term home or a restoration program. The other is a reintegration program. Both homes are in McHenry County.
Okay.
Yeah.
But are both positions serving just McHenry County as well?
Yes. Every employee, every volunteer of Refuge for Women works for the local organization in McHenry County. We have a national organization, we call it Central, and we have other homes. We're a separate LLC. that essentially is the business operations for both organizations. And all employees, all volunteers work exclusively in McHenry County.
So there's 6 women total in McHenry County?
Yeah, right now, currently, but that's constantly changing. And I should explain, the first program is a 1-year program. It's hard. I mean, the women, they're put through a restorative program that involves life skills development, counseling, clinical cocktail for whatever addiction needs they have or dependency needs, group therapy, equestrian therapy. There's a lot going on.
Right.
Sometimes they don't always make it. So it's part of the recovery. We get them through, their lives turn out much better, but that number's constantly changing.
Okay, what's the total you can accommodate?
8.
8? Yep. 8 is total. So now the position is the 97,440 for 2 positions or for 1?
The total there is for 2, of 47,000 of which we have covered. We're just asking from 50,000 for this organization.
Okay.
And that'll cover both positions then.
Okay.
Anything else? Please.
How many hired or how many paid people are on your staff?
That's probably a better question for the executive director, but it's staffed 24/7, 365. If I had to estimate, I mean, I see the financials quarterly. I would say we have at least a dozen employees, and if you add volunteers, 2 dozen volunteers to between 2 and 3 dozen volunteers.
Something just to note about their organization is a lot of their clients that are in McHenry County are not from McHenry County because they're escaping. So
Right.
this becomes like their safe haven, and a lot of them end up transitioning into becoming residents of McHenry County and paying into the taxes.
Can I speak to that for a moment? These women are all in danger. So if a woman is trafficked on one of the, in Nevada, she would do her recovery here either in Illinois, Texas, or Kentucky, and vice versa. And no cell phones, no communications. They can't even bring their children in. They have to get a relative. If they have children, they have to bring children. It's a year that's for them. And then we offer another year if they want to go into transitional living. But to protect them, if they were trafficked somewhere else, they would do their recovery here. We keep both the sites of locations secret.
Completely understand.
They're very safe, but, Anything else?
Good, thank you.
Well, blessings all. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That's some heavy stuff, right?
It's a heavy day.
It's a heavy day, yes. You've heard a lot of really wonderful organizations in McHenry County. I just want to pass these around. Are you all familiar outside of taking a look at the application with Veterans Path to Hope? We used to be known as Transitional Living Services, and so we're also known as Veterans Path to Hope. We've been around for over 26 years. When you look at this sheet, it's going to show you some information about all the different services that we provide. We have a transitional living facility in Hebron with 20 separate rooms for homeless veterans. We have a food pantry. You could read through this yourselves, supportive housing, all kinds of programs. My name is Angela Wood-Zuzovich. I am the Director of Housing and Employment. I have been with Veterans Path to Hope for about 8.5 years. You're kind of pretty close to that, right? Pretty close to that. Cindy Wallach will talk more specifically about boots on the ground, her work in this program. She's always in her capacity at Veterans Path to Hope, worked under a grant, doing case management. And so what we've asked for here is for $50,000 to fund her position for other grants that we're receiving specific to McHenry County residents who are military veterans and homeless with their families. Okay? So the different programs that we have received funding through McHenry County graciously is specific to those who are living here. And it is for folks who need short-term housing, long-term, and we've had some permanent. We'll talk more specifically with Cindy. You don't want to hear from me too long, but it's a wonderful program. We serve a lot of folks and with a lot of programs. And I would say that this grant that we've received in the past in this capacity has shown a direct correlation to a lower recidivism rate of military veterans who are unstable in their housing. Typically, the folks that we're seeing have had a history of unstable housing after getting out of the military. And there's all kinds of reasons for that, right? We have folks who have some barriers related to PTSD, barriers related to addiction to cope with the PTSD. I would also say that one of the things that we've discovered is a lot of our veterans, do we have any military veterans here today? Okay, a lot of the veterans that come through our doors aren't even aware of what benefits they should be receiving. So part of that, Cindy will talk about too, is making sure that as a case manager, not only housing people, right? There's a lot of programs that do that, but also making sure that we are referring and getting people connected. Sometimes, in many cases actually, what we have found is that a person who's a veteran should be getting a VA disability each month and they haven't. And by kind of braiding together a lot of different things, employment and the VA disability, sometimes it means full-time employment or part-time, now they're stably housed. One of the things I want to also say is part of our services, we have the VA on site with a therapist. We provide free counseling. Everything we do is free. The food pantry is free. The peer support is free. You can come to the food pantry as much as you need to. You can see a therapist as much as you need to. Once we get folks stably housed and help them with their income, it's almost like the base, right? Then we can start working on these other things. What was stated earlier with one of the presenters about this becoming a more difficult situation in terms of housing is absolutely correct. Just in the 8.5 years that I've been here with this organization, what we see is that rent has gone up by 30%. None of the income has gone up by that amount. And the inventory, and this is really important because people will say, well, there's housing in McHenry County. We just need to make the right pairing, right? The issue is that the inventory of low income is very, very small, very, very small. So you definitely have your work cut out for you. So this problem that I remember getting some training about 8 years ago on the West Coast and the East Coast, everybody was talking about this brick wall we were all headed for. And they said, it's coming for you, Midwest. And it has. So please know that all the dollars that you set aside to help the folks here, you are doing tremendous work. It's making a huge difference. And in our case, making a huge difference with our military veterans. I'm gonna talk. So I want to introduce Cindy. She's like doing the work. So yeah, please. I'm sorry. Did I go too long?
No.
Okay.
My name is Cindy Wallach. I'm the Veteran Supportive Housing Case Manager in McHenry County. So I do have 4 housing programs. One of them is called Scattered Sites, and that's permanent supportive housing. I wish we had more of those. We don't have enough. I do have 5 veterans, and that is with someone who has either a physical disability or mental health. I have a lot of substance and alcohol abuse. I had schizophrenia before. That's just one of them. Then I have Transition to Home, which works in conjunction with what Angela was talking about, New Horizons, located in Hebron. They stay there for 2 years. They get tested for alcohol and substances. They basically have they'll be inside by 10 o'clock unless they're working kind of thing. So then I'm the next step to where they are they go into their own apartment.
So they're building off of the program
Yes.
that's already happened, right?
Yes.
So they're on site, so there's all kinds of support. And what we found is when you just
throw them out there.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, there was this high rate of people coming back. And you're thinking you're throwing everything at it, right? But really it's that ongoing support. So that's really the difference.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then we have our housing prevention, and which this has been fantastic. This is my first year at it. And that is for, to stabilize people that are at risk of homelessness, for people, and it does rent and mortgage. Mortgage is so huge. The minute that came out, I didn't even know how to do everything yet, and I already had 3 phone calls. And then, of course, I have the rapid rehousing. I have 30 people on my caseload right now, but let me tell you kind of how this works. I have a great support system within Angela and our executive director. We have a very structured housing plan, which includes intense case management every week. I'm seeing my clients every week. I integrated the PNC financial literacy over at VPH for our clients. We do credit counseling. Like we said, we do counseling and stuff like that. It's the fact that we make the goals and we stick to them. We had I'm gonna give you a story of a family that I got from PADS. And she didn't know that he was a veteran, so there was a family with 4 kids and a wife and a husband. He was a veteran, and they didn't know, and they were in there for 3 months in the summertime. I got them, the minute I heard about them, I said, hold tight, I'm getting on it. And I actually housed them within a week. They were in a 3-bedroom apartment with a washer and dryer inside. We gave them all sorts of furniture and food, and because we also have DCAT, which is our, I don't know what the acronym's for, but right now. But they donate. They pick up donated furniture and they give it to our clients that are just moving in, so they don't feel bare. So they got in there. The goal was to get his license back. He hadn't had his license for 3 years, so we worked on that. We worked on getting him a job. We also worked with McHenry County College, getting him back into school. Long story short, then she got pregnant again with their 5th child. But I can say that they bought a house.
They recently bought a house.
5-bedroom house. And that, all of that, because they followed everything that went along.
Well, and I would say, we have a minute, and I would say the reason that worked is because she was meeting with them every single week and there was accountability. Because you can get really lost in being lost, right? And so having Cindy every week say, okay, we have your housing stability plan, let's go do this. Have you taken care of that? Have you gone on to this other piece? And so there was some reluctance because I think that there was this whole piece where that accountability had always been missing from the puzzle. And so that's why we are just so tied to having this kind of program and person working it.
I've been doing this, it'll be 18 years in May, and I was also a veteran service officer for 5 years. So I actually got to build, I was trained by Nate, who's now the superintendent here, back in 2017. So we have a good connection, so he helps with all my clients to get their claims, so. Any questions?
I'll just share a personal story. Cindy's from Marengo, and her and I were at an event totally unrelated to her day-to-day activity. And met a gentleman, a neighbor of ours, and her job is on the clock, off the clock, 24/7.
All the time,
I mean,
yep.
she just intervened to the point where I had to walk away. I'm like, man, they're sharing too much information. So I went to the, I believe it was the ice cream bar I went to that night. But, what an asset you have.
Oh my gosh, I know. Yes. And that, I would say that the folks, I think it's about 70% of all the employees at Veterans Path to Hope are veterans. And I actually come from an Air Force family and
I have military family.
Yeah. And so it is like that. I think when you do the job because you believe in the mission and it's part of who you are, there's really no way to separate it. You just can't. And anytime we've ever had anyone come in that saw it as a job, they never survived because it's impossible to. But this is, Veterans Path to Hope is a wonderful, I mean, I have to say it, it's a wonderful agency in town, and people come from all over the state to model what we're doing.
18 years.
Yeah, we're all getting old.
18 years.
We're all getting old. So are there any questions?
So, okay, so this funding will support your position and all of the things that you're doing.
And she isn't new. She's been, I know you. She isn't new, she has been here for many years, what, 5, 7?
I'm going on 7, yeah.
But it's always been a grant-funded position, and we've always figured out how to do it. Because when we only throw money at the problem, we see the same people and the problem continues to grow.
Anybody else?
Thank you for your service.
Yeah,
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, it's been great.
And thank you for being on your toes with us, with a little swap-a-roo.
Oh, no worries, yeah, you gotta be flexible, right?
Okay. Motion to break for the day?
So moved.
Second.